proud of it. To go from 1917 to where we are today, only with from 8 million to 12 million, that's a good job. When Red Belfast is talking about 15 million difference, so that's the reason I'm using them, because it's all on their website for anybody to look up. That's what I'd like to have you ask to consider, Tim.
Well, I do have to throw this out there because I don't disagree with you, Bill. But I do feel that I'm only one person that's sitting at the table and we're a team. So I don't want to make it seem like that it's all my responsibility to recuse it. If there's an idea that somebody else would like to present to move this forward, I'd much rather us hear that and maybe take that pivot. But if we can't come up with a good idea, I'm planning to sit here line item by line item. Because I don't feel that a half an hour does justice to the people that truly can't afford their properties out in our county. I'm unfortunately, for people in our county, I'm lucky because I'm younger, so I still have time to recover. But there's so many people that are in my part of the county that can't. So unless there's somebody else at the table that can present a better alternative than to go through this line item, I see us sitting here for a couple more Saturdays. And I say that respectfully, because if there is a better alternative, then let's do it. I'm all for it, but I don't want to sit here and withdraw my my motion if the greater of the table thinks that that's the way to go about this.
Anybody wants to make a, yes, ma'am.
I'd like
I'm
to,
sorry.
go ahead.
In a situation like this, in some spots, I would agree with you, it is necessary to go line by line. Because there are things on here that I personally have questions on as well. However, to go line by line is not, in my opinion, necessary, unless there's a huge jump, but there are going to be increases. You're going to see it's just the way it is. The fuel and the utilities and the water treatment and stuff like that, that's just going up. And if you, in your own town, you should be seeing that as well. Repairs and maintenance on cars, they have like in the sheriff's office, you're gonna see increases. As long as they're within reason. I mean, it's acceptable. I mean, because it's just the way it is. Everything's going up. My personal opinion is I think we should have an overall explanation of what the budget is and why it's gone up. And if we have, and then we question on the individual items that we are having an issue with. It makes more sense and it moves it along. But for me, it's a matter of what makes sense and what doesn't. Do the numbers make sense? Yes, they do, or don't. No, they don't. So to go line by line with such a huge budget, it's not really reasonable.
I think that would be a matter of opinion.
Well, that's what I said. It's my opinion.
Right, and I mean, please keep in mind, my motion wasn't actually the one that got accepted. My motion wasn't, it was actually Robin's, so I don't know why I'm the one that's being asked this question, because if we were to do it my way, you would be here for a whole month. And that was to go by every single line item. It was
And vote on
every
single
line item. So, and that's because I did work for the county. So being on the other side of it, it is reasonable to do it that way.
Okay. I was just gonna say, I echo basically what Tammy's saying. But I do feel we need a time limit on some of these, because we can't spend
All
4 hours on one.
because that's not reasonable.
That's not reasonable. Right. I think what we need to do is, look through the budget while the person has given us their explanation of things. If something has jumped out at you when you've been reviewing this before you got here, or if something jumps out at you today, that you wanna question it. If it's going to take more than a half an hour to do that, then we need to have them come back at another time. There may be some that we can get through in less than a half an hour, which would help. We're not gonna say we're gonna reserve a half an hour for every single one, because that's just, that wouldn't be effective.
Right.
I don't feel.
And see,
Because,
and I
you
do
know,
agree with you.
some of these we might be able to get through in 20 minutes or 15 minutes. I don't know.
Well, look at the DA situation. She threw in the thing at the end, and that took an extra hour that we didn't need to spend.
Right.
It didn't even get brought up to the commissioners. It
shouldn't have
it
been
shouldn't even
here.
brought up here.
It shouldn't have been here.
So I do agree with you on that part.
Robin?
So,
Yes, short answer is, in my opinion, the whole reason that we were going down this very detailed rabbit hole was because of the mistake in the original budget in the jail line. So we were under the impression that we had millions of dollars of increase. And I think it set up a, I can't think of the word that that's not the word I wanted though, but yeah, so those first couple, we were really looking for anything that we could take out. And I mean, our approach to the budget, I think, is much more like Tammy and Linda just said, that yes, we always look at every line, but we only go for reasonableness and are not trying to micromanage everything. So I would absolutely want to go, back away from nitpicking every single line and well, we could save $200 here. I don't care about that. I think,
Right.
it goes to the respect to the people preparing the budgets and saying that it's reasonable.
I think that you could make the argument though that a lot of time was used because we were allowing people to have conversations and fight with us. And that could have been mitigated as well. I mean, ultimately, we're controlling that budget line item too. So, I mean, if we were even to just go through the line items ourselves with each of us and we all talk amongst ourselves, we really need to stop allowing the person that's giving the presentation to take the conversation. That's what's ate up. I mean, when you spend 5 hours with the DA, that's all an unreasonable amount of time. It should have been maybe an hour.
Yes, although specifically related to the DA,
Mhm.
I still have very strong objection to
Look,
what we voted for.
I voted no too. And you and I probably have even stronger differences.
I think it made no sense, and it was done when we still thought we had to find millions, and we've, anyway, I personally would want to revisit that when we're done with this budget to say whether we can restore some of the illogical cut that we did to the DA's office.
Do we know, disposition of Mary? Is she gonna be here, or is she still think it's 9 o'clock, or?
Everybody has to speak louder. I forgot my
She's
hearing
been-
aids, so
I
they're on
often
the way
give her
here,
one.
so. So
She should be coming close to 9.
If, just for
That's what she-
clarification,
that's what
thank
she
you
told
guys for what you're doing. We all greatly appreciate it. And the last budget hearing was epic. Was the best I could come up with, and I get that, but just so we're clear, and I've asked Carrie to print out the new sheet. And I think I said it at our first meeting, just to be clear, with regards to the jail budget, the discrepancy there that Carrie easily picked up. When I was helping put it together or trying to put it together, when I was trying to do a job that's not mine. That was my error, not putting the 500 and I think it was like $25,000 in that was counted as revenue that would decrease that budget. So, and Carrie has immediately picked up on it and fixed it. So I own that. And I apologize that you don't have the sheets in front of you that reflect that. I've asked Carrie right now to print those off, but
I'm
So
working on it.
you bring up a very good point, Robin, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, I think in the end, as a budget committee, we have to try to fund the county so that it can operate
Reasonably.
reasonably.
Right.
But we have to be critical of some of the expenses.
Certainly.
And I think I didn't have my book early. So I wasn't prepared last week to do a lot, but I did go over in detail the facilities budget, and I think there are some areas in the facilities budget that we could trim. And things like that, so I don't know the best approach, but I do think that, I do think we could try to go through. I wouldn't limit it to a half an hour. Okay, because I think that puts an artificial limit on you. But I also wouldn't say if we got done in 15 minutes that we were done, that we couldn't do that too.
I think historically, in the past, the extraordinary job that the budget committee has done is exactly as Robin and Tammy and Linda and all of you have said. You know, when you come to a budget, if there is such a significant, outrageous, you know, I mean, obviously, you can scroll down through and see, and at that point in time, and we've tried to alert you of some issues that will come up that you'll see, but
This was what I was gonna bring out to you, is we're not the first set of eyes to go through this budget. Your commissioners have already gone through and they've made their recommendations as well, so. We're the second set of eyes on this.
Well, you know, when all is said and done, had the last three budgets. We haven't had any changes from the budget committee, and if we have leftover money, what happens to that money? It goes into the account. We have a meeting at the end of the year. We fund reserve. If it's more than 20%, we have to send it back. So if historically look back through the records, and you won't see, like technology, we have to have a 5-year plan of where we're gonna go. You just can't get up in the morning and say, Jason, we got a $400,000 bill, how are we gonna take care of it? So we've always operated with maybe a 5-year plan, and I think we did a pretty good job. And I just think that we could move it along faster than we're good and still protect the taxpayers. And like I say, I'm a taxpayer myself. I feel the same hurt as everybody else. But when we go back to 1917 to today, in this day and age, we've only doubled. And Belfast has gone from 3.1 to $19 million. There's a story here to be told. No, I'm not picking on Belfast, I'm just taking the numbers that are on the website that anybody can see. So I think if you want to do something different, someone should make a motion, we could have a vote.
But
And we'll see how the people
Tim
feel.
pointed out that there's really no need for anything. I mean, there was good
Right,
discussion,
I wasn't the one
And-
that made.
but yeah, really.
Well,
Yeah.
and we didn't, the motion that we passed was not to vote on every single line.
Right, it was to go by it and then vote at the end.
Yeah.
So I just think that the way that you mitigate this is, there's no reason why we can't put an hour-long conversation on each one of these departments to try to at least put a time frame. And if we're done before an hour, great, we move
Yeah.
on.
But Jim,
you
we've been
mitigate-
well over an hour. 2.5 departments we've been through.
Well, to be fair, the facilities did have a lot of pretty obvious mistakes, and particularly the utilities lines.
Right, I mean, to be fair too, Bill, when you have a department head that's not fighting with you, you're going through 2 times more the amount of line items, which we did with the facilities person, because he was being reasonable with us.
Yeah.
And if we mitigate the amount of conversation that's happening, you automatically start decreasing the longevity of all 14 departments and how long it's gonna take. So I just think I would like to be more reasonable and be more careful with what we're saying, because we are leaving a presentation of what is and isn't happening. And that's why I was saying respectfully, let's keep in mind that you don't have to change a motion, you just have to mitigate the conversation, and that we are ultimately here, we have a chair who's controlling the conversation. And if we need to limit the amount of time the presentation's talking, we should do that. That's how you cut down on the time. Because you had the facilities, like I said, we went through 2 times the amount of the budget line items with him than we did with the DA, because we had less conversation and more reasonableness. But I wasn't the one that made the motion. I want that to be.
Apologize to you.
I appreciate that.
I don't mean to be picking on you, Tim.
I appreciate that.
All right.
I guess I have quite a lot to say. And I'm not really in favor of going line by line, because in doing that, we're taking away from the department heads' ability to run their own departments.
Right.
And I'm curious if the overall amount for the budget has changed somewhat, because $2 million increase is absolutely positively unacceptable in my book. When I have people in my town who I know are gonna have liens placed on their property because of not just the county increase, but because of the school increase, because of plowing increase, at some point, at some place, you gotta say no more. And I would really like to address the commissioners in this, because wages we can't address, benefits we can't address. And like I said, I don't want to deal with line items. I don't think that's really our purview. But when we start looking at overall budgets, and I'm truly at this point an advocate of staying pretty much with last year's figures. Because one of the things that concerns me with this, we're not just looking at this year's budget. As we go easy, we had a 6% or 7% increase last year, the same year before. When we suddenly have a 20% increase, it's real easy for people to say, well, gee, we got away with 20% last year. And we can't have that. You guys are the negotiating body with the unions, if I understand it correctly. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, any business, one of the largest expenses that they have is wages and benefits. You can't do
The
that.
county is 80% labor.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. That's the
Yeah.
single biggest line that we're not talking about nuts and bolts, paper, staples and things like that. We're talking about wages primarily and benefits.
Sure.
But Waldo County has some of the best benefits for health insurance. You guys are funding it yourselves. But the wages, when you start looking at people who are making more than $50,000 a year, and I understand when you compare us to Cumberland County or many of the other counties, they might be getting overpaid. I'm sorry, go live in Cumberland County. You can't afford it. That's the bottom line. The town of Waldo can't afford it. And I guess as soon as Mary gets here, I'd like to really start. I don't want to get worried about her.
And
She's coming.
I appreciate you saying that, Tom, because we as a county, if you look at besides Belfast, we have a county have grown reasonably over the years, but we still are not competitive. And it's because we are spending a lot. But in their defense, I do want to throw this out there. And I do think it needs to be said again. We own all of our buildings. We don't have loans. We don't have mortgages. We own all of our facilities. So that is one good thing that we can say. Is that at least we own these properties, and unfortunately, a lot of the budget cuts are that means that they're gonna be a little bit more deeper. But we do own the buildings.
I'm sorry, Tim.
No, you're good.
Remember, folks, we've sold the Superior Court building to the city of Belfast, which is a huge, when you start going through facilities and look and see what Superior Courthouse was costing us, and we've had to spend a significant amount of money this past year with what the extension office.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
extension,
even $9,000.
in total cost to update or repair or maintain, that was 100 something.
There's things out there we can cut as a group and probably pretty much agree on. And I think if we use the concept of let's look at the budget and have a discussion, and maybe have to go back on and have a look at something a second time, but move the system along if we can.
Just the correction alone that Kerry did to the jail took the jail from a 15.92% increase to a 0.01 increase. So I mean that's.
And how does that affect the total budget?
Well, and I told her not to give you these sheets yet, only because I had come up with a few cuts on my own.
Mhm. And Let
again,
me, Amy, for I have sinned.
even with them in, I'm still deaf. Is that what you're saying, Bob? So I mean, it, I'm sorry, Betty.
I gotta tell you too, 2 previous years in going over the budget, I wasn't dramatically opposed because 6%, 7%, I can understand that, I can live with that. But the last meeting, I was up for 3 hours in the night, plus what I did in the days. I've been up since 1:30 this morning going over this budget with knots in my stomach. I have no desire to cut any resources that we have in the jail, and I know you guys don't do fire and EMS, that's Belfast. But I have no desire to cut any of that stuff, but at the same point in time, we can't live with this.
No, understood.
And as I understand it, so the department can manage their own department. And what they're gonna do, if we cut some of these department heads, they're gonna come back to you guys, and they're gonna look for you to balance out the rest of it through the county and prioritize in doing it. And this is why I keep coming back to labor, to wages and benefits, because when they get an increase as monumental as what I've seen so far in this, you've got to figure that's got to come out someplace else. Because you can't just have carte blanche year after year. We've had 2 good years with increases for wages. You can't.
Well, this year we're up 1% on wages. I've been in this work on unions for 12 years. And the goal is we have to stay somewhat competitive, or we can't hire anybody that would go.
It's a balancing act. I get it.
We have situations like that to come up. Like the government deal is about 3.4%, 3.5 now. They're saying 2% next year. The union, we just negotiated a thing that was very close to that. We have no union stuff above 4% out there, and we're negotiating as tough as we can, and we'll remain so. But we have to keep in mind, we have to have a workforce too. If someone else goes something and they live 20 miles away, and they come back and say, well, we're going to kind of go down there to work. So I'm very mindful of what we have and what we haven't. But if we take this whole budget, and after the sheriff gets done, and I know he's got some things he wants to talk about, I think we'll see a budget of maybe like 10% or something. But listen, I just give you an example, 3.1 to $19 million for City of Belfast. We're not in that boat. We're extremely proud that our budget only doubled in 7 years.
While
Because
we're
that's
waiting
not
for,
unreasonable.
Mary, could we look at those new numbers? I would like to be in the digest now.
So here's a couple sheets. And before I let you see my secret. So remember, folks, we took out a TAN note last year.
Yeah.
We had anticipated $9,000 interest, which was a conservative average. And then January 1, when we signed the TAN note, they informed us the interest was $265,000. So on January 1, already you're in the red. I will tell you, Carrie has been vigilant. She has paid the TAN back as quick as you folks. Thank you all very much for paying in. And the total interest we paid on the TAN was
$123,000
Yeah.
out of $270,000.
okay. So that right there. So in seeing that, we realized, because we couldn't anticipate last year's numbers. So we had originally put in $525,000 for interest because we were panicked. So in here, you'll see where we've dropped that to $325,000. Now, maybe it's still a gamble. I don't know. We're all in the same boat there. And I had made some other cuts personally on my own, because like yourself, it's like defend, and I couldn't. So Carrie has not put in my cuts into the sheet that you'll have. It just shows the cut to the interest, which significantly drops the budget down, and you'll also see the correction to the jail, which I can't even begin to apologize enough about that. I'm serious, guys. It was revenue I didn't realize.
Which I hate when these papers stick together.
So we're looking at more of a 11% instead
Yeah.
of 20.
Overall, yes, yeah.
Well, Tim, I think.
And the, you know, as I say, I mean, there was some other things. You take the papers away from them as quick as you give them. Okay, you know?
I'm also handing out the DA's updated spreadsheet from last time so that you all have an updated copy of that. And you should have it all in your
Yeah.
budget books. I gave you EMA too. Sorry. You want this one? I'll take that one. Mary, do you have this fair set? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
You have the second page.
That's-
Barb and I put those in your binders last week.
so that-
You should have the updated EAs.
So, because I was looking at the notes that Barb sent out, I had asked the question about the budget increase for the jail at a 15.92% going up. It's actually not gonna be going up. It'll be a 0.01.
Correct, and the
Okay.
reason why, Tim, is because the money that we received, remember the old CCA money?
Oh,
That we
no,
received from the state?
Yep.
So that's supposed to be counted in as revenue, which minuses out.
the community corrections money?
Yeah.
I thought we got that from federal.
Oh, no, that's state.
Okay,
And that's supposed to be minus out of the budget's
right.
bottom line, and I didn't do that. I didn't know to do that, and Carrie was the one that picked it. So that's why you saw such a dramatic increase there.
Okay. Well, that's great. Now Ray and I can get coffee.
Let's have margaritas and talk about it.
Now you're talking.
Well, let's get going and see how we, if we have had a good discussion. See how we move along, and hopefully we'll move along a little bit faster. It would be nice, but we'll see.
We were on 10.
So we're on the facilities about halfway through, I think.
You stopped at 4635, heating repairs, commissioner's courtroom.
Chris, come on up.
Oh, he's playing hardball today. He had the hat on. Great.
Can't do them.
If I might, could we just go through the Superior Court and figure out how we can reduce the Superior Court?
And understand,
numbers
Bob,
for
that
this?
they take possession of the Superior Court March 31st, right? It's all there.
So they'll have it for a quarter, right?
Yes. So as it's just a matter of getting through January, February, and March.
So, I mean, the first one is electric for Superior Court, you know, and we've already covered electric. But they've got a budget request of 10,000 and a year-to-date spend of $8,372. And if I said, okay, Superior Court Electric should be January, February, March, and I just assume $1,000 a month, I'd bring that to $3,000.
Yeah, Chris is nodding. Tammy?
Could you tell me which number we're on? I'm sorry, I wasn't here last.
No, I'm sorry, it's Department 1030.
Yeah.
Facilities, and we are on,
That's 4305.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think that can go, I think we can take 7,000 there. If I drop down to the next,
Well,
wait,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
All right, so if we go down to the next Superior Court, it's 4610. What the heck's 4610? Repairs and maintenance.
Well, there was, okay, yeah.
I'm trying to go
Yeah.
through this,
No,
so,
I just-
so
Bottom one.
it was 1,500, 1,513 was spent, year to date. 1117. I dropped that to $400, and the way I figured that was, I said, let's take the year-to-date amount plus the month-to-date amount in November and divide it by 4 and say that's a reasonable number.
We do 500?
400. Or 4610.
Right, can we do 500, just?
I mean, we could do whatever you know.
Cause what's that right now? Which one, repair and maintenance? Right?
Yeah.
4608,
Yep,
No,
4610.
4610, sorry. I could go to 500, I think comfortably, and at least have something were to happen, I'd have that money to fix whatever. it was.
Sure,
I could
okay,
live- I could live with the 500.
I can too.
I have one more question, sorry. What did you say was spent on 4610?
4610, 1513.
Okay, I don't have a
Well-
correct budget.
That's,
This is
it spent year to date,
this is the. spend year.
as of 11/17.
Okay.
So it was the most current information, the most current information we had at the last.
I'm sorry, I missed the last time, so I'm gonna be a little bit on the guess.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure, Chris, you're okay with 3,000 on 4305?
Yeah,
Yep. And then you'd be okay with 500
yes,
on 4610. The next Superior Court is electric repairs. You had 500 there, I'd say put it to 100. That was just a wild.
which number? That one is.
4617.
I have to ask why you said 3,000 for 4305, because if we're talking about a quarter of the year. And they're only at, it just seems high, but. I had a.
Electricity would probably be in that, it's close to $1,000 a month. It's
Okay.
right there.
Even with the building basically being empty for the last month before closing or something, I mean,
They're still gonna charge us.
yeah.
yeah,
Well, I just thought we wouldn't be using as much, we won't.
Look, these are part of stuff we can't negotiate.
I don't,
If you're not running monitors, you're not paying anything for them. I would say, I guess my misunderstanding when the building's actually gonna be vacant versus,
we have until the end of March to get out of the.
oh,
building.
okay.
We will probably, I imagine we'll probably be there most of
we're
March.
desperately trying right now, Robin, to renovate. To get them, if we could get them
Yeah.
out sooner, we would,
Yes.
wouldn't we?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We,
No,
they could have the building sooner, so I mean, we're trying, now it's a matter of getting the permits and everything lined up, we're doing great over here at deeds, the new deeds, but. That's a process, so. if we
One
could-
of them is we just started the renovation in sheriff's office for those people to move up to the sheriff's office and when that's done, they can move and Belfast would be plenty happy to move it up if they could.
So then the next one I would say for Superior Court 4623 is air conditioning maintenance. I would drop that from 500 to 0.
Yes, that was already, already, that's already at zero.
Okay. Then the next Superior Court was cleaning, maintenance. I said, take a quarter of the year to date, drop that to 350 instead of 800.
We did, so we dropped 400.
400, I'm sorry. I'm okay with that. This was just stuff I was trying to do on my own.
Yeah.
Heating repair, I guess HGT is heating repairs.
Yes,
Okay, 4636. I would drop that from 1,500 to 500. Did we do something last time on that one?
No, we
No,
haven't got that far, we stopped.
We stopped at 4635.
500 sound reasonable on that for you?
some.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't think zero sounds reasonable. We haven't
No
spent
boiler,
anything
Bob, and it
the
might
last 2
take a-
years.
Well, yeah, I mean, we just,
Service call.
I agree, but she's an old furnace. I'd like to at least see 500 in there.
I would
if we
say at
could.
least 500, very least.
Then, the next one, Superior Court elevator, I said, drop that to 0.
What's your number on it?
What number?
4837. Bingo.
500.
Is that really repairs? Is the annual inspection fee? in there?
Yeah, that is in there as well, where it's. I think it's under contract. I think we have
Do
to-
they require-
I know the jail,
Yes.
the jail wants quarterly you have to pay.
Do they require you to have the inspection before we get rid of the building?
No, it's already been inspected.
Yeah, so
Yes, that's part of the year-to-date for
Yeah.
478.
Yeah,
So if we could drop that to 0 then,
think
or
so.
do you need something in there?
Could we leave like 200 in there? Just-
We could.
Okay, so 3, we drop it down.
So we went from 5 to 2.
Yep.
Next Superior Court is,
4837.
next Superior Court is 4891,
41.
40.
Plumbing
Oh,
repairs?
I missed that, Superior Court plumbing.
Yes.
I say leave 250 there, cause you never know when something's gonna hit the fan.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you?
250,
Yep,
300, okay? My-
300 is fine. But we're a committee, it's not me. I'm just trying to
No,
help
but
us
these are
go
great
through
ideas.
this.
Well, now we're going to
Great-
the other
great
extreme. We're
point.
going hyper vigilantly
I
fast.
know.
Yeah,
But
but I spent time looking at this hypervigilally slowly. So 300 on 4841,
48,
okay? The next one, 4891,
so that is the, what's it called? Panic buttons there. It's their security system that we have in court and that is all under contract.
4891's under contract.
Yes, but that's also for a year. And I think those ones come out, those are definitely quarterly, like 3 months.
So how much is the contract per month?
I took a quarter of the 3,000 of,
Is that all that's in that line?
Yes. It's
Okay,
specifically just for the security over there, to maintain it, and just in case I know I've had to call them in to like fix it one time. I could probably drop that down to,
400.
Well, no,
No.
quarterly, the thing would be
Yeah.
at least 750.
yeah, I would say
Right.
750, and that gives me, if something where I need to call for a.
But our year-to-date spend 11/17/23 was 1559,
Yeah,
and I took a quarter of the year-to-date spend.
yeah.
I didn't take a quarter of the
Yep.
requested budget.
But if it's contracted and it's around 3,000 a year, what that tells me is we just haven't had the
If
third
it's-
quarter bill yet. So that's
So-
why the year-to-date spend is.
So at 3,000, I'm assuming it's
That's what I-
$250 a month. So what if we did 2, 5, 6, 750?
I'm okay with it. 750,
Chris?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
okay, fuel Superior
So
Court.
this is the one, I left that there on purpose, I can talk this one down. Right now, I would say could we keep, just in case for emergency, someone having, if we could keep $2,000 in there for
I put 35.
35?
That's what I calculated. I said, let me take a quarter of the year-to-date cost.
I'm okay with that, and that makes me feel better, just in case something would happen, we have it there.
Let's see.
So we're leaving 3,500 in that account,
Yeah,
Yes,
saving 12,500.
the next
And the
Superior,
tank is full, correct?
You flipped a page. Did you
oh,
just
this
have
is not,
that page?
this
Okay.
is my Excel.
the next security court is maintenance supply,
Yeah,
I could drop that one, I could get that one right, to probably 500.
To which one?
53.
5327.
What did you have, Bob?
I had $150. I did that because I said the Superior Court maintenance,
Right.
maintenance supplies, I guess, maintenance
Right,
supplies.
tools, anything, you know, things break that I can fix or something.
Yeah, I said a quarter of the year to date, because our year to date as of 11/17 was $523.
Hmm.
So if we take a quarter of that, that's 150.
Mhm.
Do you think you need more than that?
Hopefully not, you know, knock on wood, things have been okay in the building so far.
Okay, so let's drop it to 150. If everybody's okay with it.
Which one was that? I'm sorry.
53,
53, 27.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
So that was just the Superior Court stuff.
You did a great job on that.
Thank you. I mean, I suggested a lot of other cuts.
Well, we never finished really, I felt, our discussion about electricity in this portion of the budget last time. As far as the total electricity in this budget is 66.5, which is very high considering that they now have the solar.
Well, and understand also, if I may, Robin, that although we have solar panels that we put up at the EMA, and they weren't online. I mean, they were up and ready to go, but leave it to the solar companies or CMP or somebody. You know, they just kind of sat there, and so we technically, poor Chris doesn't have any
track
idea
record.
yet what the savings will be.
Yeah,
I mean,
understand
we're
that.
gambling,
Right,
but so I mean, I think, and I don't know about you
but
folks,
it's
but
very consistently, every electric line is significantly higher.
and
here.
I will say the
And-
reason for that is when I was trying to very horribly trying to do what Gary is successfully doing, I was seeing power bills that tripled with no lie. The
Hmm.
commissioners, at one meeting, we ended up taking what, 75,000 from
Yeah.
one of our savings accounts to put it in, because power bills,
If power is terrible.
they tripled.
So,
Right.
Else I do in my research too with looking, because I have a grid and an Excel sheet for everything, trying to do per month. I obviously say too with the electricity, you know, what I asked, I probably could have asked for more, quite honestly, that with the electricity now, I feel safe in it. But cutting it, I do think, because it's just so volatile, I don't know.
can I tell you what I did, and then we can see whether we have any agreement or not. I basically looked at your electricity for all of these categories, 4303 through 4308. And we've already made our discussion or decision on the Superior Court, so. I looked at what we spent year to date, and I'm not sure if I took year to date and added the current month. And then just kind of rounded it. Let's just look at 4303. Yeah, so for facilities, 4303. We had spent 7804. And then we had a month to date in November of 704. And it's like about 8,500. And so I said, let's put 8,500 down for you. Is that reasonable?
8,500 for which one?
For,
Be the commissioners, electricity commissioners court, 4303.
and maybe we should shut some of these lights down. Oh, no. Oh, 4303.
But here's, can I say something?
Sure.
We're changing the way we're getting our electricity now
Yes.
for next year. And yes, the rates have gone up, but now what we're really gonna see is what we're generating versus our usage. So if we're, to keep it super simple, if we were generating exactly what we were using, all we'd be paying is the monthly connection fee.
Right.
So the rates may go up 40%, but if our actual usage is only going up 2%, that's really what matters for us as far as the budget
So,
for next year.
yeah, so basically what I did was I said, let's take a look at what we spent in 2023
Yeah,
and hold it at that level. Because we don't have any more information about how much we're gonna be able to reduce the electric bill because of the solar power.
how much, what's the percentage of generation that we have now that we're offsetting our usage with?
We're not online yet, but
Oh, we're
we,
still not online?
about
I thought
half
you said-
the sheriff's office and half
Oh.
of the farm. But that's, the power, we all have to remember, we got this glossy leaflets in the mail about every other day before the vote on the CMP thing. And I'll bet you CMP is thinking now how to raise the rates. They spend $1 million on advertising to get that bill passed. And you know, and I know they're gonna get back.
Well, I just caught a little blip on the news the other day that said power bills are going down.
That's right.
Unfortunately, Robin, we don't have the information just yet from what the savings that we're securing so far. You're right, with regard, the EMA, any additional that it doesn't utilize there is deducted from this
The other
building.
bills.
And
Right.
it has recently gone online, the one at the sheriff's department. I don't believe that.
Right, so EMA is online,
Yeah.
Yes,
okay, and the sheriff's department, you don't know when. will go up.
Probably another 30 or 60 days.
The panels up, Thanksgiving week or the week after that, so
Okay.
that they are not online.
And
So
the
I mean-
EMA is supposed to cover all of the EMA building.
yes, ma'am.
Their building, yes.
Yeah.
their
Right.
building, yes.
Yeah, and the runoff would
Yes.
come up here, yeah.
And I will say
So-
too,
So there's no reason for the EMA building to be more than 400 for next year. If they're completely offsetting their electricity,
the
they're
bills
only
that-
paying the monthly
I've got a
connection.
few bills and they're close to $200 a month, so. let's say, So
so their array is not completely offsetting their
it's
usage.
not completely offsetting, no, much cheaper than everywhere else, but not completely offsetting, no.
Okay, and do you know what is the monthly connection fee? Because I only really know the residential connection
I'd have
fee.
to look at
I
it.
mean,
right
is the 200 a monthly connection fee?
I
Or
bet
is
it,
it
I'd have to
actually
look at
usage?
the
bet it is,
details.
but-
I don't have them right in front of me.
Right, because that would be really good to know, because if, you know,
Mhm.
as I already said, so I
Yeah.
won't repeat myself. But
Right.
So let's put a stake in electric. Can we do that?
Well, going back to that, there was one thing, I talked with Barry this past week. The line 4302, I had requested 55. I actually had found an error in the current year-to-date spending. So we can actually take the 55 down probably to I would say 4,000.
Okay. So let's go 4,000 on 4302. 4303,
303 commissioners support.
yep,
You
Can we
had
go-
just said 85, can I go to 9?
yes. 4304,
well, that's that EMA one.
Yeah.
Right.
EMA, you wanna go down to 2,400
let's,
or 4,800?
Well, no, I mean, if you said the last couple of bills were 200.
200,
so what if
Right.
we assume, what if we say 225 a month, if that's the connection fee? Like you said, and I wish Dale was here, but, that would bring it to about 2,700.
Seven? Could we do 3 to have that playroom just in case? Back to 3 doesn't.
That does make sense, especially where Dale isn't here. to-
Yes, because
Yeah.
the time that it's been done, we've actually had longer daylight. So in the winter months when there's,
Oh,
you're gonna get.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's
just the
true.
reality of it.
Okay, so that still drops that line down 5,500.
Yep. 4307,
with the sheriff's office, they're going to be moving back in there, but also, you know, we do have the solar panel. I do not know what to expect. So I
Yeah.
don't have any information or data. with
so,
that.
so can we kind of put it at 9750? And the reason I'm saying that is because that was the year-to-date amount plus the month-to-date amount in November.
Oh, okay.
9750.
Was that dispatch or sheriff's? I
That
missed-
one is the sheriff. 4307.
So you want that at what number, Bob? 97?
9750. I mean, that's what I came up with,
Yep.
right? It's not what I want, it's what I think we need
Well,
to have to make it.
They're all anxious for that solar to,
Just to make it around, we make it up.
And then 4308,
Dispatch, that building was always running, they do not have a solar, panel, do not have solar panels up there. Year to date,
It was 9230 last.
9230,
That's-
plus the month to date was 1084. So
and the electricity is going up, I would still like to keep my request there at 16.
remember, that's 24/7, that building is occupied.
I mean, 16 seems a little rich, but you've given up some of the others, so I'm okay with that. I don't know what about the rest of the.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
Linda, I think it was you that expressed that there's a 30% increase that we can anticipate in water and sewer. Is that to pay for that road work that's going through Searsport? I'm just wondering.
Okay,
Not quite.
so do we finish the electric?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
And we're gonna keep that at 1600 or
Yes,
16,000?
please. Yeah.
Okay,
so do we want
Oh,
to?
Shoot, I didn't write down the number for 4304. What?
4304, 3000. Can I tell you what I did with water and sewer?
What did you do, Bob?
I did, I took the year to date, divided it by 3. Took a, year to date plus 1/3 of the year to date. I don't even know what I did. I wrote my note down, but I can't follow it. Let me just look real quick. 303.
Well, we have to keep in mind that the drinking water program is, we're probably gonna approve a rate increase of 30%.
That's right. So what I did was I took the water and sewer, I believe year to date and multiplied it times 1.3. That's what we ought to have. Jack, there's your 30.
Probably, yeah, it's probably all right.
What did we spend on
but-
that so far?
I'm sorry.
What did we spend on that so far?
So you spent $745 on 4309. And what I did was, I rounded a lot, you know, and I said, put that at 1300.
What did you mean by year to date times 1.3 then?
Hold on, I gotta try to figure out what I did. And that doesn't mean I couldn't have made a mistake. Oh, what I did, because those are quarterly bills.
Yeah, that's what I was
right?
gonna get at, right?
Okay, so what I did was I took the year to date, 745. Okay, and 1/3 of 745, assuming that was 3/4.
Okay, yeah. And then you inflated it by 1.3.
And then
Right, that makes more sense.
That's
When
what
you
I
said
did.
year to date times 1.3, that's what I was gonna get.
I got my wrong notes here.
So that came to what, how much?
If I just go down 4309, I said 1300. EMA,
Zero. They're on the well.
oh, they're on a well.
Yes, EMA can be, that's.
Well, how come we had,
They're on a
EM
I have it as zero in one, I didn't request any money for EMA waters.
but how come we've spent year to date 1488?
Because they were there for half.
Oh, okay. All right, zero. Cause I gave you money there. We already talked about the Superior Court.
What did you put that one at, Bob? Because I missed that. The Superior Court, 4311.
750.
Uh,
That's what I did. I just took a third of their water and sewer.
Yeah.
sewer bill. 4312 4313. I've got 2,500.
You took out how much?
what?
I gave more than what he asked.
Because they've already spent, is that 1420 or 17? I can't remember.
They've spent 1419 year to date.
Yes.
And what I did was I said, I bumped that up by the 1.3,
And you came up with,
2,500.
okay,
So that increases that one
correct.
slightly. And then the next one, 4314. Dispatch. I've got 1,300. So. That's water and sewer. And I made some minor changes to everything else, but I think
So it's a
those
net
were, those
increase
were
of-
the big,
That was a net increase of $600 then. For water and sewer. Right.
I think,
Yes.
it did. I'd have to add it. So that's,
Could you run over those numbers again, with
What-
water, sewer, starting with commissioners?
give
I
me a
have
number,
1,300 for Commissioners.
4309, is that what you're?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
43.
4309.
1,300.
Yep,
4310
yep,
4311 750. 4312 4313 2,500 and 4314 1,300.
thank you.
You're welcome.
But you're keeping the running tally on.
I am, that's why I asked.
Good.
Wow, you had some time to invest.
I spent about 4 hours on
Yeah.
facilities.
No kidding. So I just installed a brand new toilet. Can you come over and talk to me? My usage?
Well, I don't know what a big shitter is.
A big one.
Anyhow,
And my eyes are brown.
so I think those were for me, those were the areas where I thought this budget could be addressed.
You're running a spreadsheet, right, Gary?
I am,
So you'll have a running figure for us.
that's my goal.
Thank you.
53, 750 and changes. Decreases. That's so bad.
Be the spreadsheet.
So I don't know if you want to go through the rest of it or what, or you just want to say, okay,
Well, if we were to start, we'd be at 4635, correct?
Wait for Gary.
I do not have the correct budget. All my year-to-date figures are wrong.
that's because you're not using
This is incorrect too.
this.
What, good Lord, what did I put down? I'm sorry.
I don't know, I wasn't here
Yeah,
last
you
week, so
didn't
I'm
get the-
sorry.
you didn't
You
get
didn't
the
get the
more
update.
current-
I didn't
You
get
haven't got
any
the updated,
updates.
sorry, Tammy.
So,
I don't.
So you don't know what the hell we're doing?
No,
Oh, I
I'm,
do.
well, just giving numbers, I mean,
Yeah,
you
as
know,
long
it's
as
going
it's-
late.
well, I guess
don't
I do have
to
my
look at it.
updated.
I'm sorry.
So I went through everything and I probably have everything correct that I was looking at. That's okay.
So what did you just ask the last thing about? Are we resuming? Are we just going? What did you just ask that last date on this?
Well, I was asking if we're gonna be going back to 4635 and continuing.
That's where we broke.
Which is where we broke it.
We need,
Well, Mary wasn't here, so we should at least inform her of what had happened at 8 o'clock. But I'm not the chair, Tom.
So
Sorry,
give me a
Dawn.
really quick version.
So could we start from the beginning? Because I just want to make sure that I have all of your corrections and I can start from the top and go down and tell you what I have. And you can tell me if I'm wrong.
okay,
Sounds good.
Does that sound okay?
That would get you an area.
you wanna go on 430302
I'd like to start at 4105, please.
105?
So mileage 750.
We didn't make any change.
We didn't make any changes.
But I'd like to start from the top just to make
Right,
sure that
right.
we have, we're on the same page. 4110, 250,
No changing.
4200, 3500,
Yes,
4302, 4000,
yes,
4303, 9000,
yes,
4304, 3000,
yes,
4305, 3000.
yes.
Okay,
43,
just one tad slower. I'm trying to write
Slow
it.
down, yeah.
sorry,
Okay.
4307,
Okay, what was
10,000.
05?
There is.
5 to 3,000.
Oh, geez, so what was 04?
3,000.
They're both 3,000, okay. What was the number?
3,000. So 4306,
0,
4307,
10,000.
I had 9750.
Yeah, I did too.
No, he asked to have it.
I asked.
He asked
I-
that up to 10,000.
10,000.
He said 9750, I said we rounded up to 10,000.
Okay, okay.
4308, 16,000,
That's correct.
4309, 1,300,
Correct.
4310, 0,
Correct.
4311, 750,
Yes,
4312, 0,
yes,
4313, 2,500,
correct.
4314, 1,300,
Correct.
4315 and 16, 0,
Correct.
45,900, 3,500.
45.99.
45.99, sorry.
45.99.
How much? It's the same, same.
We've got it at 3,500. I had a question mark there because.
Yeah.
Do you know that that's what, you have a pretty good feel that that's the
No, it's a-
electricity need?
It's actually a new line and I've had some bills. Cause now I will be responsible for paying the electricity bills for all the power sites.
Yeah.
Looking at the bills and just with the electricity release that was, best educated district.
Okay,
Those towers need to be running.
yep,
You're absolutely.
35,
4,600, 0,
correct,
4601, 3,000,
correct,
4602, 4,000,
correct,
4603, 2,000,
correct,
4604, 2,500.
Correct.
4605, 2,500.
correct.
4606, 3,000,
Yeah.
4606, 3,000.
Yes, that's
Okay.
fine. I came up with a different.
4607, 2,000.
Correct.
4608, 3,000.
Correct,
4609, 2,000.
correct,
4610, 500.
Correct.
4611, 0.
Correct.
4612, 1500.
4612,
Okay.
2,500?
1500.
Okay.
1,005. Oh, we changed that last time.
1,500.
Okay. Yes,
It's minus 1,000. Right?
Yes.
What-
Minus
yeah.
1,000, yes. 4613, 2,500.
Yes.
4614, 500. 4615, 500. 4616, 250. 4617, 0. 18, 0. 19, 250. 4620, 1,000. 21, 1,000. 4622, 0.
Wait a minute, 4622 AC.
Zero.
EMA, that's 0, right? Okay, good. Cause they don't have AC, all right.
4623, 0.
Yes.
4625, 1,500.
That was 500.
500.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
4627, 250.
how about 26?
Yeah, what about 26?
Oh, sorry. 4626, I have 1,000.
Yep.
Then 4627, 250.
Yes.
4628, 1,250.
Yes.
4629, 400.
Yes.
Yes. Correct.
4630, 1,500. 4631, 300. 4632, 2,000.
Yes.
4633, 100.
Yes.
4635.
That's where we stopped.
That is where we stopped last time, yes. I have 2,000. 4636, 500. 4637, 0. 4638, 1,500. 4639, 1,000. 4640, 1,000. 4641, 500. 4642, 500. 4660, 1,200. 4661, 450.
Well, we haven't gone through any of these ones.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
said that's
so-
where we stopped.
That's where we saw,
So then you,
so.
then you
That
had,
Picked up on Superior Court.
you picked up on Superior Court, so I was just gonna run through this real quick.
Okay, we made no changes between there and 40. So
So,
we stopped there. We didn't review
We
it.
we didn't stop.
so they made changes this morning.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
not Superior
okay.
Court stuff.
Okay.
So I'll start at 4837, 200.
Correct.
4837 elevator repairs,
Okay.
Superior Court, 200.
That was 300.
No, 200.
That we saved.
Minus.
39 is 750. 40 is 750. 41 is 300. 42 is 0. 43 is 750. 44 is 750. 45 is 500. 90 is 3,000. 91, 750. 5205, 13,000. 5206, 5,000. 5207, 3,500. 5208, 0. 09, 4,500. 10, 3,500. 11, 3,500. 25, 1,500. 26, 500. 27, 150. 28, 0. 29, 500. 5329, oops, 5329 is 500. 5330, 750. 5331 is 250. 5335 is 1,200. And then the remainders are zero.
Oh, wait, okay, wait, can you just? No, but turn the page. It's above the title.
Oh, I see it.
5331
Okay.
is 250.
Yeah, page.
Yeah, all right.
Is that too? What's 5335?
5335, I have 1200. And you give me 1 second, and I will give you a grand total. So those totals, the current total is $306,442. $306,442. That is a difference of $48,200.
What was the percent of increase?
What's that?
Percent of increase?
7%? Which doesn't sound right.
No.
No, well, that was before the changes.
Right,
Right, you're asking post change.
correct.
Just a second. .86.
How much?
.86.
Which didn't, it's a
That's not-
decrease.
it's a decrease.
It's going from 331 to 306.
He's looking at,
No,
The-
looking at the expended last year, not the current for this year. Column total.
I'm looking at what the request was versus what your request is.
it says a percentage.
So you're on this
51.
Which two numbers did you?
Here, you're on this page now.
No,
No? Okay.
you hold on.
What Robert is saying, she's looking at the budget of this current year, which is $331,000.
Thank you, Barb.
She's looking at what all the additions that we did today, or subtractions, that equals to 306,042. Correct. So she's saying that it's a decrease from.
So you
I'm just-
decrease,
Yeah,
I'm understanding.
Because we're talking about these percentages that we're
right.
trying to restate.
so he's at a negative 7.61%.
That makes,
So he has a decrease of negative 7.61%.
And a lot of that was because of the superior. book.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
superior.
Do you wanna go through the other line items? Or
No, I think that, I mean, it's really not
I-
the anyways, but
So at this point, I would entertain a motion that we accept the budget of, what was it, 3,306?
$306,442.
I make a motion that we accept the budget of 306,342.
442.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made that we accept, yeah.
Yeah.
$306,442. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? Pass unanimously. There,
Thanks, Cliff.
Thank you, Dan.
thank you, Gary.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, guys.
Folks, and that has coffee behind you and cookies and stuff if anybody needs a cup.
Thank you. We take a break for a minute. Anybody's got to go to the bathroom, find one of those, and I'd like to have. On 11/17.
What one do you have?
Salt.
Yeah, it's the same one I had.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can I borrow yours too?
Yes.
You make that two, please.
I can.
Yeah,
please.
thank you.
Oh, this is like, any, is that what I did?
Thank
Sorry.
you.
It was fair, thank you.
Really?
So, what Amy explained was, this is a new percentage sheet, and you'll see the correction that was made with, the jail. We reduced it with the income that we received for the jail, so it brought it down to 0.01% increase.
Okay, it didn't change this.
It did
We
not
gone with that
change.
from the 17.
No,
And then there's also the change to interest on this one. Bringing it
Before we
down
get back into
five
this,
hundred to
when we get into the next week,
We'd be
I
on
will
Oh,
probably leave it. We have like 75 events. going
and
on.
then
This is-
this is the revised
I
GA's
just have to be
budget
there.
from the last time.
Besides that,
So
they want me to
You
sing
want
3
to
solos.
put it in your binder.
You
So, and then this sheet is
Oh my God.
in the.
got a dog?
Yeah, no, I had mine rearranged.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh my God.
Thank you. You're welcome.
You would love me to really.
You'll keep her forever. Good for you. You can bring her to work. She's 3 years old.
Historical Pomeranians.
Pomeranians. Maine, yeah. I had a Pomeranian years ago. And they're truly.
And so
I
have our bell ringers play. for 45 minutes. And then different people do leave the solos or do that for Christmas music. Those people down there. That's just kind of fun. They would have booked me for an hour.
That's exciting.
Here she goes. Oh, no, that's nothing about it. So then I have to.
For now.
I have to, then I have to play water auctioneer. I can talk all night.
Congratulations. Can you do that really fast?
I tell people, I don't think that she was very gonna be right now. The only thing is, I'm stopping until everything is sold. I'm gonna have to play Mrs. Claus. We do it. Really?
You're really busy.
I have to
Very,
relay,
very
I have to
cute.
make hot cocoa for that, so.
You're gonna see noise.
And then Sunday.
I brought him in the other day. I'm like, "What's wrong today?" And
Oh, we have a great time. We really do. There's a lot going on there down. Oh.
No. Would you step out in the hall and ask them to join us so that we could get started? I could see him. I can see him. Right.
Knock on the door. Oh, no, he don't.
No, I can't see who it is, but I'm thinking one must be Tim.
yeah.
Must be.
And it's like, we need them. Yeah. The realize there's two.
And this Sunday, the 10-day ringers are gonna be.
So while we're just sitting here, does anybody know any good jokes or any good gossip?
So a duck and a priest, and a rabbi walk into a bar.
Oh, boy.
I call it all. I lost the rest of it. Gone.
We got a good politician.
Oh, I don't know. It could be wrong. When are we looking at our next budget meeting? Are you guys kicking that around in your minds while we're sitting here?
I thought it was
We had
next
talked
week.
about it next Saturday at 10 o'clock to 3.
Okay, don't get mad. I was just asking.
That's why I was just saying to them that I have to leave it there next Saturday. So many things going on.
That was pretty, I don't think, I never saw the minutes of this meeting was at 8 o'clock.
I didn't either.
If I hadn't have asked about that, I made the mistake when I was looking at those other minutes to say, I thought we said 9. I would have showed up at 10. I never
I
saw.
have to put the motions from this meeting, and I think in the future, when it's, I should put, those meetings have to be changed since or something, but that was the motion that was made.
I swear when we left.
I'm sorry to chase you down, Tim.
No, when they left,
Oh, you're fine.
right.
Wednesday before Thanksgiving, that changed.
What was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving?
That was the email from Barbara changing it.
Yeah, and I never saw that. Okay. That's why Glad
Guess we're back in order. Terry, you're up.
I'm up.
Hey, Carrie.
So I'll let you guys take lead. Any questions about my budget? Overall, I am down by 1%.
My only question was back to the capital outlay, when we first talked about the office furniture. And we've already bought a lot this year, and we're really gonna need to buy that much more.
So my capital outlay is for my NDS software, my accounting program. And that program is shared with the jail. You know, right now, 6,000 is what I spend on my portion of the software.
Is it an annual fee?
It is an annual fee, yes.
And so why is it then a capital outlay?
Capital outlay is used for annual software, furniture, fixtures, and that's what it is
Okay.
called
And
as.
The reason why that line actually will reflect in the red this year is the software NDS. Anytime there's somebody new trying to do it or understand the NDS system, you don't do it for free. They charge you
Yeah,
quite a bit. So,
everybody's got their hand out.
oh my gosh, it truly is ridiculous, Bob.
I had a couple questions.
Sure.
Why are the bank fees and checks so high in 2023? The actuals were 3,076.05 as of 11/17.
Due to some unforeseen circumstances, we unfortunately got charged with some very hefty finance fees on a card by crossover and mail. And despite our efforts to try to recoup those finance charges, the company said, too bad, so sad, which accrued to that hefty overage.
Okay.
What period of time did that cover?
That was a 1 month period. We're charged roughly 15% in overage on a whole total that was used. So, the plan moving forward with this particular vendor is to pay it as soon as I get it. They don't offer a grace period. Unfortunately, the hefty fee ended up by 1 day. They could have been sitting on their desk, and they just didn't care. So, yes.
Can you change vendors?
It's been,
What about everything?
but it's been discussed, and it's not an easy solution to change vendors, because they take care of a lot of the back end of things that would just create more work on our end. So it's not, right now, not an option.
Well, most vendors will at least give you one time.
Now, unfortunately, this vendor is not so nice.
So is this postage mail or electronic payment?
This is
Electronic now.
electronic now, but originally it was going out via snail mail. And, again, when they got it,
We know all of that.
But was your check dated at a time on or before the date of?
Oh, yeah.
oh, yes.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it didn't matter, Bob. It didn't matter.
They keep it in a lockbox usually, and then whenever they pick it up, is when they count it.
Yeah.
'Cause
We
I
also-
use that excuse with the IRS.
Well, yeah, right. That's
Way back.
that's what we should tell.
This
We also-
company, this has happened with this particular vendor before, and they're just not willing to work with us.
Well, and they're unique.
What's
so
the
they don't
vendor
have to.
name?
What's that?
What's the vendor name?
Wex.
Wex?
Fuel. Yeah.
Okay.
Another problem that we ran into just very quickly that we had to take finance charges for was department heads have credit cards, a county credit card. And we were getting away from Bank of America. So the cards were canceled. The account was to be canceled. It was canceled. But it turns out, and it got so tricky, and poor Barb, I can't believe she didn't lose her mind because of it. So the Bank of America did not actually cancel the cards because the cards were in department heads' names. So they had to cancel them. But in the amount of time it took them to let us know this was a problem, any reoccurring charges that they might have had continued to rack up. So then the employees themselves had to call and cancel and then hope that they got that information to Barb quick enough so that when the bill, and of course, the whole time they're racking up finance charges. That was ridiculous, and that wasn't in people's budgets, so that came out of this line also, but we're no longer with Bank of America, but if you are, good luck getting out.
Okay, how about the equipment or repair charges? They seemed a little high too.
So that's the copier, that we have in a shared copier. So that is only a portion of, this includes the contract plus the rate per page for color. And that rate per page for color is 0.1348, and color is used quite often, so a huge portion of that is due to the color copying.
So,
In equipment repair?
Yep. In reviewing this is, I went through last year's budget, and equipment repair has our copier lease, and any,
It should be titled something
Yeah.
different,
Yeah.
obviously, yeah,
and I'm just using what.
Right.
it's
these-
not her, it's not
It's,
her.
That's okay.
And we share it.
In this case, it's actually paid for. That machine is 13 years old, and so this is literally a maintenance contract for repairs too, in which we call a couple times, 2 or 3 times a year, the gentleman has to come in and tweak something.
and that copier that's in that room is on its last leg. And I've seen where they have said that getting parts for it is becoming obsolete. Repairing it may not be an option. So unfortunately, due to the maintenance contract, which already covers the toner and waste cartridge, we do have to pay for the color pages per the contract.
and how long does that contract run?
The contract, well, you pay for the maintenance contract every year.
So
And as long
is it
as you
on-
have
is it on your
maintenance-
fiscal year, is it on a different timeline?
We're on a calendar year, it's year by year.
It's on
Yep.
a calendar. And so you've already committed to 2024 with them? That's the lease is through 2024?
I believe we are.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall anything crossing my, in the last few months.
So based off
Like
last
January.
year, that contract comes in December,
Okay.
and that would be for this year's
Yeah.
charges.
You mean retroactive?
Yes.
So I had a couple other quick questions.
Mary's still going.
I just,
can see her brain
I
going
just
through.
want to finish because I've been through this twice with copiers. And the exponential increase once you're, 13 years is a long time on a highly used copier.
Yep.
And the leases have become far more pleasant in terms of dollars expended once you get out of that cycle. And it really behooves a study of the color pages, the black and white pages, analyzing that closely when you make the new contract. Because if you really pay attention and analyze what your usage is, you can make that a better situation.
I agree.
I was looking at your expenses compared to year to date. Can we drop travel and meals to 200?
So I am currently working on a treasurer's certificate for the county. So I have looked at this line. I would be more comfortable if I could drop to 300. That would give me at least 5 trainings this year. That's at least 3 trips or 4 trips to Augusta, 1 to Bangor. These are particular classes that I'm looking at. Now, I will tell you, I try to be frugal. I try to do webinars as much as I can. Some classes are just not offered with a Zoom
Bob,
meeting.
also, we put more additional requirements on Carrie and
Sure.
her position.
Well, I'm okay with 400. Okay,
You're okay with 400?
yes.
Okay.
Um, can we drop printing and engraving to 500? What do we print and engrave?
These are my checks for NDS. I haven't thoroughly researched this, but this would be my checks, which are purchased directly through NDS. My question out to them is, do I have to purchase them through them, or can I purchase them through a different vendor to reduce costs? And it would also be my deposit slips. And those are not cheap.
So the 3-year average is $574. I was gonna recommend reducing it to 600, not 500.
Can we reduce it to 600?
I will be comfortable with 600.
Okay. And the other one I picked on was postage.
Postage is going up, just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Always go.
No Christmas cards for any of you.
Okay, thank you.
But the
I-
actuals are a lot lower than the budget for the last 2 years.
So the postage meter that we have is split between the commissioners, myself, and facilities. I am the biggest user of the meter. And I know this doesn't reflect it, but we did have a reserve on there, which I have used a reserve. And we just paid, well, I spend about $1,200 on postage to date, based off what the machine's telling me.
And
So and with postage going up, I'm not comfortable cutting myself I'm not comfortable on that line.
So you're saying 800 was not the right number of to date as of the 17th, it's really 1,200?
So that would be 2 reserves that to my knowledge, that I have put on that machine. So I'm not sure what was on there prior to me entering the position. I would be more comfortable at the 1,500. Because I have not had a full year. I personally have not had a full year, and seeing what I've spent on postage through the machine, I'm comfortable at 1,500.
I'm not arguing this yet,
Okay,
but in 2021, the machine had 1,500 put on it evidently,
yep,
and then it was 0 in 2022.
right,
And now you're saying there's 1,200 there.
yes.
So if I averaged 3 years, it's not good for your argument there in terms of support. Just saying. If
But
it's a
it's-
0 year,
But if
couldn't have been that much postage.
but if postage has gone up significantly
It's go-
since 2021,
it's-
then that changes the number.
It's going up. I'm well aware of it going up, but it's not going up to the tune of, we had 15, 0, and we're at 12.
Yeah, but the 0
You
is
know.
because we were still using.
I know, I understand that. I understand
If
that.
I may, because Carrie wasn't here, we were still at the tail end of COVID during that time, and so there was a lot less activity. And some things were not happening at that time, so that's part of the reason why 2021 was looking so reduced.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the finance budget for 81,000.
Because we already made some changes.
We made one change that I have
One change.
documented, which is $200
Carrie, before you
from
speak.
4,800.
Get the number from Carrie, because she's
Hold
got a
on.
spreadsheet there.
I'm sorry, Amy, what line was that?
I have
Printing and engraving. went
printing
down
and
to 600.
engraving was cut by 200, so there should be 200 less in that.
600, okay.
Eight one four seven nine, Carrie, right?
Hold on, sorry. 8147,
479.
81,479.
Is that your motion, Bob?
That's my motion.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded, we accept the budget of $81,479 for the speaker part of the budget. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Carrie did a very nice job on that.
My next line is 1090 audit. Our audit is 14,200. That price is split between the jail and myself. I asked for a $9,000 to come from the finance office, and then the remainder will be coming out of jail. Yes.
That's a really good price on an audit. Just saying,
Is it?
it is a very good price.
If you get the audit done.
Just
get it done.
I said,
Listen to you.
don't flatter yourself, we're still waiting for.
I'm an auditor, so.
Oh, really? Oh my God, would you give us a card before you leave?
So I called the auditor to confirm price, and he gave me 14,000.
And your last completed audit was 2021.
Yeah.
I got the reports and I looked at them.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Any idea when you're gonna get 2022?
Literally, no.
I don't. When I asked, they said that they were working on it, but there was no foreseen date to finish.
I'm open to a motion.
Motion to accept the budget of $9,000 for Department 1090 audit.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded that we accept the budget of $9,000. Any discussion?
The quick discussion is that you've got 2 years worth of audits that you've got to do. And I know we're only gonna account for what we're gonna spend next year. But if we don't get those audits going, then that obligation is going to. increase.
No, truthfully, Bob, I mean, since January, we've been calling them to, get them on it and find out how soon it's gonna start, truthfully.
Yeah, I know.
Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor, show of hands. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next part of it. Here.
Debt services, I'm asking for nothing.
Good for you.
Second that.
Who made that motion? I'm sorry. I didn't catch who made the motion.
Linda.
Oh, okay. And who's second?
Mary.
I thought it
Thank
was a
you.
joke, but okay, yeah.
I did too.
I believe we're the only county in the great state of Maine that is debt-free, folks. Just saying.
You gotta call for a vote. huh?
Yeah.
He did. No, he didn't. We had a motion, we had a second.
We did, okay.
Oh.
I didn't hear the second.
All those in favor of zero
Any
debt.
discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed.
Had to be that guy if we're gonna be that fast.
And then my next portion is 2045 reserves. And I am going to respectfully turn this over to the commissioners. If that's okay.
Wow, way to weasel. Mr. Chair?
What do you wanna know?
So currently we're not asking for anything in our reserves. We have tried desperately over the years to request as little as possible to fund our reserves. And historically, many, many years ago, the budget committee funded the majority of them. In years past, we got to the point where we were basically just asking for funding for severance, I believe.
Yeah, and that was because the accountant was always giving us a hard time because the severance liability was like $250,000. We put in 25 or 50,000 a year, working. But other than that, we take the money on undesignated funds at the end of the year, look at our reserves. And if you look back in history, never asked for money for reserves. I'll always take that money. If it's over 20%, we have to send it back.
Are you comfortable that your reserves are at the right levels?
No, our reserves, unfortunately, but think of us as no different than anybody else's personal. We all used to have savings accounts, you know what I mean? And with the economy and everything the way it is, we've kind of had to tap into it. We've taken great pride over the year, Bob, in funding our reserves and managing And we are eternally grateful that we're able to sell the property to the city of Belfast. Where we've taken and we're accepting that in a long-term payments to ease their burden also. With the payments that they make to us, that will go into some of our reserves, but do we have enough in our reserves? No, because we've had to obviously spend out of them that, you know, we didn't want, just like none of us in our own personal lives, but at this point, we realize with the budget the way it is, we
Adding to the reserve.
yeah, we need to scrape as much as we can versus asking, you know, the taxpayers.
I think for the times we're in, the reserves aren't too bad, really. I mean, because it's tough time.
We had a,
And it might seem like $1 million or 800,000 or whatever, but it's not a lot of money. We could actually be in a couple million in reserves. We would be happier, but I'm not unhappy the point that we're at, because we always have enough to fund what's coming up.
So you're comfortable that the reserves are gonna cover your immediate problem, immediate reasons that you would use the reserve,
We are,
but you
we are,
don't believe that they're as high as perhaps they should be to cover everything
Right.
that they might need to cover.
we, once in a while, we have to reposition one of the reserves, but by and large, I'm pretty happy with them. And we have, you know, technology can go like, we have a 5-year plan on technology. Can go 200,000 or 300,000 in 1 year, just boom. We had like 350,000 in the technology reserve a few years ago, we're down to like 150 now. But we've got to start building that up again.
Okay.
I have a question. We were given this page about the reserve accounts. And, because this is my first time being here and doing this, I have questions about things. And Carrie was able to answer one of them for me, where the TAN, which is the bottom line, was here. And then she explained that was not a reserve account, it was a payment. And I'm looking at, on the far right-hand side, you have a column called Target Reserve, where you list, I guess, what you feel your reserves, those few lines. It's not every line here, it's just the first few. You are in plus positions on more than half of those lines in terms of your goals and targets for those reserve lines. So where does the interest, there's on this column, it's showing an interest of $8,256, of which 384 is the TAN line, so I'm feeling like that shouldn't be part of it. So round number 8,000. Where does that earned interest money go? That revenue, where does that show up? Where does that go?
It'd stay in the general fund. Am I wrong to answer this? But any of the interest that's incurred in an account, unless it would be a jail account specific, would go back into the general fund.
So you don't count that as revenue?
can we just pause this for 1 second? I remember you passing this sheet out and I cannot find it. in my
I'm trying to figure out what sheet she's looking at.
It's
So I
balance,
hold
it's
my-
the actual
reserve
fund
account.
balance.
The
The
fund
fund
reserve
balance.
account.
I'll get it. I don't have this one. Yeah, I cannot find it. in the fund.
I'm gonna. Hold on.
Unless
I'm
it's
gonna
in the
come
very
back to that.
beginning. I remember seeing it. Because it's hard to take part in the conversation when I can't see what the actual reserve fund balances are.
Is that what you just gave us this morning, right?
No,
No.
that's no.
Terry,
Yes,
and
yeah,
to your point that that money continues to stay and is rolled back into the general fund, or it stays in the general fund.
Under reserve.
And it doesn't count as revenue, Carrie, stop me anytime, but it wouldn't count as revenue because the interest that we were earning was being applied toward the TAN note payback.
Correct. So that's why the tan line is there.
And that's making a photocopy for you.
Oh,
What's the
oh,
total in
well,
reserve?
now I.
What's the total? So I haven't figured out the interest, but that should be end of October. And the month just ended.
But I don't have a total. There's no total on.
I'll total, hang on, I've got a calculator, but she took my paper away from me, so I'll
Just a
total.
second.
Spreadsheet.
No,
I can't
Tom,
find my
understand the
spreadsheet.
whole time, one of the craziest drivers that we had this year after seeing what the interest was to pay back on the TAN note, not only did we know we needed to pay it back ASAP, you know, to get the interest down, but a lot of times the driver was, you know, you were constantly looking like, how much do we earn this month to be able to try to cover, you know, what we were coming into, so.
I can't find my spreadsheet right now.
So. This is for, so Tom, I'm gonna do an average.
You want to-
So I'm assuming if it figured out to be 8,256, if it figured out to be 8,256 a month. Okay, interest we were generating. It figures out to be 100,000, which is right because Carrie just paid back and paid the TAN note early, and instead of 256,000, we paid 123. So basically, to your question, Mary, all of the interest that we generated was not counted as revenue because it went toward applying toward a debt.
Okay,
Does that
thank you.
help?
That, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Excellent question, though. And scary. Anybody know what interest rate's gonna do next year? Yeah.
So.
It's gonna be radical,
And no, truthfully, Tom, I absolutely believe you.
up or down, I don't know, but it's gonna be radically one way or the other.
And that's one of the reasons why we kind of positioned ourselves with the interest next year of the TAN.
So
But
haven't you gotten that from your local banks, the reply on what the tan?
we don't open those until next meeting.
Yeah, so their deadline was December 4th,
Uh-huh.
and we have a commissioners meeting on December 7th.
Well,
So at your next meeting, you will
Next
have
Saturday, the
that.
9th.
Yep, you will have that TAN information, which either, they'll present to you.
I myself would think the interest rate would be pretty level next year. And I don't think it's gonna go down. They are having a difficult problem because the economy is doing too well. I mean, keep coming out of these numbers and the economy just keeps ignoring all the numbers and booming. So we'll see who wins out, but I don't think we'll see a big drop like mortgages are on an all-time high.
There's been some interesting information this week since Wednesday, and mortgages have taken a drop, the first drop. But in the next week, we'll even get smarter, but there's been some good news in the last 3 days, so.
I'll give you a little interesting tidbit on banking. During the week of Thanksgiving, 64 banks in the United States requested to close 64 of their branches. Banks are tight for money,
Yeah,
and closing the branches, they
Yeah.
saved. Okay, this past week, 2 banks, Chase Manhattan and Citicorp, requested to close 160 branches.
Really?
Really? So they're really hurting for money.
They should have spent all their money bailing out. Whatever.
I was just reading a typical letter, Tom, and they were saying that banking was really a tough business at the moment.
Okay, so the next,
So the budget request is $150,000.
No, zero.
Zero.
Zero, it's zero, we're asking for nothing there. Bob.
Make a motion that we accept zero for reserves.
Second,
The motion's been made and seconded, zero for reserves. Any discussion? All those in favor?
I'll put for the gentleman.
Any opposed? He's that guy again.
Yep. It's always one, make a note of that, Barb.
It's not smart to zero it out.
Pardon?
It's not a good idea to zero it out.
We're not zeroing them out. We're
Just-
just not adding
That's
to it.
fine, and we'll be sitting here a year from now when that tan does hit us, and we'll be looking for money. So,
Carrie, why do you not have on here interest?
Because interest is the TAM.
Or-
And we don't
or
have.
Interest is to that, well, I know, but normally. And maybe that's why we got into the mess we were in, because we have to go forward with something to the budget committee, so you're gambling that we'll know. Okay,
I'm gambling,
okay, no, that's fine,
and I'd like to visit it on the 9th.
no, and that's perfect, usually in the past, that's what we don't have that information, but we will this year.
so you're not gonna be here on the night.
I cannot be here, but I will,
I will present it to you with a huge smiley face.
I have backup, I have 2 backups.
Okay, no, that answers my question. So normally this process has moved sooner than this date, so we've had to gamble on our number, but you're right. This year we'll be able to have a good solid number to bring before you. Thank you.
Next,
And can I just add, because you were not here, and I think I just want to reiterate again what, Amy said earlier. So my can is paid off completely, because I don't think you were here. I rushed to pay it off. We received 100%, payments from all the towns on Monday, and so Tuesday I went to the bank and interest was only $123,000 versus the
256.
6 that the bank told us, so I felt like there was good saving there. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, no, that was awesome, and again, thank you all the towns that everybody paid right in, that's much appreciated. All right, what are we, 1075?
I'd like to take a moment here before Sheriff Trundy starts. Most of these lines that you'll see here in the sheriff's department, there's really not a lot of wiggle room for anybody. The wages and benefits are not negotiable. There's still a increase of little over $300,000.
$229.
$1,000.
Be specific.
So bearing that in mind, as we go through it, I don't know about a line by line, it's gonna do us any good, but I'm gonna be open for motion. That will be less than what they're actually asking for. And let the department head, Sheriff Trundy, deal with it. Where he wants to take it from, and if he doesn't have enough, then he'll go back to the commissioners and they'll work something else out. Sheriff Trundy, how are you? I am well, go right ahead, sir.
Awesome. Well, good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. I appreciate the conversation we had this morning about moving to the budget quicker. I blocked out the entire day. I was excited about having a conversation about what we do, quite honestly, because to be honest with you, I'm incredibly proud of the work that we do with the sheriff's office. Historically, we have done an incredible amount of work with very little resources. And I dare say, and I'm not trying to brag here, but this sheriff's office is leading the state in being progressive and thinking about not only how we provide public safety services, but how we care for our people in our community, the people that we come into contact with, and finding that balance with how much we ask our taxpayers to pay. I'm fiscally conservative myself, having been a selectman for 6 years. I've gone through these processes, not only at the town level, but at the county level. And we're always mindful of what we ask our taxpayers to pay. I don't want to see my tax bill go up any more than anybody else. But I will say this, that those people that we have talked about, those that are probably the most vulnerable among us in our community, the 11% of our population that's below poverty, people that are struggling with housing insecurity, food insecurity, substance use disorder, mental illness, all of the things that drive a lot of those numbers are the people that we're coming into contact with that day. And so I think it's important that we not only provide public safety for the entire community, but that we be responsive to trying to address those individuals' needs. And I think we've struck a really great balance at doing that. And I look forward to being able to answer your question and share with you why I believe that we are one of the premier counties in the state of Maine. Oh, and if I could, just as everybody knows, I spent a considerable amount of time this week digging through my own budget, preparing to go line by line, because that's what I expected. And there are a couple of lines that I think we can adjust down, and I'd be happy to share that with you when we get there or whenever you would like.
Mary.
So, thank you for that, Jason. And I know as a Rotarian, many of those things Jason said follows through to that in terms of his life, in the community. I, being first year on this committee, you all now know that I like the line by line concept. I'm not here for this one to tear it apart totally, but I have some questions. And I'm happy to hear that when you went through it this week, because you had updated numbers as we did, that you looked at it.
Yep.
And thought about it. I appreciate that. So I, for one, think we're ahead of schedule, by the way, everybody. I, for one, think that maybe, Jason, if you were to home in on the lines that you think could be adjusted, maybe that would speed things up.
I'd be happy to share some of the ones that stood out to me. So what I did to go through this, just so you understand what the process is. So at the sheriff's office, we track all of the spending line per line, and where the expenses are actually credited to. So I was able to go into the spreadsheets that our girls use to track the expenses on both sides.
So Jason, does that mean where there's a couple of places that your spent to date is higher than the 11-17 report we were given? Is that why your number is higher?
Yes, Jason, because there'd be another month. There'd be another month added to that, there's more bills that have been paid since then.
I see what you're asking. Okay, yes. So when I look at the spreadsheets that the girls have, they are entering it as they're doing it. And so they are sending the bills to Carrie, and so there is a process. So
they're more up to date.
The numbers that I'm looking at are
Okay.
the most current that we have. They're
Okay.
actual numbers.
Okay. Okay, that explains that. Thank you.
So one thing that I did find was that there was a couple of expenses that had been shifted around, things that were paid out of one line that traditionally we paid out of another. I talked with the chief about it, and he had caught it after it had happened, and so we've addressed it so it won't happen in the future. And traditionally in the past, when Karen, our former finance director, was here, we had caught something like that, we would have called her and she would have made a quick adjustment. But to be honest, with 4 finance directors this year, things have been a little tumultuous. And to be honest, Carrie's doing a fantastic job. But I also recognize that she's not only trying to learn this system, but she's trying to prepare for this budget process. And so tasking her with trying to move funds around is not necessarily something we felt was a priority. We just felt like we'd adjust it. So that is also part of the reason why I think we can adjust some of these lines. So I'll get to it. One of the first things that jumped out at me was dues. So the line is at 11.5. I pulled together a list of all of the things that I believe should be in dues. And just to give you an idea, those are dues for the FBI National Academy, Maine Chiefs of Police, Maine Sheriffs, Chamber, Rotary, NEFBN, TLO, which is a investigative program with all of our law enforcement officers use to gather data on suspects and victims and addresses and vehicles and all of that. National Sheriffs, we pay our Great Farm Rifle Club $350 so that we are allowed to use their range for all of our qualifications. We pay $1,300 a year to Wolfcom, who maintains our data system for our old camera video system that we used before we went to the current system. Pack Track, which is a software program for our K9. Anyway, I totaled them all up and I felt like those they came to $4,625. So that's, after I reviewed it, that's what I think our yearly dues line should be. And what I think we could reduce that line to and be fine. So from 11.5 down to 40.
Actually, it was 11.6, I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
it's not 11.5.
4820 to 4600.
To 4625 is the total that I came with. All of the things that I believe should be in there.
Okay.
Well, I'm really happy because I was gonna make a recommendation of 4,900.
Oh, I was
Thank you for digging in.
at 45.
One of the lines I noticed that was down was printing. So one of the things that I did, I built a spreadsheet for myself and tracked expenses back all the way to 2016 the line, so that I could get a better history and understanding of not just the last year or two, given COVID and some of the things that have strange last couple of years that we've had. I didn't want to just rely on a couple of years of data. I wanted to look back. So in the in some of those lines, and go back to where it was here. Which line was I just on here?
48, 40.
4840 is printing.
Yeah, what I noticed under the printing line was that, you know, there are some years where it was way down, there were some years where I overspent it. And so I dug into the line by line, you know, accounting, and found that the reasons that we had gone over from year to year was because of printing forms like our continuity of evidence sheets, which is like $500 every time we did it. Cease harassment notices, trespass notices, they're like $150 of printing. So as I started looking at line for line, there were some years where we got hit with numerous of those things where we needed to refill them. There were other years where we didn't need to necessarily. So that line really fluctuated back and forth. So when I looked at it over the recent time, it looked like it was underspent. When I looked at it over 6 or 7 years, I saw that it was fairly accurate. So I wanted to point that line out just because it does stand out if you look short term as something that we're underspending. 5377 online training subscriptions. So for many years, we've used a company called JPMA for all of our online training for our mandatory trainings for law enforcement corrections. We anticipated that that was probably going to go up as they sold this year to Police One. So there's an organization in Maine called Dirigo Safety, and we have partnered with them over the last few years. They're an organization that's fairly new, probably 5 or 6 years old. They're made up of former chiefs, former sheriffs, lawyers, retired people from the AG's office. They have basically taken over contracting with the state for policy development of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, the Maine Chiefs of Police. They've built a very robust training program. And so they also built a competitive online training program to compete against JPMA. So we inquired with them and they gave us a bill this year of $1,500. So that is what we have shifted to. So we can reduce that line to 1,500 moving forward. We've gone with JPMA for that.
Okay, so just to make sure, 5377 goes to 1,500.
377 can move down to 1,500. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a savings of $1,750.
One of the lines I did want to talk about quickly, and again, it's one of those ones that can appear to be underspent year to year was our training academy, which is 5378. And so just to give you an example of some of the fluctuation that I've seen in that, for a number of years, we have recruited a lot of blue pins into our patrol division. So this line particularly was created to pay for tuition to the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, which is about $3,000 per person when you send them there.
What's a blue pin?
A blue pin is somebody that's Criminal Justice Academy certified.
They already come
So if they've
certified.
gone through the academy, they get assigned what we call a blue pin, which means they're academy certified. If they're only qualified to work as a reserve officer, they get a green pin. So in our industry, we refer to them as green pins and blue pins. So we've been recruiting a lot of blue pins, guys who have already gone through the academy, and we haven't really dug into this line much. But this year, we've cycled 10 people. We've lost from Sheriff Trafton's retirement to back a few months ago, we've had 10 people leave for private sector jobs, going down the law enforcement office agency to pay better, moved out of state, took a job as a town administrator in Winterport. So we've had a variety of reasons, but we've been able to hire all those positions back. But in doing so, those individuals that we've hired are all green pins. They're all people who have just that certification, which means they are all going to have to go to the Criminal Justice Academy, which means they're going to pay $3,000 a piece. So in years past, we've underspent that because we really haven't had to rely on sending anybody to the academy. We've been paying to, basically bring in blue pinners. But now we're in a situation where we're going to try to pay some of those tuitions early this year out of money that we haven't spent to try to make it a little less tough on us next year. So, and we've already had this conversation about that was pending. So just a little explanation on that line when you look at it.
So 6 times 3,000 is 18,000.
Yep.
You've got 6,000 on this line.
Yep.
So you've got 12,000 in 2023 that you're gonna use towards this.
No,
Are you increasing this line from 6,000 to a higher number?
no.
No, we're not.
Where's the money coming from?
Right. What we're gonna try to do is use from the training budget this year.
Yeah.
On because on 5378, I think you'll find on your appropriation report that it's already overspent.
Yes, I do see that.
Yes. Okay. We're gonna try to because of having so many new guys and such the turnover, we haven't had as many training opportunities that we use our normal training line for.
5375 you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
And so our intention is to try to use some of that fund, some of those funds to send. We have 3 cadets or 3 deputies that are slated to go to the academy in January.
Mhm.
So our intention is to try to use unexpended funds from 2023. We have 1 in the academy now, so we've
Mhm.
already paid for that.
Mhm.
We have 3 that we're gonna send in January, that leaving us 2 more to
Mhm.
go in the fall,
Yeah.
which would leave us at the $6,000 to use in the fall to send those 2 guys.
Okay. Well, you definitely have the money in that line 5375, so.
So
okay.
we're trying to borrow from this year to basically offset next year so that we don't have to ask for that increase, is what we're trying to do. And to Matt's point, when you have 10 people turning over in an agency of 24 sworn,
Yep.
obviously getting a lot of opportunities and people in training, and when everybody's running incredibly thin, when shifts are running thin, our training opportunities this year were pretty minimal, so. Let me see.
So help me understand, please. You've got 2 training lines. You've got the training line that says training school and supplies.
Yep.
And then you've got the training line that says training academy. The sum of those 2 that you're asking for in the budget is like $23,500. And are you saying that for the 2024 budget, you only need 18,000?
Okay, which line are you in, sir?
I'm on 2 lines. I'm on 5375 plus 5378.
Okay. So the training academy line of the 5378 is the line that I just mentioned that we earmarked specifically to pay for tuitions to the academy. That's
Okay.
the line I was speaking of.
I think it gets he's
So-
confused. Sheriff, because you're paying for other, not current law enforcement blue pins for academy time out of the other line.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is we're gonna borrow basically out of 5375, which is our general training line, which pays for. Any training that we send a deputy to, and it pays. For those tuition costs or meal costs or any of those types of things that we might run into with a regular training. So we're gonna borrow from that to try to cover some of our costs that would typically be covered under the academy line. So that we don't have to increase that academy line next year to try to send basically 5 people next year to the academy. At 5 times 3,000 apiece.
I think it's also fair, keep in mind.
The overtime line, is there any way you can trim any of that?
Well, I can tell you that our overtime line, I don't have, our girls at the office don't track a number of things day to day. Those are tracked here at the commissioner's office. Overtime is one of them, so I didn't have up-to-date numbers. I can tell you our overtime is pretty spent this year, and a large portion of that is due to the fact that we had a turnover of 10 people, and so we relied pretty heavily on our full-time guys to try to fill that. Some of the other things that come out of that overtime is contractual. The way that guys are paid for call-outs or shift extensions and those types of things. All of those types of costs that generate overtime all come out of that line as well. And that's just part of a regular business as far as a fixed figure. The only place we have any flexibility really with the overtime line is assigning people to new shifts. And the problem with that is the only time that we really do that is if we're running short on a shift and we don't have enough people. So I quite honestly, I don't know how we would cut that line. And
The only thing you have to do would be reduce coverage.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we would end up at a point where I wouldn't have the money to pay to keep the appropriate amount of people on the road.
Are we fully staffed, Sheriff?
What's up?
Are we
We
fully?
are fully staffed.
We're probably fully staffed, which is.
Can we keep in mind too, and I'm not trying to speak on Jason's defense, but
Feel free.
I feel, I remember a conversation Ray and I had back in 2011, back when Scott Story was the sheriff. You know, we had in both the jail and the sheriff's office an overwhelming amount of experience. And unfortunately, 13 years later, people have moved on. And I mean, when I was helping run the reentry center, I was the young one. And I was 26, and the people around me were all in their 40s and 50s. And they're tired. And they've moved on, and it is what it is. You know, that's part of the circle of life. But I really would actually, I know I'm gonna get shot down probably by majority of the people at the table. I actually would like to see us put more money into hiring brand new people who are young. Because I've been on the other side of it and watching the people get burned out. And I know that I'll probably get shot down here, and that's fine. But I can tell you that I was one of those people when I was 20. Actually, I was 19 when Ray hired me. I had to come in and I had to buy all my own equipment. I had to look at everything. You know, I was grateful I had all these other people there. I could help them. And I think that the big problem is that for a long time, we had so many overqualified deputies for so long. Now we're at that point where we're building again. I would actually like to see us increase this line instead of having him take away from it and us try to find money from somewhere else. I would like to see us actually add on more younger deputies.
Are you talking about the overtime line or training?
He's talking about overtime line, but Jason was actually referencing their academy, training academy. And you got to keep in mind that they have a fewer amount of experienced people now, and they have an overwhelming amount of younger people. So they don't need as much. I don't want to say disrespectfully. You don't need to send Dale Brown to dog training school. The guy has worked with canines. You know what I mean? He's been there for 25, 30 years. But maybe it's time to train someone else. and invest more money into those line items and getting younger officers in there before we lose the rest of the experience we do have, pass the torch to say, I want to make it kind of easier to explain this because I can only speak from the correction side. But when I started, I had a man named Richie Roberts, and everybody knows Richie. Richie was there for 20 years when I got there. No, but everybody up there knew Richie. Everybody in the county would know Richie. When Richie got sick, I know that he would be okay with me saying this because him and I are still very close. Eventually, he just could no longer do the job. And, you know, when you lose somebody like that, you lose 30 years of experience. And people aren't jumping to get into law enforcement.
No.
People are jumping to get into
They're-
any box.
Well, especially though, they're not jumping to get into this field where they know that they have to take all of the risk. And especially when the education doesn't support you to get into the field, because I also had to go to school and pay for that while learning how to do it. I just think that the blue pin especially, it's very hard on his end to send people to school when there's no line item there. I would actually, instead of him taking from another line item to try to compensate it, I actually think that we should increase that line item. And I know that this is actually coming from a completely unfiscally responsible end of it, but I've been on the other side of it, so I actually do know how it feels.
I will say the
Just a
other
minute.
line that, just before you dig too far, and the other line that I think we can reduce, because I've looked at it. Historically, the travel line, and we've tried to cover, some of the travel costs, historically out of training, if we send somebody to training. And largely, we've been able to do it most year to year. The highest, expense year that I could find over the last 7 years, was a little over 3,000 that we spent out of that line, and it's, I believe we have it at 7,500. So I think that line could get cut back to probably 3,000, and we could, I think we'll be okay. If I look historically, we've run just under 3,000 in that line almost every year.
I appreciate what Bob said,
I'm
I'm sorry, Tim said. But I guess I had a different impression from you. I didn't think that you were really feeling like you were skimping. It was more that you had money still available this year, and so you were just prepaying in effect. So you're not cutting from Peter to.
He's
Paul.
actually being the financially responsible one out of us too. I actually think that we need to increase that budget line and give him more money to make the investment in the younger and bring in more younger people, because right now, I hate to tell you that this is the truth, Waldo County's not competitive.
But he says he's fully staffed, which I had a question about that because this is probably.
He's saying
just
he's
an
fully
old-
staffed, but he's lost 10 people this year.
And he's hired them back.
Right, no.
No,
He's had to go out and find people, which he's already told you,
Well, I
that will
didn't-
reserve people, which are people that are older. They're not people that are looking to start a career.
reserve people are older. I see, I don't know this.
I know, I'm trying to tell
I-
you. Usually reserve people are people that have already done their time, or they're people from another department and they're coming on as a part-time fill-in type of deal.
Is this?
Well, in this particular case this year, I mean, that is historically, a lot of our reserves have been retired law enforcement. We've gone away from using part-time reserve people in law enforcement over the years. It was very prevalent when I came, but the truth of the matter is there are so few people trying to get into this field. And the hiring process to be a reserve deputy or a full-time deputy is exactly the same. So if you want into this field, there are full-time jobs everywhere. There's hundreds of them across the state of Maine open right now. So we just don't find it fiscally responsible to put tons of time into doing a background check and the psychological and the physical and all the things we have to do. And then if we don't have a full-time job for them, they're just gonna go somewhere where they can get a full-time job. So we just can't maintain a part-time roster. We've had a few people over the years who were retired, blue pins, who wanted to work, and we've kept them on our roster because that made sense. It didn't cost us anything. The individuals, the 6 that we've hired this year, thank God, we're all young guys, gals from the county that all have interest in getting into this field. And it's kind of.
How many of those were from the jail?
None.
Corrections, these are all just straight.
All brand new people coming in that I will say this, our patrol lieutenant, administrative sergeant, some of our staff, they went out and worked incredibly hard to recruit people that they knew, that they thought would be good additions to our agency. We did get some transfers that came in from other places, but 6 people came in green off the street, young, excited about a new career in law enforcement, which, to be quite honest with you, was refreshing and surprising because that is not the norm across the state or the country.
Are they all scheduled to be going through the academy this year?
We have 1 in the academy right now. We have 3 scheduled for the January class, and we have the other 2 scheduled for the fall class. So,
Amy,
at the end
you
of
were
next
gonna
year,
say
it's not been all.
I just wanted, because I saw some of you like with this deer in the headlights look, and before you think that we are like the cheapest, most horrible grinchy commissioners, Tim, to your remark, Waldo County is incredibly competitive.
Yes.
We have
No, it's
fine,
it's
fine-
incredible on your end for an employer.
No,
Living in this county and coming to this county, it's not competitive.
perhaps not, but in a position of a deputy, we gave significant pay increases 2 years ago. And again, that was altered just 6
August.
months ago, 3 months ago. So we are very, very, very competitive. 2, speaking on behalf of anybody with an AARP card, the majority of the deputies and sheriffs, stop me if I'm wrong, but I was pretty sure we're like young. They're young. It's like, that's exciting. That's good. And number 2, I think one of the successful programs that we did, because you can't find deputies, you can't find dispatchers, you can't find waitresses. Do you know what I mean? So Waldo County did a very aggressive $15,000 sign-on bonus. I know in speaking with a lot of them that was the biggie, and we're very fortunate because you listen up and there's other counties that no. So I take that just a little personally. That
Well,
we are.
and you can take it personal because the reality of the situation is this: the average home in Waldo County is around $300,000, and their average pay is anywhere between 50 to 60,000 just off of the salary. That's not competitive. That by its nature is not competitive. To have somebody move here and buy a home and then become a sheriff's deputy is not competitive.
Then
If it was, I would have stayed up at the jail. It's not competitive.
Okay, but again, Tim, I mean, we could get into this back and forth, like.
I'm not saying the
It-
county's not
I don't
competitive as
think,
an employer,
if you wanna
but to
look at
live here, it's not.
anybody's jobs, I mean,
Correct.
are they competitive? And we have top-notch benefits and insurances and everything else that a lot of your employers, if you walk around outside county government or municipal, you would find are very, very comfortable and lucrative, that they're very appreciative for.
Could I offer anything on that? You guys be willing to do that? So, there's been some conversation, with the budget committee around salaries. And I know that that's not within your purview, I understand that, but it obviously significantly impacts our bottom line. First, I want to say that the last 4 or 5 years has been like nothing I've ever seen in the field of law enforcement, especially around things and benefits, and the competitiveness that's and the incredible fall off of people having any interest in being in this profession, whether it's in patrol or whether it's in correction. But coupled with that, I will say that to the benefit of the commissioners, they have been very responsive and willing to listen to us and understand the situations that we have been in, trying to recruit and trying to retain good people. At the end of the day, I think we have very high standards. We have a very high expectation of the people we hire and how they interact with our public and people in our community. We have high expectations. And quite honestly, I expect to hire intelligent, capable people that have high degree of common sense. And when I do that, I am competing and I'm trying to get people who have the ability to do anything they want, run their own business, anything. I lost one of my patrolmen this year, to a job in construction that paid him like 130 grand a year.
Wow.
I can't even touch that, but I don't blame him for leaving, but I'm not just competing with other law enforcement agencies, I'm competing with the public. And one of the things I wanted to just say quickly, Tom, is, you made a comment about Cumberland County, you don't care what Cumberland County is paid. Well, when I went to the commissioners this last year and asked for that out of contract adjustment to our wages, it wasn't because of Cumberland County.
And I'll just give you an example. Maine State Police top patrolman pay that they're offering right now, not somebody that's had a rank change or anything else, 70,000 a year. Waterville, I lost one of my guys to Waterville, 73,000 a year. Knox SO, right now it's 66 and they're negotiating. Camden, 71,000. Rockland, 82,000. Penobscot SO, they're at 70,000 for top patrolman. So when one of my guys wants to go there, that's the lateral that they're gonna be offering if they've got that kind of experience. When you start going down to southern Maine, I've got Westbrook at 74, I've got Kennebunk at 77, I've got Auburn at 82. And Lewiston starts in at 62. So that's the kind of stuff that we're competing against. It's not just, and I recognize that people struggle. You know, I have a mother who lives here in Belfast. She deeded the property that she's lived on for 55 years to me, about 6 or 7 years ago. I pay the taxes on that. They've doubled in that 6 or 7 years. If I wasn't paying the taxes on that, my mother would be in low income housing because she could not afford that. So it's not just the people that we interact with every day in our profession. I've got it in my own family. And so I think there is a reasonable balance that needs to be struck. We can't build our budgets based off that one individual, those individuals that are living on that. Because if we do that, we're impacting public safety net for this entire county. So that's my thought. I just wanted to say, Commissioner.
I'd like to interject something right there. I want to reiterate how much I appreciate all of the law enforcement departments that we have.
I know.
Belfast PD, Waldo County, the state police. I don't know why you guys do what you do for what you get paid. Truly, I don't. But the flip side of that for us is, and their pay is not part of our budget. That's not part of what we're dealing with here anyway.
Right.
But wherever we can reduce, for my people,
yeah,
we have to reduce.
And can I throw this out there too? I wasn't trying to offend you.
Oh, no.
What I was saying
I'm not
was, I'm not talking about the county as an employer. I'm talking about us as people of the state of Maine. Naturally, we've become uncompetitive. I have a very close friend who I'm not going to mention because his father might be sitting at this table. But him and I didn't leave the jail because we were unhappy. It's because financially we needed to support our families. We needed to become competitive. That's the big thing here. And I'm not saying that they haven't done their job to make it competitive to bring on those people. The amount of intellect that we're talking about here too is that it isn't just a patrolman that Jason's talking about. You're talking about 2 or 3 people taking care of 25 towns in one city. We're talking about 2 to 3 people running up really, you know, I mean, we haven't gotten to Ray yet, but it's really 2 facilities if you think about it. And if you get into the, I don't know if they're still doing tracking monitors on the anklet rate. So you're really talking about then unsupervised, supervised people out in the county. And I just think that you have to eventually pay for these services. And as a business person, which I am, I'm just saying that the younger people like myself, it's not that we're not interested, because when I was 19, 20 going through college for law enforcement, and I met Ray at the gym, I was interested. I had to leave because I wasn't able to be financially competitive for my family. And if we don't cut some of the spending, you know, then we're making it not affordable for everybody. But I do think that we should invest more money into the line items for people when they're younger, like when I was, to help put them through. Because eventually you do lose your experienced people.
Well, I understand your feelings about this, and believe me, I wouldn't want to be in any of those guys' shoes. I have a son that's of that age, and he's always had an interest in law enforcement. I didn't discourage him to be involved in it, but as a mother, I would have been panicked if he had a job like that. And I don't think that you are paid enough. However, at this point right now, with our economic situation, with people in our towns that can't afford to heat their homes, we have to look at the fact that he's found a way to pay for this training
Mhm.
in his budget this year. Let him run his department and do that. And support that. We can't afford to give them any more. We need to look out for our taxpayers. And I know giving them better services is another way of looking out for them. But right now, we have to look at this budget and be able to go to our people and say, we're working for you as much as we can to make this work. I mean, he's making it work and he's taken some cuts already. But I don't think we should be adding to anything.
Just as a side note, I agree with you, Linda, and part of the reason why I think we'll be okay next year is because with this many people coming on new and all, you know, and 5 of them going to the academy next year, I don't expect our training line to be getting really heavy again next year, because we're not gonna have, I mean, guys are gonna be in the academy, so there's gonna be some that aren't, but I think that's gonna create enough wiggle room for us by covering the 6,000 tuition in the fall. I think between the two, I think we'll be okay next year. Moving into the future, we can reevaluate that, but I think we'll be okay next year. The last line that I just wanted to mention is the part-time line. You'll see what they understand. I've already explained to you that we don't use part-timers. We maintained traditionally over the last probably 5 or 6 years, maybe 1 or 2 at any given time that are academy certified. But even those that we've kept on the roster to get them to work above and beyond their other jobs and stuff has been pretty problematic. So our spending is really low on that line. So the reality of us spending $5,000 each year part-times probably unlikely.
Is there a mistake in
gonna
this?
say
This
there
says you
must be
spent
Just
20,000.
I think you'll find that that's a coding discrepancy. That was I've worked with finance on that, and to be fair to Carrie, I don't know if I spoke with Carrie about it or I spoke with her predecessor about it, but that was pointed out that we have not. I think what happened with that area, you know the answer about it.
What line are you on?
3,100.
3,100.
3,100.
And, oh, cause I'm showing 7,500 as being,
Right, I
year
see
to date.
75 on this, but I also saw the 20,000 figure. on-
20,940.
On the November thing, it says 20.
Right,
20,000.
I'd have to look into it, but we may have to have a conversation about that.
yeah, it's again,
Okay.
it's been noticed, it's been pointed out, we haven't, what the sheriff is saying is accurate.
Okay.
It's gonna be, my best guess, I don't know, I'm not an accountant, my best guess is, that it was either our civil deputies that got paid out of that, cause they really are only per diem or hourly, that don't work 40 hours a week, rather than the detail line, which is where the funds come in, that the civil deputies, that the county charges for the civil service paperwork, and that's how they're paid out of that, so.
So Sheriff, what do you
Regardless
suggest?
of the error, we don't have reserves right now. That, I don't think we had any. We had one.
We have one on the books right now.
Yeah, it's very hard.
But that line is staying at 5,000?
So,
I don't,
so
I'm just
without-
throwing it out there that I don't have any anticipation that we will spend it. The reality is, I might get a full-time certified retired guy that walks through the door next week and says, hey, I wanna work some part-time shifts for you. That's why we've maintained that line. If you go back 7 years and look at that line was 60,000 at one time when we were using part-timers. We have gradually lowered that down all the way to 5,000, just because over the time we have just relied less and less and less on part-time staff. And it's to the point where we just don't have it anymore. So
The other thing we used it for traditionally was with, I was able to do this when I was the lieutenant with some of the recruitment thing, with some community college students that were studying, in anticipation of a full-time job, but trying to work with them in a flexible manner. So we get them in part-time, maybe like they're last year of college, they work, we pay them to work some part-time, but work around their college schedule, and then we transition them, so it gave us a little bit of a kind of a segue piece, but with Unity College, they're not doing their thing, we don't have that right in town now to take advantage of either, so.
So do you think 2,000 is?
I think you can cut it right in half, and I think that would leave us a little bit in case we ran across somebody that had some interest in doing some of that. Because certainly paying somebody out of a part-time line to fill a shift is always cheaper than trying to pay somebody overtime.
Yeah,
So having a little something in there is fine, but I don't
2,500.
think-
2,500.
I think just cut it in half.
So Jason, just because you said you didn't have tracking numbers on the overtime,
Right.
if you want to jot down, as of the 17th of November, it was 215,534, I think is the number.
584.
This one?
Yeah,
The
two
other
hundred
one.
$215,584.06. Yep.
Thank you.
Did you have any other lines
Those
that
are the
you had
lines that stuck out to
identified?
me, and I'd be happy to answer it.
I have a couple others I want to question.
Sure.
But thank you, you did a great lead-in, really happy. So, and some of this may just be clarification that I need to hear.
Sure.
And I really appreciate you going backwards on the city budget. That's what I do. I don't go back 7 years, I go back 5.
Yeah.
So I just got a little ahead of COVID in terms of going back, but I appreciate that you did that work because it does make a difference. So vehicle stuff, maintenance, gas, tires, all of that is always a good conversation point. And we never know where fuel is going in terms of costs. There's no crystal ball for that one. It does though appear from where you're spent as, I'm looking at numbers as of November 17th.
Yep.
And that was 38,000. I think it's 214. These spaces are so tight and small,
Yes,
there's
yeah.
nowhere to write anything. So, and if I projected that out, well, I didn't project it out. Your number seems high.
All right, so if I pull up my tracking sheet that
Yep.
we use at the office.
Yep.
As of the other day, when I pulled this up, we are budgeted at 110.
No, it's the line before.
4,200
42.
Oh, you're talking about vehicle maintenance? Yeah.
maintenance,
Oh,
gas,
okay, okay,
tires.
okay, okay. All right, so vehicle maintenance, yeah, I'm spent at 37,777. And
Higher,
our
you
line is
spent
at
higher.
48, which leaves me a balance of 10,6.
Yeah, you're spent at 38.
But if you look back at the previous 2 years, it was a high number, it was
53
53
was the high.
the year before.
The one thing I will tell you that
46.
has not come out of that line is every year, what we typically did when, well, for a number of years, we've used Brian Blood for Blood's Grind. And Brian would always replace an order for us for winter tires, and he would store them, and then as the vehicles came through in the fall, he would start putting all those in. Obviously, Brian sold his business and moved on, and we switched to Sears Ford Auto. They don't have an interest in doing that. So there's typically a pretty significant expenditure toward the end of the year, which would take a chunk of this. But they don't have interest or storage space to do that, so we're gonna have to do it as the vehicle come in on a kind of a vehicle by vehicle thing. But that is an expense that we incur every year that you will not see in this. And so when you have 25 vehicles, full-time, you rotate 4 tires times 25 vehicles, that's usually $20,000 in no tires if they, or however many you need to have.
It's insane. Historically, just off the cuff, I wanna say that like our build to lead tire, they had the government contract price, so we get a little bit better pricing on the tires. We're close around like $8,000-9,000 just two tires.
Yeah.
So that's why that's showing where
That,
it went.
it was a great explanation as soon as you said blood. Yeah, okay. So the mobile portable radio line 4656. You need to tell us a little about that because this number just doesn't seem.
Yeah, that's another one that you gain a little more perspective when you go back over the course of
a number of years. 2017, we overspent the 6,000, because of breakdowns and more radios than usual. Several other years, we came just under 6,000. Then it's been a couple of years recently where we were at 17 or 18. That is a line that fluctuates. We tend to purchase, there's some fixed costs out of that. One of the fixed costs is our radar certifications that we have to do every year, which is about $1,600 to have all of our radar certified. But the rest of it comes with portable radio batteries and portable radio replacement and car radio replacements and any of those types of works that has to be done on radars and portable radios. Some years we've, like right now, with the hiring of all of our deputies, we actually need to go buy 2 more portable radios. We had this conversation the other day, and
Man's got a couple of repairs that are due on some radars that are sitting in the lieutenant's office right now, getting ready to get sent out for.
What do they cost when you buy them?
what's that?
What do they cost when you buy them?
Buy a portable.
Yeah,
Portable on the,
It was around 800. And I think it's around $800 for
so 1,600.
it's a new car. If we had one.
around 1,000.
Is that all through Yankee?
I'm sorry.
Is that all through Yankee?
We actually been using RCM there, they're contracted for the tower upgrades for everything that they're Kenwood dealer, that's who we've been using. We switched because of one thing that's been nice with the tower upgrades and some of the radio upgrades that's happened. We've been able to switch radio models from something that was a lot more expensive, $5,000 or $6,000 a unit, to get to something that's $1,000 or $1,200 a unit. So has been a savings, and I'm certainly welcome that. We have one more cycle to go, and we'll have all the radios in the cruisers updated.
So just to give you accurate numbers, in 2017, we spent just under 6,600. The next year, 42, next year, 52, next year, 36, 21. So it varies anywhere from several thousand to a little over 6,000.
Well, what I heard as you read those numbers is it's trending down.
It has trended down a little bit over the last couple of years.
And I heard you clearly say that you have to buy 2 and the difference between car versus not car. Your 6,000 seems high. Listening to your numbers. You think you could bring that down to 5,000?
Sure.
I was mentally adding up your numbers as you both were talking.
You said yes too fast.
He did say yes too fast. I was thinking,
Well,
You didn't ask for enough.
You told me at the beginning of this meeting not to argue. Instead of that takes too much time.
I'm pretty sure you said you were gonna cut me a ticket up there.
That's why I made sure my registration was up to date.
5,000.
What
I
number?
wasn't
Oh,
taking
I'm
notes
sorry.
on what everybody was
4,656.
Thank you.
4656 is at
5,000.
5,000.
The next one I would like to talk about, and I think I know the answer, but I'd like to hear your answer. Uniforms and badges, 5405.
Yep.
Is this a case where you buy a healthy percentage at the end of the year or near the end of the year that the bills might not have come through?
Well, some of the large majority of that, and I think it's around 15,000
Yeah,
at least
15,800.
is I mean, as far as the part of that number is contractual with the guys as far as their
Yeah.
allotted
Yeah.
uniform allowance.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, yes, what they will generally do is they'll wait towards the end of the year, despite my best efforts to try to
Right.
get them to do it earlier.
Right.
They always want to sandbag it a little bit in case they blow out a pair of pants or something.
Yeah.
So what we
So I
would do
expect.
is we would hoard uniforms and then we would put in at the last minute, knowing that we
I know
have,
how this
yeah,
works.
6 months of
I know
advance
the
notice.
So as of 11/17, it was 15,810. So not a normal projection to the end of the year because of that.
Yes, that anomaly piece.
Um,
Well, I'd say it would be normal.
it
in
still
the sense
seems, it
that
still
it
seems
happens.
high even with your contract at 15. The 19.2. What can you tell me that I'm missing?
Well, one of the other things that will come out of that is if we end up, like this year is a perfect example of it. You know, when you end up with new hires that come in, you have to find contractually, we have a list in
Right.
their contract,
Uh,
all the stuff that we're
well
gonna
aware of
buy
that.
for them.
Well aware.
And those totals come well above a clothing allowance, because you're literally trying to outfit a guy with, whatever you can piece together from what might have been left from the last guy.
Mhm.
But what you can't, you've gotta go out and buy all brand new. And so some of that comes above and beyond clothing allowance. If a guy bucks a pair of pants or tears a jacket, or if we find a piece of equipment we need, we gotta buy that. And as you know,
And a lot of
you
it's
go buy a
custom.
pair of uniform pants and they're $100.
Yeah.
And they're just, nothing that has use for law enforcement is cheap. Clothing and all of the tools and equipment that come with it, and, no exception. So that's the buffer that's been built into that for replacement costs and all of those overruns that
Yeah.
come above and beyond the fixed people in uniform.
And there's gonna be some additional charges based on once they go through the academy. That's really,
We have.
is
there's-
really the argument that I was waiting to hear.
Well, there is a fixed package that the Criminal Justice Academy requires everyone
Not
to
cheap.
come with. You know,
Okay.
you know, so
I'm gonna be comfortable with your number because I know what those numbers are. And I was hoping you were gonna say that before I had to push through that hand before you do, but
So this is why I'm not. Does administrations come out of that line number as well?
No,
No, they have their own separate,
that would be the
there's a
the stipend line for.
so this is
admin
just
staff.
for contractual patrolman employees.
uniform, it's just
Okay.
uniform.
Okay.
control.
line
There's a
3003.
Contractually, there's a
Up at the top.
stipend that
Okay.
paid plain clothes individual.
Okay.
So that they can basically go buy their own clothes, because they don't, like detectives, administration.
So what are you thinking, Mary?
I'm gonna be okay leaving that one at the 19.2 because I know what the package costs for the academy that they're sending the people to, that is really what's bumped up there. I was originally gonna push to reduce it to 18, but I was hoping you were gonna tell me the package for because I know what that is, so. I'm gonna be good to leave that at 19.2. However, there's a couple lines below here I'm gonna question. So, 5515 investigative supplies. I made a note to reduce that to 2,000, so you need to tell me about your 7-year history.
So investigative supplies, we've actually increased that. If you want exact numbers, hold on a second, but I've got my spreadsheet open, but well, my memory can't feel through 7 years worth of stuff. So investigative supplies, traditionally was $1,000. In 2020, we moved that up. So what we pay for out of investigative supplies was or is all of our evidence supplies. So this is primarily used by our detectives division. And so our detectives division is responsible for our evidence prep room and evidence storage. So they purchase everything that we need for evidence, bags and tapes, and boxes, and everything they need for that. Fingerprinting stuff, we have fingerprinting kits and evidence collection stuff that they supply to our patrol units. USB drives, audio video recording equipment, so their audio recorders, covert surveillance cameras. We purchased a number of game cameras to put up at different scenes to capture if we have a problem area.
So these are things over the last 7 years that have become more prevalent and needed.
These are, I'm giving you an explanation of some of the things that
I'm
we
talking about
purchased
technical
traditionally
stuff.
out of it. The other thing that came up more recently, part of the reason why we've increased it, was the preservation letters that obviously technology is playing a greater role in crimes. So anytime we want to get cell phone records, for an example, we have to send $50 to all the carriers in order for them to hold those records and provide them to us. And so that's a moving number year to year. You might get 5 or 6 cases where you need those, you might get 20 cases, you don't know. But we expect them to use that line to cover all of those costs as well. So it's another one of those lines where there is a little bit of fluctuation from year to year. But that's what we pay out of that one.
Do you think, well, that's. Go ahead, maybe you can talk. You can make your case there, say something out loud, so people
I
can
mean,
hear it.
yeah, I mean, I think that the 2 is a little bit more aggressive. I think 22.5.
My number was 2,500.
You said 2,000. You said you had.
No,
a
no,
pick
I,
for
well,
2.
when I started out, but I.
Oh,
was-
now you're
I was-
changing. You're
No, no,
pivoting.
no,
Okay.
because
You got
he was talking about the technology that is the reason this line has been increasing.
Oh, that's
And
said.
it's because of the technology. But when I did my projections, I had made a note of 2,500. Over here on this page, over here, I had started at 2 and then I was working it to figure out where I
So,
needed to
so
go.
you two can arm wrestle next
No,
time, but I
no,
mean, are
no
we
way.
going with 2 or
Last time
25?
she wouldn't compromise with me. I'm sticking at 22.50.
I'm at 25. I'm gonna make a motion of 25.
I'll second it.
25 now.
Not making individual
Not
motions.
motion.
55, 15,
Recommendation,
25.
recommendation.
Quick question,
No.
which is on a small amount. Why do we have building maintenance if we have a facilities?
We
Organization?
purchase things like, we have
They're not
a
allowing-
water machine in the office as an example. We buy our filters for it. We purchase some light things out of it. We purchase tools that we needed for the office. I mean, it's
Okay.
sort of a general account that we. So
More
we're
of
not
a
the one-
miscellaneous than a building.
It really is a
Yeah.
miscellaneous account. We've used it heavier some years than
All right.
others.
Kind of a maintenance supply line.
I was curious about the educational stipends, if you could just explain them, because that's significantly,
But there's nothing we can do about them.
I don't know what they are, that's why I'm asking.
Educational stipends are something that the union negotiated with the county. It's kind of our deputies are represented by the Fraternal Order of Police, the FOP, and so they're a very robust national organization. And so they play a pretty critical role in establishing norms across the country in policing. And so one of the norms has generated over the last few years is to compensate officers for education, specialty stipends that they may engage in special activities above and beyond regular duties. So as part of the negotiation with the county, they asked for some sort of compensation for those types of things. And it was negotiated out to what you see there. So that fluctuates a little bit because of the fact that, like this year, we had 10 people turn over. Some of those people that left may have had, like one of them had a master's degree, moved out of state. Some of the guys that are coming in, they probably don't have master's degree. So that fluctuates depending on who your staff is at any given time. So as you'll see in there, some of it's fixed because we know who served in the military, who had a college degree, who has a specialty. Some of them, we anticipate that they're going to hire someone they may, just to make sure we have.
And I will say the payout on that, just so, those are scheduled to be, they're paid out annually, so it will be year date. If you're looking at the discrepancy there, they're actually scheduled to be paid out on, this upcoming Thursday, the first pay period in December. And so you'll see about, after that, before you come in here for your 9th meeting, it'll be about $15,000 lighter in that account. Only one of the specialties, the actual canine specialty you'll see, is paid out, bi-weekly. Just that specific specialty because of the nature of what that is, the industry standard and what's been negotiated.
So we asked for that specifically to come out at the end of the year, because what I did not want to happen was have somebody come in at the beginning of the year and say, oh, I'm an FTO, I want the stipend for it, but then never do that all year long. So as part of that agreement, if we were going to pay you for a stipend, then we needed to see that during the course of the year, you actually engaged in that specialty or that activity in order to qualify to actually get paid at the end of the year. That way, if you're an FTO, but and you never do it for us, and you don't participate in the program, you're not gonna get stipend. So that's why we asked for it.
This is a little different question. On 5376, the firearms training, in 22, you expended 7909.57. And in the current year, you've spent so far 13,965. Why did you go down again? Why did you not increase that a little bit?
Well, as everybody here knows, last year was a tumultuous year for us with our finance director leaving. So the county chose to speed up the budget process last fall to try to get as much of the budget process done as possible before her departure. And as part of that entire process, traditionally over the many years that I've been here, the county has had a pretty different process in how they close out the books at the end of the year, allowing us the opportunity to go back and do a backdated warrant that covers the end of the year expenses. That wasn't an opportunity for this particular year. And so some of the expenses that we made, that we anticipated would be covered, didn't get covered, and they actually got pushed into this year's budget.
Okay.
So there's a few $1,000s there that got shifted into this year's budget that we hadn't anticipated, which caused us to be overspent.
Don't want you to cut yourself short on the firing.
Yeah, no, it's we're still on track to stay just about right with.
I don't anticipate any more expenditures out of that line this year, just that we, we're done.
All straight shooters.
Hopefully they don't have to be.
I'm finished.
Can we talk about the cycle on the vehicles?
Yeah, no. That's what it is. Yeah, sure.
So it looks like you're gonna replace 5 vehicles this year?
That is that's the cycle that we'd like to be on. We run, our fleet traditionally has run about 550,000 miles a year. And so that's our patrol fleet. So obviously we are looking at somewhere around 100,000 miles. Just trying to trade something in. It's a little bit strategic in our plan to do so. So when I first started, when I was a lieutenant and I was overseeing the fleet, largely we had crown vics. And the process to get rid of them, either through auction or trade, we would be lucky to get $1,000, $1,500 for them. If it's just deplorable the money we were getting. One of the benefits of going to a prop is that we found, you know, we would spend our first year when we bought the Rams, we were paying, I think it was at that time, like $25,000 to buy the Ram. When we got to trade off, if we got it around 100,000 miles, we could get about almost 10 grand out of it. So we drove 100,000 miles for $15,000 in purchase price. So we were seeing a much better return on our investment. So there's a little bit of a strategy to try to hit that 100,000 mark. So we've added a few people. I expect that will go up a little bit, but if you calculate out 550,000 miles a year on the fleet, that means you get about 5 vehicles up to about 100,000 miles each year.
What did we do last year? Did we do 4 or 5?
Well,
We, what happened last year is we left the number the way it was, but we knew the number wasn't gonna work because of vehicle pricing. So it was left to us to try to figure that out, and we worked with the commissioners, and we were able to use some of our reserve on that emergency vehicle reserve. Yeah.
And then I know the budget committee pushed you on electric vehicles too.
They did.
I'll save the chief from answering that. So
It is a bunch.
I know, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we were very open to the concept. I mean, Matt sat down and did a lot of number crunching, and I think he brought him back to the budget committee at the time. And, you know, obviously an EV is more expensive. Full electric just isn't applicable to what we do, but the hybrids, we did the number crunching. They're obviously more money to buy them. There's fuel savings. But at the end of the life of the vehicle, you really were where you started. One of the problems, but we agreed to try because, you know, if we can save fuel, we'll do it. Our experience with them has been really hit and miss. Some of them have been real lemons. on the maintenance side. They've been back to the garage numerous times, spend more time down than they do up. They've been pretty problematic for the use that we put them through. And they are used hard, they're on patrol, they're not just an average commuter vehicle. They just haven't stood up that well.
So these 5 vehicles that you're talking about this year at 44,000 something each, what kind of vehicles are they?
F-150.
F-150s.
So as an explanation, so I will say the other thing to factor in here is that over the last 3 years, we've experienced what everybody else has with the volatility in vehicles. Just being able to find them has been incredibly challenging. But having said that, Dodge came out very aggressive when they came up with their pickup truck line trying to sell them, so they were priced really reasonable. Obviously, after a few years, that went away and they started increasing the pricing. Ford, after the Crown Vic, after they discontinued it, basically got out of fleet for law enforcement. Well, now they've decided they want back into it, and they want back into it with the F-150. So they've created a police package F-150. They are doing now what Dodge did back then and trying to offer them to us as cheaper than Dodge is selling theirs. And so that's effectively why we switched from the Dodges to the Fords, because they're underselling it. But we still get all the same benefits from the F-150 as we would from having a Ram pickup.
Yeah, they look better. And they look better.
The other thing is on the Fords, I maintain a relationship with a couple
Gary,
of Ford
for the
dealers,
record?
different vehicle dealers, 'cause I dealt with a lot as a lieutenant.
For the record.
Model year 2022 is
and
gonna
me.
be a little zany right now, because all the ordering windows and everything are, they closed up and they'll open for a weekend or a very short amount of time. As it stands right now, we're gonna have to try to find someone. Ram is not accepting any orders right now. We're gonna have to try to find a dealer that had already ordered 23s that got canceled. So right as it stands today, or the last I got the word on it, any model year 2024 Ford police unit has to be one that was already ordered as a 23 but got canceled by the dealer. It'll be made as a 24. So it's like, this has been, so we've been jockeying around quite a bit to try to find this. And then he said, oh, and probably there'll be another 10% increase even. I'm like, and it's just,
Chief Cormier from Belfast hooked us up with an outfit down in Massachusetts that he had done business with, and he was down in New Hampshire and Vermont. And they've been really good with us. They buy massive amounts of vehicles because they service a huge area. And so we've talked with them. We've really expanded our normal. It used to be when I was a lieutenant, I put out a handful of bids to local dealerships and we'd get a pile of returns and we'd be great. But we're digging as far as Massachusetts and beyond, trying to find vehicles, either leftovers or somebody that can get their hands on something, almost anything. We've even explored the concept of picking up last year leftover Tahoes if we have to. It's going to be another year of us hunting and pecking around, trying to see what we can find that will fit within this budget.
and the automotive strike certainly didn't help in the situation that. And then,
How many vehicles do you have overall?
29.
How many do you actually have that are active right now to patrol?
So I have those with truck 29 total, 3 spares, one's assigned to civil, one's currently being one of those is currently being upfitted. 24 of our 29 are assigned to full-time patrol.
What are the conditions 3 reserve?
The 3 reserves, I have 60, 40, and 65. 3 spares.
some of the front line ones are actually a little bit worse off, to be honest with you, as far as the.
Sergeant Brown, he's driving a cruiser right now that's got 140,000 miles. I've got a guy in one that's 108, got a guy in one right now that's 135, got a guy in one right now that's 116.
But those aren't easy miles either. Those are hard used miles, so you're,
The fleets kind of.
What do you get for, any warranties, guarantees?
We get standard fleet warranties, right? It depends on the manufacturer, what they're offering at the time, but generally it's a, like 3 or 36, 500, like powertrain, but let me tell you what, they will absolutely argue with you. It's very frustrating. They tell me it's not, on the hybrid, that part of the electrical system is not covered under the powertrain. As mates for some animated phone calls, or visits. It's, yeah.
So your plan doesn't include any hybrids?
No.
Okay.
That's not,
Did you get hybrid last year?
not last year, but we did also.
So you don't have any hybrids in there at all?
Oh, no, we
we
still
do.
have, we still have two in, we still have two in.
And what are their roles? Regular patrol?
Yes, one. Those Durangos haven't done us any favors in the running department either. Those have been, I don't know.
So I'm gonna throw out a question to you. With the county overall budget being as egregious as it is, if you took 3 this year and not 5, how would you react to that? What would you do?
I'd be concerned, from the standpoint of what's it gonna do to us? What's the snowball effect? That would be my concern. But I also, I respect your role and appreciate your role too.
Well, I mean, we go through the budget and we can make $1,000 here, $500 there.
Yes.
But with a $2 million increase, that just simply doesn't add up. And again, I say that how much I appreciate all you guys. I don't want you driving around something unsafe. But, okay, here we are. I'm looking at possibly kicking the can down the road, if you will, just a little bit. If we can lower this year's commitment, perhaps we can pick it back up again later. $2 million increase is very significant.
but that's also assuming, Tom, that the prices aren't more expensive next year. How much are we truly saving by kicking the can down? You know what I mean?
So,
Because if we only replace 3, next year, scheduling, they would have been up around 10, and now you're looking at avoiding replacing 8 out of a 2-year cycle.
Not necessarily. You can take I think you could probably get away with 3. And perhaps, and again, we don't know what next year's gonna bring. We don't know what next year's gonna bring. If you added an extra one next year. I'm still sticker shock for the $2 million increase.
No, I hear you, and I'm just, as a business owner.
And let me go back and reiterate something I said earlier. If we say we'd like to reduce that line to 3 vehicles instead of 5. And Sheriff Trundy goes to the commissioners later on and said that rotten stinking Tom Wagner, which I said that the last time you were here. We need those other 2, come up with another 100 so that we can pick up those other 2 someplace else. That we can be afforded someplace else. I know the commissioners won't like me either for that. But at the same time, it doesn't say it's not going to happen. It means if they want it to happen, they have to prioritize it through something else.
So let me ask a question. And it kind of goes around the ARPA funds, because I know we got a nice bunch of money from ARPA for the county. I don't know where we stand right now. I'd like to see an accounting of the ARPA funds, but is it possible to fund one or more of the cruisers through any ARPA funds that you haven't used?
The last time I saw the ARPA rulings or rules, I think fire trucks you could purchase with ARPA funds, but I don't know about law enforcement vehicles.
They loosen those rules up so much.
No, they certainly have.
You could buy lunch with them if you want to.
Okay,
It has a
next time. we will.
They're supposed to be coming out with the next 2 years. So, it'll be interesting to see what they do say.
But our current ARPA though is earmarked for specific projects, so
But
It's already committed.
it's the,
It is,
yes,
it is
ARPA
committed,
already
and I mean,
committed.
crossing our fingers, sir, that obviously we come in under budget. This is how we're trying to finish up the deeds office and the DA's office, with the move.
But is there anything left? All of it's committed?
Well, I think almost all of it. Dale, I know you're hiding in the back of the room. Dale is
Is the ARPA
the most
expert?
trusty ARPA assistant person that there is, and they were asking if we could purchase cruisers or vehicles out of the remaining ARPA, and I don't believe there's gonna be a significant amount left.
Well, what's significant? I mean, you guys got 7.1 million.
Right,
Significant to 7.1 million.
or if a
is a
cruiser
pretty
is
nice
gonna cost,
number.
if a cruiser is gonna cost
44,000.
me, I'm gonna say 58,000 to suit it and
Fit it
everything
out,
else.
yeah.
You know, I don't know if I can tell you that I'd have that much.
Right now, we've got projects that are getting ready to start, and we've got some that are finishing up. I think probably, unfortunately, it's not gonna fit with the budget cycle, but probably about 3 or 4 months from now, we'll have a really good figure on what's left over. So I mean, right now, for example, we don't even have a contract yet for the district attorney's office. I'm hoping the heck it doesn't come in over what I've got planned, but it could.
If it does, then you oversee it and bring it down.
Yeah.
So there may be some money, but right now I don't know until things finish up, and they'll probably start, well, we're hoping to have all the construction done by March. And then after that, we can take a look.
I just Googled it and they can be used. Michigan, several
Yeah.
municipalities and counties in Michigan.
No, excellent.
So
Thank you, Rob.
I would just, the only thing I would, just one last thing I'd ask for consideration on. I mean, ultimately, this is your job. You're at the table, and like I said, I respect your position, all your positions. The only thing I would, so certainly there's the purchase price of the vehicle, and then there's the associated upfitting cost per unit, which I get. And, the only thing I'd ask you to be mindful of is that 10% piece that I put in there. Because if you say we're gonna take away 2, and then it's effectively 3, if there's that shortfall, that's with that. So, because I've answered your question as far as how I felt about it. Yeah, I don't know.
And at the end of the day, we're still gonna drive by when we get to the market. And, you know, my experience, because I've been in his shoes as lieutenant in chief, my experience has been, when the fleet gets old, your maintenance goes up. And so there's all these trade-offs you have to think about as you make a decision about, okay, if we save some money now, and no disrespect, Tom,
I get it.
but if what I don't wanna have happen is we cut it back to 3 in the next year.
Gotta get
I go back to
fixed.
the budget committee and everybody
Next
says,
three
look,
again.
look, we're
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
And so, or you use ARPA funds for that, you don't need those, and so it compounds sometimes the arguments about. what
I'll
we
remember it.
need.
I'm supposed to be here next year too.
Oh, so that way at least there's some carry.
How many vehicles do you have over 100,000?
I have 5 that are actively being used at overall.
What's the oldest vehicle you have?
Probably Dale's 2015. I got a 2015. Yep, I got a 2015. That's my head.
Take me up further through time.
As far as years, you know, okay. I have a 2015. I have a 2017. I see 2 18s. I see 2 19s. I see 5 20s. 2 21s. 1, 2, 7, 8 that are 22s. And I have 1, 2.
Again, that's very likely because they ship manufacture year to year.
23. Yeah, and the fluctuation in those years is because of not being able to find them one year, by the time you
There might have been a
finally
leftover.
find them, you end up with another
Could
year.
have been a leftover.
Or manufacturers,
Yeah.
could have been leftovers, we bought some of those, so they're not all consistently.
What if you
fine.
did 4?
That's certainly better than 3.
Is that, and then if you need
Not just
to, and then if you needed to go into the reserve for the 5th one, halfway through the year, what would happen there?
Well, I'll say this, so just so that.
I mean, cause you never know, a car could get totaled or a car could.
That's what I was gonna say, we're, I think.
Absolutely.
We're insurance.
God hoping
Well, I
that
mean,
they don't.
we do have insurance, I mean, when something gets totaled out, but it's, you know, that reserve really does bridge a gap for us. I mean, there's times that I'll come down and be like, hey, look, can we use this to do this? We don't get reimbursed. Exactly, and I got bitten on that, we totaled out a cruiser years ago that had like under, I don't know, under 2,000 miles on it. And
Once it's off the floor.
I'm like, you know, you gotta be kidding me.
But I think there's only like 53,000, I think, in that form that you just handed out in the vehicle replacement reserve, and so. The truth is, it would be. Pretty close.
As I say, it's
So last year was 4 vehicles?
5,
It was 5.
it was 5 weeks. 5 at the. 5 at the wrong price. So we had to bridge the gap with some reserve money, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So every year you're looking to get 5 vehicles, right? Okay. So does that mean that 5 years ago you had bought a bunch of vehicles and now they're due to be expired and you're looking to replace them?
That's right.
That's the idea of the process?
We bring in,
So-
take all this, and we get them out of.
They're
this.
moving into
No,
a
no,
newer fleet.
I understand. So you have one that's a 16, right?
15.
15. So now that's gone for 3 years past its 5 years.
Yeah.
What's your next one?
Get 17.
We had a 17, I think 2 18s, so I've got a handful.
So I mean, you have 5 vehicles that have gone to their 5-year mark.
Yes.
Yeah, I have 5 that are over 100,000, all the way up to 142 right now.
Again, being an old guy,
No, I get it, Tom.
And
I get it.
driving a rust bucket.
I understand.
I get that these are police vehicles and that they get used a lot, but by and large, the vast majority of those miles are road miles.
I'm not picking on the patrol.
No, I get
I'm
it.
just saying
I'm
that
sorry
they're
for
rough on their
speaking
vehicles.
directly.
We were taught to handle them with care.
But road tranny, tires,
Yeah.
those are the things that you're gonna look at possibly having significant failures. Body shouldn't be an issue.
Yep.
And the definition for an old guy, for a farmer, is when it rusts out and has cancer, it's dead. It's no good anymore.
But you cut it out.
Right, so I think we could probably extend this, go with 3 and be safe and look at possibly having to do more next year. Again, I'm looking at a $2 million increase this year and trying to mitigate that. Not wipe it out necessarily, but at least mitigate it over the next couple of years.
Can you compromise with 4?
No.
Sorry, I can't compromise. I agree with Linda. So I think I think we should stay with the 4 then.
I think 4 is
And then if worst case
comfortable.
scenario, they can go back and get their 5th one.
I mean,
And again, bear in mind, we're going to be pushing, if you say 4, they're gonna say, great. If you say 3, they're gonna go back to the commissioners and they could very well get that 4th one from funding from
We'll
someplace
just
else.
make-
You guys are supposed to be listening to any of this.
But it's not a $2 million increase this year. We've been chipping away at it. It's-
Right.
It's not 2 million, it's more like 1 million.
And I hate to be that guy.
And-
We are now all of a sudden on a time crunch.
Yeah, I'm getting.
So I just think worst case scenario, I'm
We wait
sorry.
till after lunch to
No, no,
finish
no,
this, because
no.
this is gonna take.
Worst case scenario, and I'm not trying to speak for them. They could wreck all 5 vehicles. You know what they're gonna do?
Absolutely.
They're gonna say, hey, Amy, Bill.
Yep.
We kind of need some vehicles again. And they're gonna be angry, but we're gonna have to figure out anyways. Now, hopefully they don't wreck anything, but
I'd like to interject a thought.
Yeah.
We hopefully are going to know next Saturday, the 9th.
Yeah.
What the interest rate has come in at from the local banks. And we will learn from Amy and the commissioners what that picture is real, what's real and actual, not
make believe.
all this hysteria that we're having. So what about if we said tentatively today 4, but we revisit that one line after we learn about the interest rates next week and see how we feel, how much more angst we have or how much less angst we have. I am very involved in this Belfast municipal vehicle whole history and study. And we would be seriously cutting off our noses despite our faces. From my education from the municipality of Belfast in the vehicle study, if we cut back and didn't go with the 5 program. Based on the age of vehicles, the mileage of vehicles, I've got a lot of knowledge on this. And I'd like to stand firm at 5, but I'm willing to compromise at 4 today. If I can at least have a chance to think about it, one more review after
Use
we
the
do
compromise word.
after
You're
we do
compromising now.
the interest next week.
Well, and if I can add on, maybe I missed it, but it didn't sound like using ARPA for a vehicle was a
It's
non-starter.
not, exactly.
If there,
We didn't say it was off the table, no, because we don't know our numbers, and we do
Right.
have enough in reserve right now to.
Again,
assist on
this goes
purchases.
back to if we say 3, they may very well get the 4th one because they're gonna go back to the commissioners afterwards. I mean, we're here for just a few days and this is very hard trying.
no, I
to make
know,
long-term
but that's
decisions.
why I'm saying, I agree with Mary that if we did 4 with the understanding, especially if they can fund one through the ARPA funds that they haven't expended yet, they still get their 5, but the budget only has 4 in it.
I don't think
That's-
you can count on much ARPA funds
Right.
left. You have to realize when the ARPA funds come out, this county spent almost all of the ARPA funds on projects that the county didn't have to fund from the taxpayers. $2 million at the comm center. Another couple of million out the garden. All around the sheriff building. It's all taxpayer money that didn't have to be spent directly out of taxpayers' pocket. So we had that all ready to go when the ARPA funds come out. And Dale's done a tremendous job of managing it.
I would not count on the ARPA funds, but again, by saying 3, we're just kicking it back to the commissioners. They will prioritize and do what needs to be done.
Well, saying 4 also kicks it back to the commissioners, it just.
Again, we're looking at the bottom line again.
You guys can make a motion and fight over this, or go back and forth, or vote it down or up, or.
Yeah,
I'd like to make a motion that we go with the 4.
yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you.
I've got a motion and second, is that really the appropriate way to do that?
With a motion, for what?
The
To fund
replacement
4
of
vehicles,
4
but we're gonna
vehicles.
look at. Okay, go ahead. The motion's been made and seconded that we, for the budget for line 1075, they purchased 4 vehicles instead of 5. So we're open to discussion. So in that discussion, we haven't done anything with the first portion of the sheriff's budget. So are we taking this completely separate or?
Just, you know, Matt did the math real quick.
Yeah.
I can tell you what a per vehicle cost would be.
So when you do the
Vehicle and maintenance.
or vehicle and upfitting and equipment, it's 53,749. 53,749.
It's less than what
That's
adds up to.
Right.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
So if I'm looking at your worksheet,
Right, so I got.
would you include the 9,000 plus the 2,500? So I came up with 56,245.
Okay, maybe I.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
it's 1,800 a vehicle for radio sites and siren, and 2,500 for the upfitting and installation that we paid out.
So that was 56.
So 44, 747,
So
plus 9.
How much?
56, 246.
247, sorry, yes, I made a mistake.
47?
where are you guys getting that?
On the
50
second sheet that they have their.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm only coming up with 49 because the cameras are listed.
There's no cameras included in that, Commissioner Fowler.
Yeah.
That line was on there from before. I had to buy those last year. I just was
It's
paying.
2,500 split between 5.
No.
Oh, yeah, 2,500 a piece, right. So 44, 747.
That's 9,000.
Why the whole 9,000? It's split.
Because it's per car.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
per-
I mean,
that
our
was
other
my mistake.
changes so far were 17,225.
Yeah, so 56,
And this
247.
would be another 56, 247.
56, 247. There we go. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Technically, there is a motion and a second on the floor.
Correct.
We still discussing?
Yes, that's.
I was just trying to give you the actual one that you're.
Right.
And again, I'd like to have clarification on this motion. Are we talking about just the vehicles? Or are we talking about all 1075 to include the vest? Less lethal.
I'm thinking of the replacement vehicle price for
Just-
$56,247.
Okay. And again, we've not been taking these as a motion, but it's already been done. So we're gonna take it. Is there any other discussion on it?
I just think we're doing this because it's such a large number.
Yes.
Okay.
Very likely.
I knew we would eventually go back to doing it my way.
Not every.
Yeah, because there's still other things to discuss here. Any other discussion on this? Okay, seeing there's no discussion on it, the motion is that they purchase 4 vehicles on line 1075. We'll take up the rest of the portion 1075 after this. All those in favor of this? All those opposed? That is the one vote.
That dang Tom Wagner, we're not gonna be talking about him next year.
We'll take care of it.
So now you're gonna have to stuck with me for a couple more years. All right, so what do we want to do? Are we gonna have lunch or are we gonna finish off 1075?
Let's finish off.
All right. It shouldn't take too long. Anyway. Ballistic vest, talk to me.
You gotta have them.
What would you like to know?
How many do you have?
One for every guy that's working. You know, everybody that's at work.
So each one,
Everybody has
Has
a
their own
vest
personal
issued
one.
to them. Yeah.
and the additional 6 vests are for the 6 new people, is that correct?
No.
No.
You wanna talk
Yeah,
about
all
the
it,
rotation?
yeah, they're on a rotation, and I can't remember the certifying body of these, but they, like turnout gear would be for fire department, or whatever, after so many years, there's supposed to be, for us to be in compliance with, like, you know, for be inspected, they have to be replaced, just because of the bending and wear and everything else, so, the manufacturer, I mean, they don't guarantee any of them anyway.
Right.
But they'll absolutely chuck you under the bus if it's outside of the 5-year. So that's the cycle.
Good for them.
Yeah. Oh.
Is
So-
Angel Armor the
That's,
brand?
that's the brand that we
Okay.
use.
Is
So,
there a way for us to get a better cost effective vest, or is that pretty much the,
again, they're all
they're
kind
all?
of around there. We
Okay.
use them, we run the external carriers account. So we're also trying to strive for some uniformity here, so we're not having like a bunch of guys.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so
Was this soft armor or is it?
it is soft armor, but they do have plates in them. So they have a slot where you like hold your vitals and you front your back.
They don't wear them from pain, do they?
Yes,
Uniform patrol, anytime anybody is in the cruiser actively patrolling, they wear them.
yeah, we actually have a policy.
We have a policy.
Yes.
What do you do with the old ones? Get rid of them?
They're,
Sometimes we'll hang on to them. We've done a bunch
Reassign
of,
some to like our transport division in the jail that every once in a while they might need one or.
and they're custom made for each individual
Yeah.
officer.
Gotcha.
They have to be measured and
Yeah.
get tailored and fitted just for that person. Yeah, we will, sometimes close enough and good enough. A lot of times, you know, I'll tell guys to hang on to their expired vest if they, have a passenger in the car or whatever, it's like, it's better than
Better
nothing.
than nothing.
It, you know, so we are.
We've had
utilizing
some of
those.
the guys actually repurpose their old one by, some of them will have like a tack vest that has extra gear on it, so they may put it into that if they had to throw it on in a hurry, which gives them extra coverage, because at the end of the day, these are designed to protect a weapon level that we carry, but the reality is they're pretty ineffective against like a rifle round.
Right.
And this is Maine, everybody has a rifle, so
That's why we have the fleet.
so the guys will oftentimes keep their old ones, for a cycle to have that extra protection if they need it, and put extra ballistic protection in there if they know they're heading into that situation.
have they ever had to use them? Department?
We have not had anyone shot, thankfully.
Okay, let's start knocking on wood now. Okay.
What is the baton?
So that is a less lethal option, it's a 40mm baton launcher, so, anybody that's watched the news lately, realizes that law enforcement has been under a great degree of criticism for shooting too many people.
They should do it more.
I'll second that.
My,
Control because
so it's been incumbent upon us to have at least a reasonable degree of less lethal options, so that we are able to de-escalate any situation. Without having to try to do it.
Okay, so I mean, it's
So it's
a firearm type piece.
it shoots a
rubber
projectile.
bullet.
Yeah, so.
It looks like a racquetball.
I mean,
Like
my
a
second is-
racquetball,
I'm
and
asking
it'll
that.
knock her off the feet, but it's not. a
Yeah.
bullet. So the idea is, as an example, if you have enough forewarning, and the reason we have 4 is because we have a day and night shift and 2 teams, so we have at least 1 per team. Ideally, I'd have 1 for every cruiser, but the idea is if you head into a situation with, say, a mental medical, which is what we probably receive in the field, the greatest degree of criticism, because we respond to mental health calls, and then somebody's experiencing a mental health issue, and we're shooting them because it's a lethal situation. If you have knowledge that you're going into that, you can have somebody that presents the 40 as a cover for the guy that's trying to make the initial contact. If somebody pulls a knife and they try to make the 40, you can reach out and touch somebody from a distance.
And so is
For a
it,
taser, I will say that we've deployed the taser a lot of times. The problem with it is you have maybe, if you're lucky, a 50% effective rate, because you gotta get both tongs into somebody in the wintertime. So the minute you deploy, if you've got that taser out and you've had to deploy it and it's not effective, well, now the only thing you've got is to hopefully get spray or shoot them, or you're going hands on. So really, the 40 is a really effective weapon.
Yeah.
That's
It's
an
an
awful weapon. It
alternative.
gives us a range that nothing else really does.
I was just curious.
Yeah, well, that's what it is.
so it's not true that you're looking for volunteers from the budget committee to use it?
Targets?
Don't you have a 5 odds? Training anybody that's interested in spray, taser, or 40 mil, I would take on. No
I
comment.
always thought of taser.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
If we don't have any other questions on line 1075, I would be open to a motion for the budget for all of the first page, whatever line number it is.
Okay, can we go over the changes?
I got,
Carrie?
no, Carrie and I go back and forth, and I'm showing, and she agrees. Total cuts thus far are $74,072. And Carrie agrees.
Yeah, 73,470.
That's what I've got.
So here's your cuts. And I'm only gonna say the lines with,
Yeah,
the lines with the cuts.
Yeah.
Personnel, 3,100.
We have 25.
25.
3,100's a lot.
3,100 is the line.
Okay.
All right, so 2,500.
Yes.
A difference of 2,500. 4,100, I have 3,000.
Correct.
A cut of 4,500.
Yeah.
Line 4656, we have that down to 5,000.
Yep.
So that's a cut of 1,000. I have line 4820, we are down 4,625.
Yep.
That is a difference of 6,975.
Yep.
Okay. Then we cut out printing, which is 4840.
We did.
We did.
You did not?
No, we left it at
Oh, you left it at
Oh, you
600.
did leave it? That's, okay, that's my fault too, because, okay.
Okay.
There's the 600.
Wow. They're cutting your budget more than we are.
Who's your friends now?
Then line 53,700.
What is, okay,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead, finish the list.
5377 at 1,500.
Yeah.
Which is a difference of 1,750. Next one I have 5515, 2,500.
Correct.
A difference of $500. And then the final one is 7011. That should be brought down to $243,062, a difference of $56,247. That gives you a difference in change of 73,472.
Yep.
So what do you have for total?
Your total is 2,498,999.
Yep.
I'm
And
gonna,
that percentage now brings you down to 8.23%.
Open to a motion.
I'm gonna be that guy before we get there. Can we cut some from the clothing allowance?
So, clothing allowance is, let me get my handy dandy list here.
So I'm gonna get hit with a baton.
No, some of the clothing allowance, I can tell you right now, some of those are contractual because the plainclothes guys that do have, and then there's the sheriff, myself.
We know that you guys dress well.
So the clothing line is $5,700. That is made up of 6 plainclothes individuals within the sheriff's office that receive a contractual stipend. Instead of having a clothing allowance like uniform. And so the total of that stipend is $5,700 exactly, so. If you cut that line, somebody's not gonna.
Somebody's gonna be.
Somebody's gonna be visible.
We already cut them vehicle, I mean, geez.
We'll make the motion.
I reiterate, I am open to a motion.
Wear your clothes from home, that's what I had to do.
I thought we had a second, we had the motion on the table that was seconded.
We did?
No,
I didn't hear it.
Oh,
No, I stopped
sorry.
before I got up there. So that's, so you're saying that the 38 is an exact number for them?
The clothing allowance is the exact amount of the contract.
57, that's all right.
I'd like to make a
All right.
motion, I'd like to make a motion that we reduce the budget of the sheriff's department by the amount of $73,472, bringing the total to $2,498,999.
Okay, I have a motion before us of $2,498,999 for the sheriff's department overall. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? Then it so passes.
I hope you're ready, Tom, because you're gonna be giving somebody rides.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In my 2005 Subaru, it's 125,000 miles on it, yeah.
We'll have you pick up Matt Curtis for our shifts.
Yeah.
I'll be the barefoot guy walking up Knox Bridge.
Is it lunchtime?
It is lunchtime.
Hey, why don't we do this again after lunch on the hill then?
Yeah.
All right, that was fun.
I can hardly wait.
So Carrie, as of right now, today I have costs of totaling $121,872.
So that's exactly.
I believe you.
10%
Which is
overall budget.
I've just been totaling up just the.
When we were like to come back.
I was just going back because
Half an hour?
Okay.
so far they took 200, that's. It came to 48,200 that we took from facilities. And then $73,472 from.
Is that a fifth one?
That's
That's 11:50 now, so we
Yeah,
want to be
it's
back for 12:30. 12:30.
12:30?
it'll work.
Okay, oh, sorry.
I'm gonna be that guy and I'm gonna go out for one because you like it.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right, fine. Would you like a ride?
You better get right, you're going to Waldo, you're going to take the right back to you.
For the record, again, I remind you folks that there was a clerical error on my behalf on this jail budget. It was reflected before, and now that it's been corrected, you'll see that the increase is very insignificant at 0.01.
That can we cut? That takes the air out of
Where
our
are you
sales.
located? Where are you saying that?
I think we should cut the food budget. That's probably the worst one to cut. That's how you make everybody upset.
I'm talking about this.
On the summary.
You'll have some opening thought if, everybody recognizes it.
He has opening thoughts.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I told you guys when I came up here earlier that I was excited because I got an opportunity to share what I thought was really good work. I'm proud of the patrol division, the sheriff's office and what we do. But I'm especially proud of what we've done in corrections. So I'd just like to take a moment to share with you a little about some, what I think are very significant wins in the world of corrections. And part of the reason why I mentioned earlier that I think Waldo County is at the forefront of progressive in this field. One of my predecessors, Sheriff Sheriff Story, came up with the concept of the reentry center. And I'm a huge proponent of it. And I think it has done a tremendous amount of the years that it's been in place to reduce risk of future offenses, of reincarceration. So the work, I think most people here are familiar with the work of the reentry center. So I won't talk a lot about that, but I'm proud of that work. What I am most proud of recently, in the last year or so, what I'm really excited to share with you is an initiative that we have embarked on that is like nothing else I think anybody in the country can do. So a few years ago, I've had a million conversations with this man, Ray Porter. Anybody who doesn't know Ray, he's our correctional administrator. I've had a million conversations with Ray over the years about where corrections should go and how we should do it and the right way of doing it. One of the visions that we've had for a long time, stemming way back from the Board of Corrections days. And I don't know how much you know about the Board of Corrections. You probably don't want to talk about it because we bore you all to death. But the original concept was that they take over county jails and that they would be a unified system, which obviously failed miserably over the years it was in place. It made more of a mess than it did anything else. But what it did do was it sparked a lot of conversation in the world of corrections about the idea of collaboration. What could we do together? And I remember years ago, we were sitting in a room with some folks at Bridges, which is, for anybody that doesn't know, Bridges is Lincoln Sag, jail, largest in our district. And when I talk about district, I'm talking about prosecutorial district 6, which includes Lincoln Sag, Waldo, and Knox. So I remember sitting there having a conversation about, just imagine what would happen if we in prosecutorial district 6 looked at ourselves as a correctional collaborative instead of these 3 individual facilities. Just imagine the things that we could accomplish. And so fast forward to a couple of years ago, there was a number of us meeting, talking, sheriffs, jail administrators, and that conversation came around again. And largely, and I'll toot our own horn, Ray and I drove that train. And we were challenging people to really start thinking about what could we do as a prosecutorial district. If you look across the state of Maine at the issues going on in corrections, you've got Cumberland counties that's down 50 plus correctional staff. You've got York County down 35, 40 staff members. There are jails across the state down. Knox County's been down darn near 50% of their staff. Staffing has been a huge issue in corrections, just like any law enforcement. Overcrowded. If anybody's read the news, Penobscot County is literally swimming in inmates. They've got somewhere 250, 260 or better population for a facility of 180 beds. So overcrowding and staffing have been huge issues. And so we started talking about what can we do as a district if we looked at this through the lens of a district approach rather than 3 facilities independently trying to figure out all of these issues. Well, I won't take the whole afternoon to explain it because it's been 2 years of conversations to get there. But I'll summarize that over the last 2 years, we went from having a conversation about a concept to getting enough people at the table, county commissioners, jail administrators, and county administrators, JAs, sheriffs, talking about this concept to the point where we finally agreed, even though there were many reservations, about creating a District 6 Corrections Collaborative, where we would view everything from a district perspective. Ray is the architect of the idea, and instead of housing individuals based on when they were arrested, it was housing them based on their needs, based on their classification, so that we could better serve the population. Because at the end of the day, we are responsible for these individuals' care, but we're also have an opportunity to try to provide these individuals with some tools to understand why they've offended in the first place, so that they don't do it again. And so we stopped and thought, how do we set up the system to address population and house population based on those issues? So we actually went into a 6-month trial where we basically moved the entire population of the district and housed them based on that. After about 6 months, we realized that there were people that were concerned about the fiscal impact of that on each individual facility. And even though I didn't think it was going to make an impact, we tried it. What we found after that trial period was it did not impact anybody fiscally in a terrible way that some people thought it would. As a matter of fact, behaviorally, our population behaved much better. People with mental illness were being held in a linear facility like Knox, which suited them much better than a large pod facility like you would have in Two Bridges, where there's 60 inmates in a pod. We were able to focus individuals that needed medication-assisted treatment into a pod together, so they were in there with like-minded folks. There was just a lot of efficiencies in the region. We were able to gain enough support where this year we were able to sign a contract that basically reflected a District 6 approach. And as part of that contract, we agreed that we would create a committee, and that committee would be a working committee made up of representatives from each county. And the mission moving forward would be to explore 3 areas: finance, operations, and programs, and to explore the opportunities that would be presented across the entire district. I was asked to be the chair of that committee. We actually had our first operational meeting the other day. I'm incredibly excited about the conversations we are having and not only the efficiency that we're having, but the effectiveness that we will have viewing this as a district. And the reason that I say that it's unique, we had a consultant that we all knew from years past, corrections consultant, works nationally with a bunch of different facilities, worked with the state of Maine during the Board of Corrections days. He was up here for an appointment, and we asked him to come to one of our meetings. And we sat down and we explained to him kind of the history lesson of what had led us to where we were. And he said, I have never seen this anywhere before in the country. He said, I've seen plenty of places where a couple of counties would get together, decide to build a jail together or something like that. But never have I seen 4 counties, 3 facilities get together in a spirit of cooperation and decide that they're going to build a better system, more efficient system. It's just never, I've never seen it done. Part of the reason why I said we're on the cutting edge, and I'm hoping that there's going to be a lot of really positive things from that. And it's another one of those things the commissioners have been incredibly supportive. Commissioner Fowler and Shorey have come to a number of those meetings. Commissioner Shorey is part of one of the subcommittees that we're in. It's been a really exciting thing, and I'm excited about the future and what it might mean for us.
What's the demographic breakout of the 3?
As far as
Of who are the populations in each of the 3? What is the demographic?
I'll let Ray talk a little bit about that. He's the one that actually architected that.
The populations in the facilities, the 3 facilities. Yeah, so the design of this project, there are many areas of need that we were looking at. Basically, because we use a nationally recognized assessment tool, it tells you what the drive is or the cause behind their constant reoffense. Right. And so we broke it down, first of all, and this has been kind of near and dear to my heart in this whole district, is we really feel that the women that are incarcerated are underserved. And so in looking that, and I had the opportunity a few years ago to oversee Knox as well as Waldo, and while I was down there, I gained a lot of knowledge of the physical plan and also, the staff and everything else that they're doing down there. And Knox was originally designed, it was a 24-bed unit that was originally in preparation for some sort of work release, but they never really used it for that. It's their minimum security unit. And so, as part of this plan, we would house all of the women in the district in that particular area of their facility. And then we would basically bring in gender specific programming for them. So that's one piece. And then the special needs folks that, you know, one of the things that, you know, a direct supervision facility is great as far as, you know, it takes less staff. I mean, you can put 60 inmates into a pod and have one staff in there supervising, whereas if you have a linear facility, it takes, you know, 5 times to that. But one of the challenges with these big facilities is they really don't have the space for special needs, special management. So they end up going in those pods as well. And then you're dealing with an increase in assaults and violent behavior. And that's what Two Bridges was really dealing with. I always kind of look at it more of the, you know, with the individual people that are housed there. When I think of special needs, and I'm thinking how much, and I've always looked at it this way, how much is the physical plant aggravating their situation? And so we moved to take those folks and put them in smaller areas. During that 6-month trial, one of the things I was really gunning for with this was to show that if you change their environment, their behavior changes. That's something that we know. And sure enough, it was admitted to the point where within the first 2 months, we had Knox County, and I had to work with them because they were getting these special management folks. So all of a sudden the behavior changed. I thought, well, they're just regular general population, because part of this plan is we put general pop in within Two Bridges. And so I had to kind of slow the train a little bit because they were ready to send them back because all of a sudden behavior's well, and you know, everything's well, let's put them back in the situation. So there was a huge adjustment period with it, but it was really fun too, watching the improvement in behavior. The staff started noticing that as well. And then, like I just said, we put all the general population people in the district at Two Bridges. The other piece, and it's been a challenge for county jails, because ever since the lawsuit up over Aroostook County, they've been really trying to figure out what to do with folks that are on medication, medically assisted treatment. And when you're in just a normal regular jail, those folks are kind of spread throughout the population. And so what happens is you have, you know, those folks who go and get their medication, they're often strong-armed to hoard their medication. We call it cheeking their medication so they can pass it off. You also have a certain percent of the population which they've chosen a different pathway to recovery instead of medication assisted treatment. So for them, when they have an individual that's been dosed and they're around that population, it can serve as a trigger for them as well to relapse.
Right.
So it gets quite complicated when everyone's just thrown in there together. And so what we did is we went and took one of the pods at Two Bridges and we dedicated it to substance use disorder. And we ended up, you know, identifying those folks in the system that would do well in a large pod, and then in that pod, along with the medication, they have all of the counseling, the individual counseling, the group counseling. The pod itself is designed, you know, the moment you walk in, there's, you know, different, you know, motivational stuff on the wall and all of that. So we found that worked really well. We found really quick that worked really well with that population. Now, mind you, each of our facilities, even the Rantry Center, we still do medication assisted treatment. One, because we have to, but also we do have a few people here and there that, you know, like qualify for the Rantry Center, but they're on medication assisted treatment. We're able to manage it better than some of the other places. And likewise, Knox, some of the ladies are on medication assisted treatment as well. So yeah, it was actually quite fascinating, as you know, as the sheriff was talking, you know, a few years ago, we all started talking about this, and then we were able to just, you know, kind of create this model, which is unheard of. The consultant that came in, honestly, he was speechless. Like, he didn't know quite what to say about it, because, you know, he's used to going in and he's like, I've heard of counties collaborating to build like a jail like Two Bridges. But I've never looked at like the internal infrastructure of programming and how that would work with groups of people. He said, to be honest with you, he said, this needs to be published at some point, because there's nowhere in the nation that they're doing anything like this. So, which we're really proud of. in that 6-month period in reviewing that, I mean, that's why I think everybody from county commissioners to the jail, I mean, we have a 12-member jail authority that oversees Two Bridges Regional Jail. You know, all the representatives, the sheriffs and stuff, we went back and looked at that and we saw, wow, it changes behavior. You know, and it's a creation of efficiencies when you have 4 counties working together together. And also when, you know, one of the things that we really sought out with this model was to really look at the population as a District 6 population. And it was really, like I said, very fascinating. I wasn't, you know, I was behind the scenes praying that this would work, to be honest with you. It had never been done. I didn't expect, I knew we only had a 6-month open window to really prove that it can be done. But I was startled within 3 months looking at it. I mean, it actually worked better than I even expected.
What did it do for employee morale?
Well, that was one of the other things that I mentioned, trying to stabilize employment. And so one of the things that we were able to do with this early on was to share staffing. And so in this contract, we've actually created a provision where staff can work for one of the facilities. The other facilities agree to reimburse the original county at 100% of our cost, but it frees up the ability where, like, we're fully staffed, and we have some part-time people, but neither one of the other facilities are in that position. I think Two Bridges is down 4 or 5 right now, and Knox is still struggling, being down a few. So we've been able to have people get out that want to work some extra shifts and help fill some of the voids for Knox where they're having a hard time recruiting. It's helped stabilize some of that staffing crisis across the district. It also has created some ability, because Two Bridges is so large, to free up some beds where they were able to then take a pile of inmates from Penobscot, which brought in revenue. And the other thing that it's done is, if you look back historically at the Board of Corrections and the atmosphere that it created afterwards, it was a very predatory environment where every jail that had, like Two Bridges, had a huge debt service. The number of people incarcerated from Lincoln SAG is very minimal, and they've got a 220 bed facility. So they were looking for other people to finance that. And when there was nobody sending inmates, they were flipping a huge bill. So the environment was very predatory. I saw boarding rates of $100 a day at times. Under this environment, we've shed that mindset of how much money can we make off each other. And it's more about how do we do this job collaboratively and still keep everybody whole enough to keep their operation going. So, you know, what we're paying right now to house 40 inmates is a fraction of what it used to be. We don't have overage fees. We don't, you know, if we run over, which we have, you know, they're not sending us bills for that. You know, there's a number of immediate benefits from just approaching corrections in this mindset, let alone in the future. I mean, as a perfect example, and I'm probably most excited about the subcommittee that Ray's gonna have on programming. You know, I'm huge about partnerships, community partnerships with any organization. You know, VOA has been a huge partner with us for years. As part of my preparation today, I asked Robin Goff to provide me with a summary of the grants that we received as part of those partnerships. Over the last 5 years, 6 years, we've brought in a little over $3.3 million in grants to help support the criminal justice system in Waldo and Knox. And largely, we won those grants through organizations like VOA or Restorative Justice because of the fact that when they sit down to write that grant application, they're talking about all these collaboratives, all these community partners, law enforcement, and federal grant writers love that stuff, and they're sending us money. And my argument to the district has been, just imagine when we start preparing grant applications, talking about 4 counties, 3 facilities doing something that's never been done before, the amount of money that we might be able to infuse this in with and support. And every bit of that is money that we won't have to necessarily go and ask taxpayers for. So I'm really excited about the possibilities of the future. And I didn't want to eat up all your time, but
What's the capacity of Waldo County?
What's up?
What's the capacity of Waldo County here?
The same as it's always been, 32 beds. We have been What's that?
How many do you have now?
We're down.
Yeah, we're down to like a dozen in the entry, plus we have space for 6 in our 72-hour hold. I'll come back with it. So we have space for 6 in our 72-hour hold. One of the problems that we have, and I'll try to be brief, but over the last several years, with the sentiment nationally about law enforcement, there are those, you know, we have many of them in our state that have that believe in utilizing incarceration less to address some of the social issues we have. One of the side effects of that has been that the state has not adequately funded what they need to fund.
Good for that.
Perfect example. Well, the problem is you're paying for it.
Right, they can come back around.
You know, I sat here through the budget hearing with the district attorney's office. I've had a conversation with Natasha several months ago when we were talking about the number of cases that they're dismissing, the number of cases that they're pleading down for nothing. But I'm hearing it from the public all the time. My explanation to her was, I came here 30 years ago. We had 2 ADAs. 30 years later, all the cops we've added, all the population we've added, all the crimes that we've added to the books and we enforced, I still got 2 ADAs. And so, and you can see the same thing in the court. And because we don't have much more court time than we've ever had before. So unfortunately, we have how many people in the system right now in the district? 130. How many of them sentenced? 9 of 130. So when you have that, at our center, we can only take sentenced minimum security inmates. So it's killing us because we have all this capacity and we want these people to come. And we've had to get to the point where we're renovating 2 of our day rooms to try to broaden. We still have minimum security, but we're trying to broaden the number of people under that umbrella that we can bring in. So if somebody's like getting ready to get sentenced, they're not quite minimum yet, but we know they're gonna be, and their mindset's starting to change a little bit. We can get them in there try to jumpstart some of that programming that we do. But we're trying to get creative to figure out how to address an issue that the state has caused, because they're not funding courts, they're not funding DAs. Natasha made it clear that from the folks at the state, they have no interest in funding their DAs. But the problem is, you got 2 ADAs that are drowning. And that's why they have a hard time funding people. They're drowning. And so they don't have enough court time to hear the cases. So what are they gonna do? They're gonna dump them. And then they're gonna plead them down, and because they only have a minimum amount of time. And the unfortunate part of that is, all the people that are sitting, we have people sitting for hundreds and hundreds of days in our facilities. Penobscot, one of our meetings we had a guy that was sitting 700 days pre-trial, sitting there, waiting for a chance to be found guilty.
They just sent it someone Thursday that was in 12 months waiting to get.
It's killing us in our system. And unfortunately, it's one of those things, and we've talked about it a lot in budgets, where the state makes decisions and they allocate their funding and it has a direct impact on county taxpayers. In Augusta, they're not necessarily always overly concerned about the impact that counties and municipalities. But we are suffering from their decision.
How much is that impacting the climate in the state?
You know, I don't know that that would be really hard to say. It's obvious to everybody that reads the newspaper and sees all the dismissals and everything, that there's a good chance you're not gonna get held accountable. It's certainly something morale-wise that we deal with internally within our law enforcement division. Guys saying, why am I making an arrest if everything's gonna get done? And we try to maintain the mindset that we're gonna do our job, we're gonna do it to the best of our abilities. And then once it's left our door and it goes to the office, we're gonna let them do their job. Because mentally, if we try to follow that, we're gonna understand. So if the public knows it and they're talking to me, if my guys know it and they're talking to me, I'm sure the bad guys out there doing what they do know that there's minimal accountability. And so I'm sure it has had some impact, but I don't know how you quantify that. But to me, the more responsible way to do this would be properly fund the DA, properly fund the courts, allow us to clear these cases. And for what we do, we want these individuals in the reentry center. We want them to be exposed to programming. We want them to address the risk factors of the cause of offend. So that when they get into the community, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, being valuable members of our community, not reoffending.
How many people was it in the district that hasn't been sentenced?
Nine.
How many people in the state? And before we go down this road, making it full aware he was my boss. I adore this man. This is only business.
I adore him.
Yeah.
Okay. How many people are you taking in up at your facility right now that are state inmates?
I have one right now.
You have one? Why one? Why are you guys not partnering with state facilities?
We're still accepting referrals and looking at those. I am, obviously, I've got a long list of people from our county that are within the district that are pretrial currently that want to come to the reentry center, that, you know, that I expect them to come once they get sentenced, and, you know, and try, like, we're doing everything to expedite this sentencing. I mean, we've kind of stepped out of our realm even, you know, and kind of taken the lead, like with the DA's office. I mean, every other Tuesday I have a meeting, which includes, you know, representatives from Two Bridges and Knox County, pretrial services and all that. And we literally go case by case to see where we're at. And, you know, obviously I'm found in the drum saying, you know, we've had this person for 545 days, and where are we at with this? You know, we've looked at them. There's somebody that we are interested in. I have, you know, VOA is kind of, I have them spread out. They're in Knox, they're at Two Bridges screening people in preparation for that. So
one of the other things that we had to do was when we went into this contract, there was conversations around capacity. Obviously, Two Bridges has got capacity to go file people, but not everybody else does. Part of this is a partnership in the fact that we have to be willing to accept anybody from the district that qualifies for the reentry center. The folks at Knox has to be willing to accept emails from the whole district and people with special management. General Hawk, Matt has to go to Two Bridges. There's been a conversation about what do we do if there's spare beds? Because if you start looking at the number of inmates in the system in the county or within the district, there's more capacity than there are individuals. So what we're gonna do with that capacity? That was part of the conversation around allotting a certain number of beds at Two Bridges to make sure that they could bring in revenue so that we didn't have to, within the district, pay for it. Reserving enough capacity within our facility that if we can address, another one of those things that we hope as a unified voice, we can go to a duster and address is this pretrial issue that we have. Because we want sentenced people within the system so that we have the capacity to take them. You know, I've instructed Ray that I want him to focus primarily on the district, because to me, that's where I'm going to receive the greatest amount of benefit. At the end of the day, if there's somebody in the state system that's going to return to the Waldo County, Knox County, entire area, and they qualify and we have space, that's fine. At some point in the future, as we get to move forward and this thing settles itself out, if I have capacity at the reentry center, I want to be able to bring somebody in. But unlike in the past, I'm probably going to start charging those counties outside of the district for those beds to try to help offset revenue to help to benefit the district.
So I guess the direction of that question was more geared towards, right now we have a facility that's about a third filled. Okay. And we're talking about doing an initiative for a district, where before we were in an initiative with the whole state. Why? And this is me saying this as a District 3, not a former employee. What return on this investment is the people of my district going to obtain? Because before, when the facility was full, more community service was being done. So what is the return on that? Because you have two ways to look at it. How much money you're spending to house them, and what's the productivity that comes out of it? And also the recidivism, are they going to reoffend and come back in? So the poorest, the poorest district in your county needs to know what's the return on its investment by doing this. And I'm saying this respectfully, non-disrespectfully, as a representative of them.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to answer that question, Tim. I mean, as far as what is your specific district going to see as a benefit, I think it sees the same benefit that it has always seen.
Right.
By the operation of what we do, by reducing risk of reoffense in the community. we're not bringing people into the reentry center based on which district they're from. We're bringing people in that qualify for the programming that they are getting.
Right.
And you made a comment about, before we were, a state system, now we're a district system. Before we were not a state system.
No,
We're not, we're only a state system under the Board of Corrections. Once they banished that, we went back to being a bunch of 16 islands all to ourselves.
this is true, but when I came on in 11 and 12, we were taking in state inmates. But we were receiving no funding from the state for those inmates.
Because that's
being
when the
housed.
Board of Corrections. was
Right,
always.
right, no, I understand. So what I'm asking now is if we're switching to this district idea, what is the return on my district in your county? What's their return on their investment from this? Because right now, your largest town in that district isn't seeing anything for community service or programming. I mean, we have some like Waldo Cap stuff, but what's the biggest bang for the buck for people out in my area of the county that I can go back and say, yeah, this is a good initiative?
I think I know what you're trying to say. It's kind of, it's a two-pronged thing. We've heard a lot about how it's better for the residents and the inmates as far as reducing recidivism and trying to get them the treatment they need. I think what you're asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the actual dollars and cents wise. And that return piece on that is it's cheaper to run this program and do the right thing by people than it is than to pay the way we were doing it.
Right.
And if you look at and I don't, you want me to open that up so you can get your historic numbers out? No,
We gotta get into the lines here pretty quick.
yeah, okay. No, what I'm getting at is the, if you look at our boarding costs, because our facility, if we scrap this model and we said, all right, we're gonna be a standalone and do our own thing, we scrap this, we do not have the capacity at that facility. I question.
Are you talking about for the jail or for the residents?
I'm talking about for the jail.
We could never reconvert
we're
our
not-
facility back.
Okay,
to
and I didn't know how far.
Right,
down
because
before you wanted to go.
the way I look at it, in my district.
Yep.
And don't take this the wrong way, anybody. On the coast, they get the most amount of community service. But we're all paying into a system. I need to get some kind of return, because I'm your 5th largest town in your county. What is our return on this investment too? Because we already know, well, I'm gonna back that up. We already know the success from the reentry.
Yeah.
And it's not conductive to put people in a cell and act them to come out and be human.
Yeah, we'll all
So,
stipulate that.
so what is yours and I, because you're a taxpayer of mine, I'm here representing you. What is our return on an investment out in our part of the county? Because we don't get some of the services that everybody else is getting.
Sure, I will say in our part of the county, and as far as the actual community service piece that you're talking about, a couple of things that the reentry does, I know we make very regular runs up at Thorndike. And we're doing,
one town for.
well, we make very regular runs up there, and I think you're aware of that detail too. The other, and we have done some stuff.
Talking about Common Ground?
What's that? No.
Oh.
No, I'm
Okay.
talking about the residents of the entry center.
Yeah.
Doing work.
Yep.
Up at the railroad in both towns. The other thing I'll say is, our garden project that we have, that is, most of the manual labor, man hours that go into that, come from that reentry center, and we're putting back tens of thousands of pounds of food into the community, and we do not, people asking like, well, you're not selling that stuff wherever. We're not in the business to compete. I don't want to compete with the local farmer that's trying to, because I can undercut him because I'm subsidizing it, so to speak. We have dedicated funding that we do get, that we have to do an inmate betterment program. We choose to do it that way so we can give back, so you do have more return on your investment. So those are some examples of return on investment that I give you. And the last being just the strict boarding cost piece, that we were well over $1 million a few years ago. 1.2. And I got the number that we asked for this year. 836 this year, so I mean, there's a line that's gone down almost $500,000 just, by trying to sort this out. So
And I know that unfortunately on our part of the district, we don't get the nutritional that some other towns will because of where location is, and I get that.
Oh, we do partner with Unity. We run up to Unity on a regular basis.
We've done a little this year, a little over, even with our population now, a little over 2,600 hours of community service. The garden has been a good chunk of it. We have spent well over 50 hours at Firewall Museum up your way. the railroads. So we have a way that goes, and certainly the food is distributed evenly over food pantries, churches. All over the entire town.
And we didn't have as much tonnage this year too, just in full disclosure.
Oh, I know, I heard about
Yeah,
it.
so at any rate, but no, I hope that sheds some light.
Yeah, because I mean, ultimately, the mentality of the people out in our way aren't as flexible. They're thinking of, okay, we're supporting a facility that's 26 miles away, and then they're sending their inmates another 100 miles away. And everybody on the coast is getting community service. What are we getting out of it? And I agree with everything that we're saying about reentry. I always have.
Sure.
It's just, how do you explain to a farmer that reentry is the way? And they're just seeing a total loss of money.
I think, and that's how I've always approached it, Tim. So this is a two-pronged approach. You look at it from whether, as we stipulated, we agree with the reentry, or from the fiscal standpoint.
Right.
A lot of times with someone that you're talking about, you just have to hammer on the fiscal standpoint.
Yep.
I would put Waldo County up against any other county in the state. Since the Board of Corrections just to have the minimal amount of increase budget wise. I guarantee you, I don't have the numbers right here, but I guarantee you, our increase since the Board of Corrections is the lowest in the state.
Well, one big thing in our favor is that our buildings are paid off.
Well, we are working in a building that was built in 1970. But we make do. I know Tom is sitting there patiently waiting for me to shut up.
No, actually, I'm trying to think as well.
That dang Tom
because I'm
Wagner.
not terribly familiar with corrections. But as I see it, you've got a program that works. But the problem is beds aren't full.
Right.
If you had more beds, you'd have more income. Regardless of where they come from.
If I had more sentenced inmates, I mean,
Yeah.
for many years, we have been full with a waiting list. Unfortunately, over the last few years, we have really started seeing a significant shift in the population from having a reasonable number of people. When I first started, almost everybody was sentenced. Now, here we are, all these years later, 9 people in the entire district sentenced. I mean, it's been a complete 180 over the last probably 4 or 5 years. And it's turned the system on its head. It creates all kinds of issues.
Right,
And
and you still have
unfortunately,
all
people
the
have
same costs that you have regardless of whether you have 9 or 39.
Pretty much, yes. And unfortunately, a lot of the issues are driven at the state level with the way that they finance or don't finance certain elements of the system that they control. So it's been again, it's another one of those things that's made the last 4 or 5 years really weird time in the world of law enforcement.
All right.
We don't have a line item budget in this section that comes down to the corrected 3,649,000 number. So how do we go through this budget? The one we have is the 4,200,000.
Yeah, the incorrect one.
What number are you looking for?
1050.
Yeah, what's the bottom line you're looking for?
3,649,775.
Okay, so the budget you were presented with the 4 million,
Yeah.
that is before the state funds that we receive.
Okay.
So deduct 580,544.30 from that, and you'll get your 3,000,006.
I understand that, but so you're saying that these individual line items we should still look at as themselves?
The line item, the numbers should be correct. It's just the extra money that's in that budget from before is a totally separate number that comes from the
But
state.
And it just applies kind of overall the line or?
Think of it as revenue received that's offsetting your budget.
Right.
It's what that is. That's why it wouldn't be.
Okay, so you don't, so in the budget, they don't apply it to
No,
certain lines, so
no.
we still look at all the ones. Okay, I'm good. Thanks. I just was worried that we were gonna be, because you mentioned a number of 836 or something for inmate boarding, and we've got 875. So.
Yeah.
That was confusing to me. When you were talking about room and board.
That
was
was-
something about,
When
Somebody
I was asked, I was talking about the 1.2 or whatever it was a couple of years ago, and someone, I don't know.
Right.
I knew it was 8 something, I just couldn't remember.
Oh, okay. Okay,
I guess my big worrisome question is this. With our facility being a third full, and we keep on talking about district, does that mean that we're not gonna be taking on other counties? Are we still gonna work with all the other counties too, or does it limit us?
Oh, no.
Because we don't wanna lose our biggest asset.
No, we'll absolutely will entertain the idea of accepting things from other areas, but I want to ensure that we have the capacity to address our district. I have complete confidence that if we can get the pretrial issue addressed, there is plenty of individuals, if we can get them sentenced in the system, that will qualify to fill our facility. We're probably a waiting list right inside the district. The real challenge is for us to find a way to get this system broken so that we can get people sentenced.
So now you wanna break the system.
I wanna, but if we end up with capacity above and beyond, just like Two Bridges, they've had capacity above and beyond, they've taken on 60 inmates to offset revenue. I would like to be able to do the same thing, but I want to assure that we're taking care of the district first before I just start bringing a whole pile of people in from outside of this. I think the change will be that if we do take people outside the district, we will start charging revenue.
Sure,
So-
because it's just, for a long time, I remember hearing older corrections officers saying, oh no, it's the new way. And now I feel like I'm one of them saying, hold on a second, you're getting rid of the new way
That's right.
as an old one.
We're making it better.
But that's the thing is,
I got a question.
by getting bigger, we're not losing what we have.
Absolutely not.
Right.
If you take in an inmate from Bangor, from Knoxville County, and are receiving revenue from that individual, and you become crowded with locals, do we still have to maintain that person, or can they be sent back?
That's part of our conversation that we had within the district, because Two Bridges is in that position. They had, if they take 60 inmates from Penobscot and they say, oh, the district numbers have gone up and I need to create space. They can call Penobscot and say, come get them, but they're a 180 bed facility with 260 inmates. Until they have someplace else to take them, they don't have anywhere. So there's a certain risk you run when you start bringing people in from away, that from facilities that are overcrowded, that when you all of a sudden you build your capacity up and you say, oh geez, I need to free up beds for the district. And I call Penobscot and they're like, I got 200 people in a 180 bed facility, I can't take them back right now. And then you're not even meeting the need of your own. So that's why I'm saying there's a great deal of concern within the district to make sure if we can work together and collaborate, we gotta make sure that we can take care of our own before we start accepting it from some of these facilities that are overcrowded, so we don't get ourselves.
All right, moving on to it, we're not gonna make it.
Sorry. You can't let me start talking. I can't shut up.
So the first few lines, we can't do anything with, we'll start with clothing allowance. Line 3601, I believe it is. Yep.
it seems so small and I don't know, I was wondering why we're worried about it.
That was just the first line
Oh, okay.
outside.
I hate to be that guy. Is this for you and the detention manager?
Yes, that's correct.
Ray, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Can,
got me.
can you cut it down a little bit? Because I've seen what you and the detention manager wear. Sometimes he wears a uniform that's already been provided to him and he works shifts. Is there any way that you can take a couple hundred off?
I do
or
know that
can you flex a little bit?
actually, that comes out of that clothing allowance.
Does it?
Some of the uniform or or like the pair of
How much does a
I know
tie cost?
colors
Tell me.
that- What's that?
Tell me how much a tie costs.
$30.
Okay.
I do, as part of, my position, I am required to go to many meetings from
Yep.
here to Augusta, down to Two Bridges and all around. And,
Yep.
I didn't, try to impress you with my suit and whatnot,
Sure.
but I do wear,
Like,
suit
is there
tie to
a
represent-
specific one for each one of you or?
We
But
allocate
a wide amount.
$850
Yeah.
for clothing allowance, based on contract that we have with the patrol division, that's what we apply to our correction side, so
Okay.
$850 per person.
So
How
that's
many people?
1,700.
Isn't that correct? Isn't that what you guys get, or do you
It was,
get
it's.
900 per?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, so
That
that's
was 850.
1,800.
All right.
How many people need a clothing allowance for?
Two, yeah.
They're non-union employees, there are administrative staff.
And the contract is nine, the contract is 9 and there's 2, so 2 times 9 is 18, not 19.
It's, the way they did the contract, or what they're basing this on, it's $850 and $950, and the two numbers, it's $850 for uniform personnel. Because they're, all those sales are going through the office in their tax exempt sale. It's $950 for plain clothes, because that is, you're charged income tax on that when it's paid out to you. And you also pay sales tax on that because of the type of clothing that it is. It's not, those are the tax rules, the way it was explained to me by the finance director.
That still adds up to 18.
We're getting tied up on something that's
$100.
fine.
Yeah,
So it's $850 for you, $950.
I was just trying to lighten the mood. I'm gonna just be quiet.
So it's $950 for those are two plain clothes positions that they would be paid out at that rate. And then the taxes are taken out of that.
Explain overtime. If you have running a third floor. Why do you have those?
All right, you wanna talk about overtime? Well,
Yeah.
I will tell you that. Well, this might take some time to explain, and I know I've eaten up a pile, but, so as part of our collaborative work, I talked with you a little bit about our sharing staff. So there was a period of time where we were sending staff to Knox because they were housing in Maine. If you look at our boarding costs, we went into a period of time with Knox where we were able to negotiate a lower rate of boarding costs with them, but we were also providing some staff. So our overtime rate went up, our overtime expenses, but we were paying less in the boarding rate. We tried to negotiate a boarding rate with Knox for a 3-year period. It just, because Knox is having so much trouble with staffing and inmate numbers going up, they ran into a capacity issue, a staffing issue. We ended up having to abandon that. So for a period of time, to save money on the boarding side, we were spending more money on the overtime side. But at the end of the day, that relationship didn't work, which was fortuitous for us that we had this dialogue going along about the District 6 collaborative, because we were able to shift midstream and go to the collaborative idea versus basically having to go back onto the market again because Knox was not going to be able to continue that relationship with us.
Did we save money?
Overall, I mean, even paying overtime and paying reduced rate, it was still a better deal than trying to just go out for an outright contract.
And the other piece to overtime, yeah, we have a facility to run, but oftentimes, in fact, so far this year, you know, we've had over about 30 hospital stays that requires a corrections officer to sit on the person, which then accumulates overtime, that sort of thing. So
this has been, I have never seen a year quite as bad as this one. I think Ray was on the phone with me every week, telling me that somebody was in an ambulance heading somewhere. We had a number of individuals in our care that got diagnosed with cancer, various types of cancer. It was an excruciating year for medical issues.
Can I ask about, so the inmate boarding, I mean, the budget looks significantly higher than what's being expended. And you're talking about how we're not full, and this is our share of the district, right? I guess I'm just questioning why the budget is so much higher than the actual number. I mean, the budget says 875. Last year's budget was 625 and we expended 421.
Right.
And this year, these are old numbers. I think they're only through September. It's 388, which seems more in line with the 420, but the budget's 875.
Again, it goes back to last year, we were trying to work a deal with Knox at a reduced rate. So just to give you a little history, so Yeah, that's right. Yeah. All right, so this is just a quick history of our boarding contracts. And this goes back to 2017, which is right after the Board of Corrections dissolved. And we basically went on our own and had to start looking for contracts. So we ended up with an initial contract at Two Bridges for 1.2 million. But that was based off of, I believe, 40 units. So 1.2 million, we went, we were able to renegotiate that to $1 million, then it went to $1,030,000. We switched, went to Somerset County, where we got a contract for only 35 inmates, we were bringing our numbers down, but that was for 830,000. The next year it went to 846, and then 863. Then we went into trying to work a deal with Knox, which brought our numbers significantly down. But then we had overtime costs because we were trying to keep them afloat. So now we've gone back, we've gone to a district approach where we've abandoned that situation with Knox. We're back to housing 40 people at Two Bridges at a rate of $325,000 a year. The overage you see above the 825 in the fixed contract is because every once in a while you run into a situation where you can't house somebody local. Perfect example. We have an individual that we had to house at Knox for safety reasons. We could not house him in the district because of. So we ended up having to reach out to Knox. We've had to reach out to Somerset and ask them to take some special individuals for specific reasons. So every once in a while you end up with one of those anomalies where you have to host somebody else in the district. So we built a little extra in there for that. But the base contract for Two Bridges.
So it's a contract.
It's a contract.
Okay.
The whole 40 of our base. And just to give you an idea, you know, it's well, Ray doesn't have the form that I do.
When was that signed? I'm just trying to explain why there's some differences.
The contract with Two Bridges was signed effective July of this year, so halfway through the year. I want to look at my form because my form actually has.
Today we're boarding up 50.
Yeah, we're actually 10 over our limit, but we're not being charged for it because of the over. So just as an example, back in the day when we were under that predatory system for 40 people, we were paying as much as a little over $70 a day. And with the stipulation that if we went over the 40, we would pay $25,500 per person if we went over that per year. So pretty steep incline. Right now with the District 6 collaborative, they're paying $56.50 a day per inmate that's there. And there are no overage fees, like we're 10 over right now, they're not gonna see still for that. It's been agreed upon that we will find a way internally, the new district comes that and make it work. So we are certainly in a much better position today because the district we just went off to God and country and tried to find someone. And quite honestly, there is no one. There was an incident where we had 12 people piled in our booking room at one point this summer. He was on the phone, the chief was on the phone, I was on the phone. We called every facility in the state. Absolutely no one was that to take anybody from our, not even our short term.
So if we're only 1.4, we're still boarding out.
It's because of like what we have for facility between, we have
They don't
the
fit
6
in
bed,
the
they don't, that's why we're trying to do that renovation to some of those,
existing space.
existing spaces, so we could
We
kind
are,
of perform double duty.
you know, we are rated as a minimum security community-based facility. Nobody reaches that level of security unless they're sentenced. So that's the correlation why I talk so much about sentence. They've got to be sentenced to qualify to come to us. Everybody that's pretrial is at a minimum going to be medium security, which means they have to be at one of the other two facilities. So that's why we're housing 50 people out, because we're not licensed to hold any of those people at their security.
Well, how many of the 50 that we have out are pre-trial?
All
of them?
I don't know how many are. We have 9 in the system. I don't know how many. Always. I can tell you that anybody that qualifies for the rent in hours, we bring them in. We'll hold anybody.
We have 7 Waldo County sentences that are sitting in the ranch center.
7 of the 9 are hours.
Well, that, yeah.
Moving on.
Medical's going up a lot.
Well,
Do you have any latitude?
I do, well, sheriff does.
I do?
Well, no,
Well-
comparison.
Well, yeah, this is one of those things when we look at it, we might have a certain perspective of it, but when you look around Waldo County, like as a matter of fact, I asked you to do a little, what did you find when you looked at our neighbors?
Our closest neighbor.
Are you
as a
talking,
medical
hold on,
line.
are you talking employee medical or are you talking inmate medical?
I don't know.
Is
It just said medical.
3902?
Is it the 70?
Oh, it does say employee, sorry.
Okay, that's a difference.
Didn't see that.
All right,
Right, that's.
We'll get to that.
we'll get to our inmate medical costs.
So just-
Those will be talking.
On this
Employees.
budget, there's 3 components to this budget. So when we develop this budget, there's the sheriff's portion of it. Then there's a maintenance portion of it, and then there's the finance of the commissioner's office portion of it. So when it comes to like employee benefits or something like that, that's some of those questions. That's why, like following I have it color coded, so I can track it. You know,
That would have been really nice.
Anybody,
Coding.
just for the history lesson of
But
that,
that's
when
0.13 cents per shot.
when the state decided that they were gonna take over corrections. What they said was, we need a snapshot of what's corrections cost in every county. So we had to sit down, we had to break it up. Well, this is our maintenance costs, and these are our administrative costs, and this is our operational costs, and we had to include all of those into the budget. And so that got pulled out of normal county operations, where in normal county, you'd see, you'd have Chris up here, you'd be talking about facilities. You talk to them about, benefits, but the corrections budget is a different animal because of the process for the corrections that they have us restructure our budget completely different to enter into the Board of Corrections. And it's never gone out of that structure, because once the Board of Corrections went away, it didn't really go away.
But
Because
I mean, I guess all I really was wondering was, you can't be part of the county's self-funded.
No, they, no,
Oh, they are.
no,
That's
they
the
are.
expense.
That's their expense.
calculated.
So that's fine.
That is their
Okay.
portion. We give them that number. That is
Okay.
their
Right.
employee portion.
For this 401, which was in
401 number?
that's the inmate medical line. That's the one.
Yeah.
that pays
Oh, that's
for
the
it.
That's
inmate
what I
medical?
thought you were talking.
Yes.
about.
Okay, it just says inmate, so.
So. Yes.
Medical.
Okay.
So just to give you a little
Dental
perspective on that, Ray reached out to one of our neighbors. What are they paying right now?
1.3 million.
1.3 million for a contract. Knox County, is that Knox? or-
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
No, I just didn't know I didn't realize it was medical.
And so there's a couple of things on that, like when we are, when we get billed we're responsible for these bills when they're in there. They bill us out, we recode them to the Medicare rate. So we are allowed to pay back at that Medicare rate, and it's generally, round numbers.
Yeah.
Seems to be about 10 to 20%. If you get a bill for $2,000 and we end up paying out about $200. So, it all depends on certain procedures or certain activities.
but I would say this is the contract we have for medical services is to a local individual. Most of these other facilities have gone to organizations that provide medical care to correctional facilities, and their contracts in the hundreds of thousands and millions sometimes. We've been very fortunate to be able to get by with a local,
Veterinarian.
in a pinch, baby. So that
But it-
really
I
kept
don't know that-
our medical costs.
How about professional services, the next one down? That looks a little high.
What is that, Ray?
Oh, let's see.
Four, two.
40.
That's the one that you called me about. the other
Yeah,
day.
was that like, what was the?
It was, billing from
Yes.
payroll,
Payroll, yeah.
payroll
Yeah,
billing.
that's right.
Well, it was 3,400 the year before. And so you didn't expend the 6,000. You expect that it's gonna go that much more.
Well, 21, it was 6,443.
Is that it?
I don't
Included
know that.
attorney fees too, by
We were
chance?
given it back
Related to.
Not that we're aware of.
Okay.
17.
Thought I'd ask.
Mary,
Well, maybe
I don't have that sheet.
No,
Yeah,
okay.
but-
Maybe, I don't know.
So-
So just this past year, I can talk on that. The only thing that has been taken out of that account is the billing services for payroll.
Okay.
I have not seen any different charges on that account last year. I did not go prior to, and this is a new payroll service that we've had since,
2 years.
so
2021, yeah.
Does the, not just the payroll, is that just iSolved or is that?
that is I saw
Okay.
the EGI or,
Perfect.
yes. Now, what did you have prior to CGI?
Invoice savings.
Yeah. And so probably their rate was a lot more than what CGI, now do fortunately Nat is not here, so I can't speak on it, but I do not know if there's going to be an increase in the current year for any billing services from them.
She hasn't spoke of any, and I just spoke with Commissioner Shore because generally when he negotiates a contract, you know, we have a certain amount in there for professional services, and that isn't the situation with the jail this year that, you know, we have a contract, so.
You go back up the list, we kind of skipped conversations around, and I had a couple that before we jumped down. Educational stipends. So I'm all about training. And I understand the stipends, and I understand you've had a change of 10 people, 6 people, you talked about that earlier. It seems high. Mainly because there isn't history other than this year to support it. And I don't know if you've got history going backwards.
That's just like on the patrol side, that's part of the corrections, corrections have a separate union, the correctional officers.
Okay.
And they signed in their contract and you have similar reimbursements as that of.
Fine, I understand all that,
Understood.
but the
They'll
number
be-
seems high.
They'll be, so there's not a lot of history because they have a fairly new contract that
Okay.
includes that. And those two should be being paid out Thursday, so you'll see the expenditure in this year. Carry over
Okay.
that, and if you go to the back of the packet, there is a breakout of.
Of the stipends and the.
Yeah,
part.
like,
Yeah,
part of
yeah,
what
that,
you would expect
yeah.
to be.
That's that person. It still is striking me as high. So that's a line. When do you do the payout?
They'll do it on Thursday.
No, the jail's already been done.
The jail has been done.
Yeah, so you should have an overage on that, up to date.
I don't have any paper. I think Mary might be the only one that has anything.
I don't have it either.
So I have one, so I have to ask, so OIC is this officer in charge of giving an extra $1,000 for a shift leader pretty much? Okay. What's a SOS?
You know what you don't have.
It's not shit on the shingle.
Sex offender specialist.
So you don't have something like this in the back, like those are.
That we have. No, I'm talking about this with
Oh,
showing the
that.
actual expenditures.
You have the jail one?
I do.
No, I have a
No.
jail one.
Can I make a,
We don't.
thank you.
I did. I stuck around last time and they didn't.
DEP?
Yeah.
What's DEP?
Deputy.
Okay.
So OIC is officer in charge.
Okay, I'm gonna let that one go and move on. I am now moving down to,
Before you move on,
okay,
hear me out on this. Cause I was unfortunately there for a year when we became a union. A lot of these things that are now getting paid were things that we never got paid for. So therefore, there was no incentive. Unless you had self-initiative to actually care. So it is a recognition thing as well, which I actually am in favor of.
mhm.
Because when I was younger, why would I want all the responsibility of running the jail? You know, I'm okay with it. So if you do want, I know you're ready to
I
move
just,
on.
I just said I'm
but-
okay.
Okay, well, I'm happy you're okay.
Pretrial services,
You want me to explain what it is?
well, I'd like to know why it's about. You've only expended 70, I mean, there's a difference of 70,000 between what it shows you've expended this year and what you're asking for.
Oh, no, it's not, no, it's way more expended than that.
So, yeah,
Okay,
my most recent.
cause I'm showing 93, 766.
I show, about 135.
Okay, that's what I.
That's a contract, yeah, it's a contract, yeah.
And I'm showing 148.7 as of the November 17th.
Okay,
And the check's 169 and. So I have one that, not everybody on the screen, but I have one that looks low.
no.
Electricity, 4302.
That is under person's maintenance budget, we don't track that one, I don't know if anybody at the finance can answer that.
Well,
but-
as of the 17th of November, it was at 26,794, it looks like. And it projects, just straight projection, 30,448. Electricity rates for residential came down this week, but not commercial.
I worked with Chris on his pieces of this. And I think one of the things he was anticipating with that was maybe some solar offset. But again, we did this back in August. as
Yeah, I
well.
know.
So
I know.
it's, and they've done nothing but increase, so.
Yeah.
You know, it's, we talked about the crystal ball clarity already.
The next one's fuel, oil and heating. Is that also a Chris?
Yes, fuel oil for the facility.
Heating oil, yeah.
That'd be me.
And the reason that's here is because you had to pull all that stuff out to give to the state.
For the Board of Corrections.
For the Board of
And
Corrections.
this was done in August. This number looks high. The expenditure as of November 17 was 6,260, low number. Well, you know, it wasn't a bad winter. And
We don't track that actually. but-
yeah,
I don't
no.
think like, we have to put those in our budgets with that,
yeah.
but we don't see the slips on that or anything, they all go through maintenance.
Yep.
I think you guys didn't you have oil left over last year? So therefore,
I think we switched all over.
in this
We're
budget.
we just switched to propane.
Yes,
for
right,
everything,
so I
that
think
could-
we didn't know how to calculate it then.
Yeah.
that's
So for
why.
2024, everything is propane, not fuel oil.
Correct.
I think the whole county.
Yeah.
Except for this, except for the oil, yeah.
Which doesn't really cost too much more than it actually has the last couple of years. Right,
Correct.
I mean,
Which is
nothing's
like,
changed
that's
to the building.
Yeah, I mean, propane is very stably priced, it's
Yeah.
certainly the attractive piece, the more you buy, the cheaper it gets, I just haven't found a big enough tank to make it free, so.
Yeah.
So,
This number just looks high, looks $5,000 high.
yes,
well, I'd say more than that,
yes.
but
I think you might be right. Yeah.
I don't want to vote on that line today. Chris is the person that needs to chime in. We need more information on that line.
I don't know, I've been in that facility, it's pretty cold.
What happens when you try to heat cinder blocks?
Right.
I'm looking at history here. I put a buffer on top of the history. I could have gone tighter.
I lived there.
No, as Dale was explaining to me, they did a propane upgrade as part of the ARPA projects for all the buildings, so I would actually expect that to go down if that's the case, and this would be the first. Without having a full year of experience to go by, and with Chris being new in his position.
Yeah,
I
I get it.
don't.
I'm not faulting him.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not faulting him.
you know,
Did a great job for
sure, and we were shooting for zeros, you know what I'm saying? It was, we were really trying.
So are you saying you wanna go up in electricity and down oil?
I'm saying that if it was me doing it, I would have gone electricity to 30 and I would have gone fuel down to 215.
I guess.
Fuel down to 215.
I
About
Fuel down to
Sorry.
15,
It would about
down to 15.
down.
Oh, 215.
Yeah.
15,000.
down
Okay.
to 15,000.
Thank you.
If we go up to 30,000 in electricity and down, we're still gonna be at a net negative,
Yes.
which is fine.
That's what.
And this is the other thing too, I don't mind getting together with Chris next week. And re-examining, asking him for the historical numbers.
And I wasn't here, I'm sorry, I wasn't here this first hour this morning to bring it up then.
Yep, that's fine.
But, you know, once again, if I do this the way I do it for the city and I'm considered a tough nut, that's the numbers that I would have reached. in
Okay.
terms of-
So we're gonna revisit these two lines.
I would like to revisit
next
those
week.
2 lines next week. Not hold up the
We'll
whole
talk to
thing,
Chris
but
in
just
between.
those 2.
Yeah, I'll try to get with Chris and, work towards that as well.
And can somebody tell me what live scan SVC miscellaneous utility?
Well, I can tell you what that is. That's your fingerprints.
Can't we just say fingerprints?
No, because now everything is being recorded and sent to the state of Maine and to the federal government for a
Okay.
national data graph. So
Okay, so then somebody, Jason or somebody needs to explain to me the actual numbers that are here in the history.
Right.
and what's going on.
Talking about
I'm
live
coming up
scan?
with 0.
Pay the bills.
Tim is correct, I mean, live scan is our fingerprint system.
Okay.
That just
So,
covers all of that.
I'm looking at some zeros here and a request for 2,000, so somebody give me a little education here.
Which line item, sorry, number
4307,
4307.
live scan, FBC, miscellaneous utility. I'm seeing 3 years of zeros. And I see a request for 2,000.
Mary, I cannot give you an answer because I don't know live scan well enough to understand why.
You said 4307?
Yes.
Yeah, that's electronic monitoring.
No, it says
Okay.
live.
Yeah. 4307.
They've
Well,
extended
no,
2294 so far.
Okay, well, it's that one's it's mislabeled, and I can explain that to you. Um,
Like that was a
Oh,
mistake
we-
or something.
we went to,
Didn't see that.
when we went to an electronic monitoring system, we have some indigent people that that cannot pay for that. When they
Yeah,
court orders
yeah,
it, then
yeah.
you know, talk about state mandated,
Yeah.
we have to put them on that.
Yeah.
The way our program works is we get reimbursed normally. If someone goes out, they pay us a $25 installation fee, and it's about we charge them $5 a day
Mhm.
to be on that. That figure represents, if we have an indigent person, it's cheaper to put them out at $5 a day than board them at the nominal fee of $65 a day.
Mhm.
So that's why we budgeted that number, is just to have some money set aside if we need to put someone on an electronic monitor.
Okay. My question is,
Yes,
for 3 years, 2021, 2022, and 2023. 000.
we have 2,000 in this year.
Incredibly good job.
Are you talking about expenditures or budget amount?
I know.
I'm looking at expended to date
Expenditure.
as of 11/17/23. I'm looking at 0.
Right.
For 2023, I'm looking
Sure.
at 0 for 22 and 0 for 21. I'm looking at a budget of 2,000.
Okay, that's where I was not understanding exactly what you were saying. Thank
Okay.
you.
So-
So I mean, at the end of the day, if you wanted to cut it back and.
Yeah, I wanted to cut it back. 3 years of 0.
Yeah.
You know where that leads me?
Yeah, but I mean, like anything in this profession, you plan for what you might end up having. And so if you reduce it back and we run into another year of 0, great, then we'll roll that into general fund if we.
Okay, so this is this for Veritrax? Or did you switch again?
We switched away from Veritrax.
Okay. So is this for pre-trial? Or is this gonna be for sentence?
Can be for both. Yeah,
Okay.
depending, but mostly for pre-trial, bail.
And most people pay, you know, it's.
Oh, I
vast
remember.
majority of the bail.
Okay.
So you haven't expended anything.
I haven't had to, no.
So how is, this wouldn't be included under pretrial services?
It's not.
That's something.
Pre-trial,
different.
that's actually like, yeah, that's staff.
Okay.
That's a contract, so this is a separate piece.
This is they don't run our electronic monitor, we run it internally with our own systems.
It might be. It is alcohol monitoring. Yeah. But.
What's your number?
500.
You don't wanna look at me, because,
Somebody's asking where we end up.
because
so
I'll tell you what, here's my issue with this one line item right here. This line item can save us a bunch of money if we were using it more, and we're not using it enough. So, I mean, you have people that are being housed on pretrial that could easily be out on electronic monitoring.
No, that's not the case.
It's a lot better case than zero,
Anybody that
which is what's
qualifies
being numbered.
for electronic monitoring, we put them out, but we tell them right up front that they have to pay a setup fee, and they have to pay their own fee to cover the expenses of the monitor. So that it's a
If they want
self-sufficient
some
program
freedom.
and we're not asking the taxpayers for it. So anybody that qualifies is out.
So he's saying nobody qualifies.
What we're saying is if there was somebody that could not pay, and we still want to be able to utilize the service and we have to absorb the fee, then we wanted to have a place where we could go to absorb it, because paying $5 a day to monitor them in the community is cheaper than paying to house them, say, 2 bridges. But that does, because we're not spending it, doesn't mean that somebody that's qualified for bracelet didn't get it.
But it's still money that we don't have to spend housing somebody somewhere else. It's still cheaper.
It is cheap, and that's why everybody is out that can be. We just make them pay for it.
The other piece I have a question. How many of these people that could qualify to get the ankle bracelet could actually afford to do this? Because in my mind, I'm not seeing the people who would commit the crimes to have
They're
to
pretty
require
motivated.
this.
Well, I'll tell you, when
Be
you
able
tell
to
somebody,
afford, that would want to spend the money. They would prefer to stay someplace than they would to spend their money.
I haven't come across anybody that said, hey, I'd rather spend my time in jail than spend $5 a day. Most people are pretty excited to pay the $5 and get out.
Pack of cigarettes.
That's bigger today. So that hasn't been a problem, that somebody has said they don't wanna do it, but.
The only other piece I'll add as far as what's offset some of the indigent costs with that is several years ago, the department received a grant. It's the Triad Fiscal Agent. I only know this because I'm the treasurer of that group. We received a domestic violence grant, and part of that was to use for that. So we've written, because that's a fund that will be depleted at some point. We use it for emergency housing, but we've used it for this too. So that's why we haven't burned up.
Okay, there's a good explanation.
Okay,
Thank
but
you.
Part of that is that there should be a nexus to domestic violence.
Yeah.
Amy, the lady and her 3 children that got murdered by the husband, their family raised $10,000 and donated it to the sheriff's office through Triad, specifically to try to help victims of domestic violence. So if we're spending out of that, it really should be the person being monitored should have some nexus to domestic violence to really be legitimate, but.
And we use that grant also to get, like, to buy a iPad for the on-call detective to be able to monitor where people are at and everything else, so that's.
What's people's pleasure?
Had one suggestion of 500 across the table.
What line, Mary?
I'd say 1,000.
On line 4307?
Yes.
We're saying 1,000.
I say 1,000, he says 500, so you know, that's.
I don't
No, whatever.
Then it's
Thousand's fine.
1,000, we'll move on.
Okay.
My next one is the next page, 4601, repairs, maintenance, air conditioning. Air conditioners.
That's the first one.
That would be close. Yeah.
And I would think 4312 is also this one, and 4308, the sewage and the water.
Yes. Yeah, so the fall in the first.
I mean, you may as well, we asked him about those with other departments.
What about the generator maintenance?
Right. I'm pretty sure that's a contract, Tim, that he,
That's a contract.
So what's going on with the parking lot grounds and snow removal?
Well, according to you, we should increase that wrong and,
Well,
allow it a little
we
more.
got 2,500 divided, broken up 4 or 5 different times all for one area.
they do, and I don't know how they didn't split on that, but they divide it between the sheriff's office. It used to be EMA when they were up there, us, the dispatch center, so I,
Is it just one contract that's broken up into 4 different pieces?
that's my understanding.
Okay. And yes, I do.
Rubbish removal, 4621. Is there anything there this year because of moving construction, something that's raised that number up this year?
That does fall under Chris, but I'm.
And I think that's another, and that's another split between the complex out there. I think he did say something about rubbish. I have it as the same number as the previous year.
I'm gonna be a terrible person, and this is gonna come out so bad.
Bless you.
Is there a way for us to reduce the food budget while using the garden more?
If we
Or
maximize.
have we maxed it out
Yeah,
completely?
but where we can, I mean, I look at the, anything that we can produce out of the garden, we're not
We're-
buying from,
Right.
poultry products or Cisco or anything else, so.
And if the board wants to hear it, Ray can talk about a partnership between us and the food pantry as well, that they're trying to utilize.
Yeah, one of the things that we've done to help reduce costs with the food lot actually is we have entered a partnership with the Belfast Soup Kitchen. And what that entails, we send our men at the reentry center over there. They do a lot of the cleanup, some of the maintenance, they're in the kitchen, they do a lot. I feel like they're over there every day. But we benefit from this, from the overage of some of the food that comes our way. Sherry over there, we're also working with her through a grant. We're going to be working even more collaboratively because they're going to be doing an educational piece for the residents at the reentry center with the culinary arts program. And making sure that, I'd like to see everyone that walks out of that facility have a Serve Safe certificate, and makes them very employable to local restaurants and whatnot as well, so.
Well, if it was on there, you guys provided.
Is any indicate
a go for it.
They'll just cut out the sauce.
When I was the jail administrator of a full service jail back in the 2007-8, we had, 3, 4 people working, and some part-timers, and, we've been able to reduce that down because we have the residents go down and do the vast majority of the work and just supervised by some staff, and so we've been able to bring down what used to be a pretty significant expense between staffing and food, and utilizing our residents in the garden and partnerships with the food kitchen. We've been able to keep that.
Yeah, and I'm pretty listening to the sheriff talks, and you realize how much credit I do need to give our, community members that are incarcerated out there at the reentry center. They're very motivated as far as working in the kitchen. Our Department of Corrections inspector, every time he comes through every year, he inspects the reentry center every other year, and then 72 is the opposing year, but he's always amazed at how we're able to get by without a full-time position to really manage that. But it's the residents down there working, it's the corporal of programs and services that's overseeing that, along with many other things that he's overseeing, but to keep that going, keeping us, compliant with what the state requires as well, so.
Well, I'm looking at the history I have, back to 21, I don't have back to 17. And I'd like to see that line come down to 58,000.
How much?
58,000 from 60.
Okay, so you want to decrease
I
it by
want to decrease
2,000.
it by 2,000. And I especially want to do it after I just listened to what I heard. I already
Well,
had a note from looking at the history.
Now, keep in mind too. I'm speaking for them in a sense. They are feeding 2 separate facilities, because you have your side where the detention center is, and then you have your reentry center too. So that actually takes care of both facilities, which is, so
How many people?
no
have
matter
we been
what,
talking
I
about?
hear you, but no matter what, you have to feed these people that are in 72.
I
A
understand that.
lot of the guys in the reentry, they leave, and they'll
understand.
get meals out of the community.
I understand.
I'm
I've made it clear, I'm looking at history back through 2021. I'm not going back to 17 because I don't have that.
Well, I don't think your cut's enough.
And I am thinking that 58 is the correct number based on what I've heard and what I've worked on here. It's reasonable without cutting off noses to spite faces.
I don't know, I've seen some of the food that they come back with, so.
So if I could, back to, I'm trying to get a little bit of that historical, thousands of population loss.
Yeah, well, that's why like I said, I only have back to 21. I don't have.
And that's, I think, starting, I can like.
Hold on, let me make sure I'm actually speaking right now. 18, in 18, we spent 48.6.
Okay.
The next year, we spent 51.
Yeah.
4. The following year, we spent 49.7. The next year, we spent 56.
Yep.
57.
Yep.
And now we're back at after this.
As of November 17th, you were at 47,760.
And like I said, it wasn't enough. I'd say it'd probably be better at around 55, 54.
Is this that you're gonna expend on food is gonna be directly related to the number of people you're feeding as well.
Yeah. So this is in part related to the fact that the
Running
whole
or-
problem with sentencing. If we're not seeing more, they were saying the reentry center is so empty because we don't have people that are sentenced and they can't be there until they're sentenced because it's considered minimum
Yeah,
security.
and there have been times over the years where we've been full and there's times where the numbers are low and so it does fluctuate. So obviously the food bill will fluctuate with that accordingly, so.
Do you have any way of knowing how, I mean, you don't have any way of knowing how many inmates you're gonna have between now and the end of the year?
There's no way to know
Could
that for sure.
suddenly everybody go.
Let's
Yeah.
let's not get a massive
Yeah.
rest here.
So I mean, if you,
Full moon coming.
if you cut it too low, then you run the risk of overspending just because, and groceries and, I mean, food has gone up significantly.
And
since
the inflation on
2017.
groceries has turned, it's coming down.
Big time.
Right,
Well,
and they're buying in bulk.
It's coming down a little, but it's not coming down that much.
It's not gonna come down much.
So-
because cost of fuel's going up and the transportation.
So, I mean, I think the $58,000 is reasonable, but I think any lower than that would be.
Yeah, that's how I define it. 58 is reasonable with a little buffer still there for all these things we just talked about. Your number's too low.
Okay, 58,000 would be fine, we'll go with that. If they have to spend more, they will spend more. Next,
My next one's office supplies. Line 5230.
Look,
I think it should be 6,000, not 7. Once again, looking back at history through 2021. And where you're projected right now, it was as of 11/17, $4,910.44. If you do a mathematical projection through the end of the year at 88% of the year spent, it was, it would project to 5580. In 2022, it was 5837. In 2021, it was 4954. I didn't strip it to the bones.
So what are you calling it?
6,000.
6,000?
6,000.
Quick question, 5227, that's another one of Chris's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was actually okay on that one. Okay, now I want to talk training, and I'm pro training. But, and it may be their original conversation today about the 10 moved on, 6 came on, all of that. I'd like to just hear a little backup information. I'm not seeing it clearly here.
That's correction officer training.
5243 training. It was 12.5 budget for 23. The ask has gone up to 15,000. I'd like to bring it back to 12.5.
Well, I think that we have to ask the question is, are you currently fully staffed?
We're fully
Yeah.
staffed, yeah.
Is everybody certified?
Yes, we just put one through the academy this year, so. We, you know, with the corrections, and as you know, Tim, we're what's called a PREA certified facility. PREA is an acronym for Prison Rape Elimination Act. We needed to get that certification, which we did years ago, so we've been through an audit for that is every 3 years. It's a federal requirement, and it's federal requirement for all state facilities. And it does get a little dicey with the county facilities in that for us to bring in anybody that's from a PREA certified facility, for example, Two Bridges Regional Jail is a PREA certified. We have to be PREA certified as well, maintain that. And to maintain that, there are certain trainings that we have done every year. I send a PREA monitor, a PREA coordinator, and another person to that.
Yep.
Every year. That obviously costs money because it's out of state. But we
Everybody's already qualified now.
excuse me.
Everybody's qualified.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So it would only be an update. Looking historically back over 7 years, we'd be all right if you want that back.
I'd like to take it back to 12.5 as it was in 23.
12.5. Next.
My next one is the capital outlay building and building. So that's the two, building and building is the two.
That's the last Chris line.
course it is.
Well, no, but again, I can speak to it just a little bit.
There was no backup sheet where other departments have given us a backup sheet explaining that line.
Yep, I was gonna take a stab at it just to give
Thank
you
you.
a broad stroke. We've talked multiple times today about the renovations that we're trying to accomplish. We're certainly bound, to do things a little bit differently. Chris felt really comfortable that we could finish the two day room renovations with the $30,000 as it was last year. The additional $15,000 is our intercom system, and Ray can talk to the specifics of that, I think. But it needs to be replaced. It's not functioning. It's really kind of a safety issue.
Yep.
To do. So we need to replace that. And we got a quote on that. I believe it was $50,000 to do that.
Okay,
That
I'm good. I'm good. It's really important, just future reference, it's really important that we get the backup explanation. We could save a lot of this time.
Absolutely.
If we had better backup.
No, absolutely, Mary.
No apology. I'm just saying going forward, it would save time, be more efficient if we had
I will say
the backup explanation that maybe you all already know.
Practice, it's throughout the facility, all the day room areas and whatnot, so that the residents back there can communicate, and also when the staff send out announcements, or if it has to evacuate the building, it's going across that as well. It's an old 76 system, antiquated, but to be honest with you, it's not working. We tapped it with a Craftsman hammer. So,
Okay, that is true.
And to more fully answer your question, that renovation that we spoke about, yeah, it would allow us to use those, to maximize the.
So we decreased 6 lines. Well, I'm so far. Okay, I was gonna say, I don't really want to do a wrap.
My only question is that TAN interest on line 4817. I just wondered, is that a portion of what you
Yes,
paid
that is a
overall
portion
gets
of-
apportioned here?
Yes, ma'am.
So that number probably can.
That will be reflected
Change.
differently.
Zero.
Yes, yep.
Zero.
It is.
Oh, okay, I was looking at it in the wrong spot.
So we only decreased 4 lines because 2 of those lines we need to get back with.
Sorry, one
find out.
went up.
Yeah, But we need to ask Chris.
Okay.
So
I know,
we
but
increased
we
six.
did-
6,500.
We increased six lights.
we raised one, increased, I think,
I only
increased
had
5,
four.
raised
We
1.
raised.
Or 2.
Yeah, I have 4.
We raised electricity.
Yeah,
Mine
but
did.
that,
And then we,
Oh,
No, we didn't do
talk to
anything.
Chris about electricity.
Well, Mary said that she wanted to go up to 30,000.
Yeah.
So that would be an increase of 2,400, and then somebody suggested decreasing heating fuel to 15,000. So you're down $5,000 there. So and then you had the scans, you went from 2,000
to 1,000.
to 1,000.
Yeah.
Then I have food, which is 5,101, 60,000 to 58,000, that's a decrease of 2,000. I have office supplies going from 7 to 6, that's 1,000. And then I have training going from 15 to 12,500,
Yeah.
that's a $2,500 decrease. So I have a total difference of 9,100. That doesn't.
Now, see, the first with the electricity and them, I thought we had some good discussion on that. but
Yeah, I did too.
feel
We
like you
don't
guys were solid.
Yeah.
We were
as far as
gonna-
I'm
we were gonna
concerned.
put that to for Chris.
You don't want to
That's what
put
I
those
thought.
in there yet.
Be back here. Next, will Chris be able to be here next
Oh,
Saturday?
well, put it this way, if he can't, between all of us, we'll make sure he can explain to us
Yeah.
these
I don't think he has to
changes
physically
or
be there.
questions.
We just get.
Yep.
input.
Yeah, because we've identified a bunch of things that we
Yes.
basically deferred, saying, oh, we need to talk to Chris. about this."
Absolutely.
It's not just those.
Yeah, no.
Yes, 6,500.
So-
Yeah, so we'll make sure that he's the very first on the agenda the next time.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the jail budget with a reduction of $6,500. And with the caveat that there are multiple accounts that we need to have a discussion with Chris about before we finalize this number.
I'll second that motion with the caveat. Does taking away the 6,000,
6,500.
500, does that take away our 0.01 of an increase?
I don't know.
Yes,
I
it
don't-
does.
We've already had the motion made,
What-
seconded.
Yeah.
Hold on,
But you're allowed to amend on a second.
hold on, which I don't think will necessarily serve us well. If we're gonna look at a couple of lines next week,
Yeah, we should.
then there's no point in voting on the rest of it
Okay.
right now.
Well, that's great, because that then still leads to, does it take us down?
Correct,
It does.
this is open to discussion, all right? I would vote no, that we wait on it and we vote on the thing as a whole next week.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
I'm not up on.
I'll second his withdrawal. At least they're all gonna have closed. I mean, we'll start to pick up Matt on the way to Belfast.
Okay.
and-
Based on that, we'll vote on it next week.
Okay,
And Tim, you're down 0.21%.
Thank you.
I do have a question. I try not to do this very often, ever anything, but I see where we have the total jail budget is capped by legislation. Explain to me what that means.
So back, like the sheriff explained, so back in 07 or 08, the Baldacci administration took over the county jails. And at that point in time, the 15, because there were 15 county jails then, still is, but and at that time, that's how these budgets came to be, like Jason said, we had to make them completely separate from county, but yet we were one, if you understand. And they said, basically, put whatever it costs to run that facility, whether it's a portion of an HR person doing the job or the health insurance or whatever. So that's what we did, and as creative and clever and odd and warped as it was, that's how this became what it was. It was, like the sheriff said, it was highly unsuccessful. And if it's one thing the state in their infinite wisdom actually ever admitted and did, so the Page administration said, oh my God, please take it. Just take it. This is a nightmare. We're not interested. And some legislators, and I wish I could tell you who to give credit or non-credit to, I don't recall. I know it was nobody from our prosecutorial district, but they said that they put in a piece of legislation that said that you can't, even though the jails are yours, they're your problem, you figure it out. You can only increase them by a certain percentage wise over, every year. And anything above a certain percentage was supposed to go before the legislature. But again, the problem, and I don't mean to speak ill of our politicians in Augusta.
Go ahead.
But it's real easy to craft some of these great ideas that just
Don't
don't
work.
fly. They just don't fly. Every one of us, I bet, has opened our power bill at home and gone, what? You know, or whatever. So I mean, a lot of times the cap in which they put down is unrealistic. And then understand when you have myself who failed to put in $586,000 and your initial budget. And I even said to the sheriff, what the hell is this? You know, and that was my fault. But so, yes, sir, according to statute, we're only allowed to increase by 3 to 4% without legislative approval. I don't know of anyone in the great state of Maine that is able to adhere to that, except currently for us right now.
No, it's just that, what close was 17%.
So, I don't mean to interrupt, but I guess I will. Looking at the last page of this, the proposed budget is for $4,230,000.
That was my error, and unfortunately, we haven't changed this sheet.
I do now.
What's that?
It is changed
It's
now
changed
to
now.
reflect
So-
the revenue amount.
So this number, $4,230,320,000 that you're looking at. I needed to minus out and I failed to do that. Tom, the money that we get from the state, the 586, 26.
It's 580,544.30.
I'm forgiving, what's the bottom number?
The bottom number right now with the $6,500 changes with taking out that state revenue receipt.
Could we just do it with the revenue? Because
Right.
we're not voting today on that 6,500. We're gonna, after we talk to Chris or get his information next week.
So it's the number on.
We've got the right numbers there as we left it today, but we're not voting on this budget today.
As of right now, with the changes that you've made without a vote, is $3,640,677.40. 3,000,000.
Because the only cuts was 6,500 today.
Right.
3,640,675.70.
And I want to ask you for what percentage of change is that?
0.24%.
Oh, you're so quick. Hearing all of that, we'll move on to the last.
Yes.
Should have done that first. Well, you all voted me for chairman, and I like to hear everybody else, so suck it up.
I think you guys have another motion.
You guys have to make a motion to table it
Let's listen.
Tom,
for further discussion, the next.
on the jail corrections. Procedural, we have
I
to make a
make-
motion.
I make a motion that we table the jails
Okay.
portion of the budget until we have the facility managers here for our next meeting.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Cool, that passes unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a 2-minute break?
Yeah.
Please.
Sure.
Second.
Any discussion?
No discussion.
No discussion. Stacy?
Yeah.
It is 10:65.
No, if I.
Here's a pretty
No,
low
there's that.
increase, 5.34 is how much your budget increased, the majority of that, I think you'll find it on personnel and potentially moving.
Right, no, I think it does. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Mary, make sure there isn't a copy in there right now. I've done that before.
I've never used these things.
I'm gonna go call Chris and see if he's available next week, because that's gonna determine how you set up your agenda.
Mike is on the schedule till 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh.
So he's first,
Yeah.
okay,
Oh, Chris went now. I know. If it happens to be like in the area.
Oh, no problem. So one of the things, I don't know whether there's a-
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh. Well, I remember last year. That's cool.
No.
It's under something to get up real quick.
That's nice. Yeah. That should be.
Was this that? Shop that- when you have them sell.
Chinese favorites.
Which, what I'm having a computer, or like. You come over here.
So. Alright, so this is what you were asking with the sheet. All of these expenses, I'm not talking rent, your expenses.
Put him in at what, 10? I think
All of the expenses for it.
What's that?
When we put him in around. So
Oh,
we'll have Chris.
Here's
I
the
take him to close thing, bump Mike, cause he's only coming in for a batch.
I know, Mike said he already had paid for, that's why he wanted to.
then this number came out of India.
Yeah, whatever, I guess.
This is the total expenses for India. This is not including any revenue. Okay, if I deduct. KFC, this is your numbers.
9:30.
It's made a big difference, so the other facilities.
I mean, it's fresh on their minds, we want it.
I said no.
In the bar.
It's pretty, yeah, it's pretty exciting.
It's never reflects revenue.
Yeah, it really.
So I'm not sure then, Jason, what happens during how.
Thank you. Thank you.
But this can't, so I'm not.
What's,
sure how the figuring out of. He remembers when I really transported from India. And then. So I'm not sure why. I don't have it. I'd have to go back. and see
Yeah.
Whatever the past finance director did.
Well, I think just my concern is. That is.
I have a quick question.
This is the number.
Coming back. Saturday.
See,
Because
this number
they just went over.
generate.
I have a question about the lines that
Over that.
you would have.
That's what that number doesn't even revenue. To what we actually, what we actually.
Finish this next week.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Ready to go, Mr. Chairman?
How we doing? We ready?
Well, yeah.
That I don't know.
Oh, no, understood.
That may or may not
Oh,
be.
I appreciate that. All right.
Because then I'm gonna- Where that-
Yep.
100.
Guess what? None of us have.
Thank you so much. He'll be here at 9 next Saturday.
None of us have a life for plans right now, you know what I mean?
I have no
They
idea.
get money from your account?
What's this?
Very much.
They get money from my.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, our fine lady registry of deeds is behind you and ready. Remember, I'd like to remind you guys that deeds is also known as the cash cow, if you will. And I mean that in a good way for the county of Waldo. It is probably the only.
Yeah, Tom, so be nice.
Generates revenue.
Money?
Yeah.
And I found over each line, so I don't know if you have specific lines or if you want me to go over each one.
I would say run down through the people that we have here. We have questions, we'll ask if we get that. I remember it down.
So no personnel is the 4% increase.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I got to find, it's 1065. Ah, okay. Thanks.
Now, are these built in through union contracts as well?
We
Or-
do have a union contract,
Yeah. So is that what the raises?
but it's not, this is the cost of living throughout the county. Their negotiating hasn't ended yet. They're still. And we have line 4,100 meals, which is $250. It's the same as last year. And I attend a lot of register of deeds association meetings. Usually there's about 9 a year, and there's the county convention, which they didn't have for a couple of years and had again this year. And I usually attend that. They have different set work sessions and whatnot that we attend there, and they're all over the state. Our meetings are in Augusta, Brunswick, Freeport, wherever they decide to have them. And there's only a $44.87 balance for that. And line 4105 mileage is $750, which is the same as last year. And that's again for those meetings and convention trainings. And that has $123.14 balance. And there were some meetings that I attended through Zoom. There were situations where one was weather and short staffed. I didn't get to attend. At the $123.14 balance. Line 4115 lodging, $500. That's the same as last year. And again, it's for the county convention in the fall, and we do a summer register of deeds association overnight, which they usually pick up most of that, but once in a while we have to cover a little bit of it. Usually the association will cover it. And we have team building activities and meeting and whatnot when we go for that. And that has a $6.99 balance. 4315, the telephone was taken out. Line 4630, that's repairs for, or anything to do with our plan copier. We have a KIF wide format plan copier. So I currently have a service contract on that with billers. And
how much is that service contract?
that service contract is, I have a $946 balance, and that's the only thing. That is the only thing that's taken out.
So I have a question here,
$654.
which is what is showing spent through November 17th and the 2 prior years, 623 and 693. I don't understand the $1,600 request based on those 3 years.
It used to be, and I think I might have cut this line by a little bit previously too, but when they get older, we don't have a contract. Right now, we have a contract. It's 7 years old. So, but when it doesn't, then we have repair costs and whatnot, but I do feel comfortable cutting this line.
Good. What would you like to recommend we cut it to?
I recommend cutting it by $500.
Getting warmer.
Could you live with 1,000?
We could now with the contract, as long as it doesn't go up. That's another thing I don't
So
know.
do you know the dates of your contract?
It renews, I believe it's in the spring, like April.
Okay, so the renewals of the last 3 years have been dollars, single digit dollars.
So hopefully that
You
is,
built a buffer on single dollar digit
hopefully
increases.
that's what it's
Um,
like again.
So I mean, if we went wild and crazy and called it $800. It would still give you a buffer of a contract increase in the spring.
You're skinning the turkey here.
It's been under 700 for 3 years contracts at different,
You don't wanna leave a little bit of fluff?
yeah. 100 and some odd dollars.
So you're thinking 800?
I'm thinking 800.
For now.
Alright, 800 it is. Try to get you 1,000, sorry.
So then we have 4635, which is, these are repair and contracts for, we currently have, well, we have 3 photocopiers, but one's out of commission. They're all end of life. So the one that's out of commission cannot be repaired. That's a $2,500 line, and I have a balance of $442.68, but I have 2 more invoices that are coming in before the end of the year, totaling close to $72. So it'll leave $371.28. And this currently is without any actual repairs, only my service agreements and meter readings. So the photocopiers and the plan copier, we pay a monthly fee on how much usage we have of them. So that's included in this. We also have a fax machine. So if there were any repairs that needed to be done to that and our cash register, we have an ancient typewriter, but we still use it, so.
So it's not jumping, I'm looking at the reserve accounts, it's not jumping off of me if there's anything related to her equipment. Where she's talking about 1 copier already isn't functioning and 2 are maybe end of life here is what I'm hearing. So how does her replacement of those happen?
Well, and
Maybe here and I just.
we
not
have our reports from Jason, our IT gentleman, who spoke of the inventory that we currently have and our future wish list.
Yeah.
And this fine lady and her staff, remember, are being moved over to
Yes,
there.
yes. And
So I
see a
think we
zero
had
on
kind
the
of
capital
talked about,
outlays.
we had kind of talked about behind the scenes that new equipment for her would obviously be necessary, and once we moved it in there.
So am I not, I don't have Jason's memorized,
I don't
under
either.
capital outlay, she's got zeros, and my question under that line was they're moving, and I expected that there would be some kind of updates that would be triggered because of that.
No, and her equipment would come out of the technology reserve. And quite frankly, I think we were jockeying, hoping that we could get free help pickup trucks and whoever to move.
You did talk
Trying to
about
save as
that.
much
Yeah,
as
you did
as
talk
we
about
possibly
that.
could.
So I'm looking at the reserve account page. And I'm looking at a line 0162 called technology.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at a balance on 10/4/23 of 0.
No, that is.
Go to future, go to future technology.
Future technology, remember?
Okay, let's find out. Okay, future technology. Okay, so there you're in really good shape. Okay, 259,150, 161.26. Okay, okay, thank you.
I think the very first meeting, Mary, Jason, our IT gentleman, handed you folks out this.
He did, I
Yeah.
just don't have that
Yeah,
one
no, that's
memorized.
okay, but as I say,
Could I get a copy of that? I wasn't here.
oh my gosh. Oh, sure. Here, I just found these 2, they could be old and I might have wrote on them, don't judge.
Let me do you have a copy of it?
I think so, I
Let me
think.
go
there's-
make another copy just in case.
Yeah, I do, Carrie, I do.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
So if you were gonna get new machines, would you lease those machines?
I would probably go on the best recommendation from staff, certainly not myself. I think they found historically warranty wise, we were better off to lease them
Yes.
versus
Always.
purchase them, but.
We've never leased them, but I mean, I'll look into it.
Do you generally purchase
We
them? I
usually
know for
purchase
some of the
them.
other departments.
We at times been able to trade in. I don't know if I'll be able to, we're there. and
No.
But we've done that. We've also bought in used. you know, not. We used to make a lot of photocopies, we still do make copies, but not nearly how we were before things were digitized.
Luis works.
And we
far
used to
better.
make money, remember, on
Yeah,
the
well,
copies?
yeah, but the world has changed and they went electronic.
Yeah.
Um, but the leasing is gonna be the more cost effective.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Stacy, when you're finished with the report to these folks, I hope that you would remind them of, because I've jotted down kind of some of your tentative totals for the end of the year, what you
Yes,
folks
I do
generate.
I do have a print.
Good, good, thank you.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking about this copier repair one?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Line 4665 typewriter repairs, I actually took that out because I figured if we need anything, we can take it out of the copier repairs. 4810 binding, rebinding, that was also taken out for 2022. No longer have that. 4820 dues. That's $200, which went up by $50 because our Maine Register of Deeds Association dues increased for 2024 to $200. This is zero balance on that. 4825 microfilming. So this is kind of a different line. It's for an all-inclusive software and hardware package that we have with IQS, which is InfoQuick Solutions, and it's our recording system. So by law, we have to record every document that we, take in, and we also have to process it and index it and do all. So that is what we use to be able to process our documents. They charge, so we pay $3.90 per document for every deed, lien, everything that we record. But on the other hand, we get $19 for the first page, $2 for each additional page per document. So we're getting revenue from it. And that price at $3.90 in all the times I know of, I've been registered for 9 years and here for 27. I don't recall it ever being higher than that. It's been the same for many years. And it includes all of our equipment and they maintain it and everything.
So that's at 64,000.
So that's 64,800.
And is that's not a one-time deal? It's a
No, I
annual
pay
deal?
monthly according to how many documents we record.
Oh, based on the number of documents recorded.
And I will say, it looks like you have it. So this year, so far I've taken out 30,000, no, the balance is 30,238.20. I do have 2 more payments that will be for November and December, which I'm estimating around 10,000 total between them, which will leave us around 20,000. But so this year's been a funny year because of the real estate market. It's actually been a little slower this year than previously because people aren't refinancing. The purchases are slowing down because there's not much out there. But so if I look back to 2007, we had a big year that year, 13,580 documents, so we paid 52,962 for our system. Yeah, the interest rates were low. It was a big year for refinancing and mortgages. I'm thinking in the next couple of years or at some point it's going to happen. The interest rates are going to drop and we're gonna have another, busy year like that. Let's see, 2008, we had 12,555 documents. In 2009, we had 13,238. Then between 2010 and 2020, it averaged 12,477. 2021 was our big year. We had 14,117 documents. So that was $55,057, only leaving 9,743 balance. So I feel like in that account, it's one of those that you have to pay for. You don't know from year to year what your recordings are going to be. But I feel like we at least need what we spent in 2021.
Which would still be $10,000.
Which would still be
less
like,
Than what's in this budget.
like, right, like
You said 55,000.
$55,057.
So
And
it'd
that
be
year we had
56,000.
9,743 left.
56,000.
No, that's, you'd be okay to put that back to
I-
56,000.
I think so, because either that or if we have another huge year bigger than that, we're gonna bring in lots more revenue.
I was
and I'll
gonna
have
say
to
there
have
would be
it.
more revenue to offset it.
Yeah.
So you're taking,
2024.
you're taking, you're taking that line to 56, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Continue.
Deduction of 8,800.
$48.30 box rent. $480, and it went up by $30 from increases the last couple of years. Has it negative $10?
It's a post office, we can't,
PO.
we can't fight with them.
Yeah. And with the upcoming move, I like to have the PO box. A lot of our recordings that aren't e-recorded are sent there. Especially with the upcoming move, at least
Yeah.
that's people know that.
Next one.
$48.35 postage, $1,400, the same as last year. That covers our Pitney Bowes postage meter lease, which we pay quarterly, and postage, which I got $500 worth of postage this year, so it brought it down to $196.17.
So you put 500 on it just recently
Yes,
and you're
yes, I
asking for
did, so
40,
it probably doesn't reflect on what you have.
right? And you're requesting 1,400.
Correct.
The balance after taking out the 500 is $196.17.
When's the time, like, so you just took out 500?
I usually do
How
it
long?
towards the end of the year is when I take out,
So you did that this time last year?
yes.
So last year's number of the.
Well,
1,200
last year I have to look back.
Your number was 1203 for 22.
Okay, I don't think I took any out for postage last year, now that I think of it.
And it was 938 the year before, so
Yep.
I mean, it just seems like maybe the 1,400 could be trimmed. Postage is maybe going up again.
Yeah, it could be trimmed to 13,000, I mean to 1,300.
1,300,
No, we can't get.
that would be okay.
I'd like to recommend 1,300 for this line.
Okay, 1,300.
Gives her a buffer for the increase.
Printing and engraving.
Line 4840. That's at $300, which is the same as last year. We use it for nameplates, business cards. We don't use it a lot. It's there if there's something that we need.
Okay, so I'm showing in 2021, you spent $15. In 2022, you spent $0. And as of 11/17/23, you spent $18.
Nameplate.
So I would be generous in reducing that line to $50.
$50.
$50. Next line.
4940, monitoring alarm lease, $300.
Does this relate to the building you're in now?
It's our panic buttons.
Okay.
And you won't need them when you move here.
No,
I-
actually, guys, they
Assume
will
we
have, I mean,
will.
that's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's these.
I hope we will.
You should.
But it's just gonna be moved over to their office there, so they'll still have,
It'll remain the same.
yes, sir.
Okay,
That's
All
a
right.
zero balance.
those are necessary.
Next line.
5335 office supplies, $1,500. That's the same as last year. And that's all of our supplies we use to run the office, except paper and toner. I have a different line that those come out of, which I probably will try merging them in the future, but, so it's like file folders, dividers, we have our water cooler, the water that we like, that all comes out of there. There's $577.88 balance. I still have a few invoices coming in for there. And I do know some of the prices have been going up, and we will need some supplies when we move to the new space.
I'm gonna be okay with that, mainly because of the move.
But you said you take paper and toner out of another line and.
Out of printing and reproducing, which is the next line, 5345,
Oh, okay.
and that's set at 3,500. This, and that's the same as last year. That's our paper, toner, customized envelopes.
Seems a lot
It's
higher
high.
than actual expenses.
And if you do something with the new printer,
I do have $700 worth of invoices. I just had to order some envelopes and some toner, so I do have a $700 invoice.
Seems to go along with prior years, you know, but that's.
And
more-
we are using less paper and toner
Yeah,
than we
yeah.
used to.
This line is high. You know, once again, backwards, 2021, 16, 29, 2022, 2203. If we take expenses as of 11/17 and add, you said you had invoices of 700?
700.
So that's what, 1550, call it, I'll round it to 600. Your number's high, way high here.
especially if they end up with no printers in the contract that's included in.
And I'm not even really taking into effect the decreasing paper that's happening. My number would be 2,000, not 3,500. And another thing here, your average for 3 years averages to 1,600 a year. So I'm not taking you down to scratch.
2,000, next line.
$53.50 training education, that's set at 500, same as last year. And I use that for the county convention registration. I've used it for educational trainings, that I've attended and things like that.
So you.
It's $425 balance, so this year I only used it for the registration for the county convention.
Right, we did talk earlier about with meals and lodging, and that all ties in.
Yeah.
The 2 previous years, it's 0, 0.
Because there was no convention.
You didn't Zoom.
So.
They didn't, I don't even think they had it at all.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
Do you know what they were like in 2019 before COVID?
The registration would have been the same.
Okay, but did you go to other trainings that cost real money, real dollars?
I have. I've
That
gone to
informed
one.
your request for 500?
I feel comfortable cutting it in half.
250?
250.
I want to just say, training is important. For you to be your best.
I have it too, because if something comes up that, we've been busy, we were busy the last few years, we didn't have time to, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to get out of the office for
Yeah.
trainings.
The
and stuff,
professional
but-
training is important to every employee. I want that understood. 250?
$250, next line.
5365 record books that was previously taken out. 5505 subscriptions, that's $100, the same as last year. We've been getting the journal, for the real estate sections and whatnot. We used to get Maine Biz, but I stopped getting that, so it has a $36.70 balance.
Leave it.
Yeah,
Next
the
one.
journal will go up, yeah.
5510 statute, well, it says, it's not really statutes, it's reference books, $700. Same as last year, and this is used for different reference books, guides that we use to assist with any training in the office or any new, thing that we get that we need to learn or learn a new program. I've purchased like Excel guides and supervisory books and stuff.
When do you use that? Because there's nothing taken out of it.
I have not used it this year.
You haven't used it in
But
3 years.
Yeah. I haven't been to any trainings, but I bought in the past when I'd go to a training, I'd buy like their packets of you know, books that you can get,
Stuff they sell there.
informational,
After
yeah.
training. Do you have anything coming up that you want to do between now and then?
The commissioners also sent out to department heads back, what, a couple months ago? Slow down on the spending.
Well,
Basically
there's a-
freeze
yeah,
the
There's a $700
accounts.
request here,
So-
and she spent $0 in 3 years, so
Right,
that says
so,
zero
but,
to me.
but I mean, as I say, I,
Throws
you
a
know,
long
part of
time.
me is like, no.
I will say as far as supplies and stuff, I have like, that's why I got the toner just at the last minute, because we do need it.
Do you plan, but I guess what I'm getting at is, do you plan on buying anything in 2024? For the
I don't have
spreadsheets?
anything planned right now, but
I'd say cut it.
I don't
in
know
half.
what comes up. yet.
There's a convention in 2024.
Yes,
and
there
you
will be a
want to
convention.
attend.
I will be going to that.
What would be the expense of something you would purchase as educational reference at a convention? Is it $700?
Probably not.
100?
Cut it to, we cut it in half.
350.
That's what I would say. So what's the number we're going?
What are we saying?
350.
350. Okay.
Again, I just want to say out loud,
Right.
because Stacy is not good at bragging about her department. These are rough numbers. These are my numbers, not hers. Registry of Deeds has brought in roughly 200,000. Okay, in fees. Transfer tax, 100,000. Interest, $90. And Stacy's got the solid numbers. This department
Makes us money.
is conservative.
Yeah.
Just know that.
Yes, yes.
And we brought in 200 through the end of November, 223,601.20. The
Good job.
transfer tax, 109,849.52. We've
Slow,
actually
look
brought
back up, slow
Oh,
down.
sorry.
109.
109,849.52. We actually brought in over $1 million, but 90% has to go to the state.
Which is really discouraging when you think about
Yeah.
it. We do the work.
I will say.
Yeah.
You are,
Tuition
you
normal.
are an amazing benefit.
I know, right?
That,
See, and then as
we
a
have a
bond, you gotta
bill,
give it to
we're
the
gonna be
county
working
too.
on a bill for 2025, the Register of Deeds Association, to up our fees. We haven't upped our fees in, I can't remember what year.
Which, and
Many years.
Stacy,
so
that's awesome. You should. But
that will also help us
again, my argument years ago, and I could never get the group to rally at the Alamo. You know what I mean? Because my point was, what if every county, all 16, said to the state, you can have 10% and we'll keep 90.
And that's the way it should be.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We do the work, we provide everything. We do it all.
Is that by statute?
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 So it's like you want to craft legislation, well,
working.
craft the amount that the state's allowed to keep. Do you know what I mean? Instead of this 90, this is insane.
Yeah.
It really is insane. And I still say if every one of those registers said, nope, the heck with it, and sent them 10%, what are they gonna do? Shut us down?
Right.
Yeah.
So
Really?
So it looks like you're conservative, but maybe I got the numbers wrong in my head. You said this year 296 for fees.
The fees 223,601.20.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was just looking at what you estimated for projected revenue for next year.
I think that was an average over the last few years. what was
Yeah.
it?
Yep.
No, in my head it was less.
We have the
but
bottom
I-
line number.
And this
Right.
year, I mean, this is one of our lower years, but I'm sure in the next couple of years, it's gonna go right back up.
All right, your bottom line. 249,902. Total
Yeah.
cuts, I have $12,050.
Yep.
And just so you know,
Finish.
I wasn't trying to give you a hard time. I just wanted to make sure we didn't cut that 700 if you needed it.
Yes, no problem,
No.
no problem, I
How
understand.
can it be 902? If, the request was 265.40.
No,
261,952.
Yeah.
it's,
Commissioner's request.
it's the blue line, not the,
I have 265.40.
That's a department request.
Yeah, it's next line. No, you don't have
No.
next line.
I don't do.
Oh,
oh,
oh, is that not been updated that binder?
Food Bob's got the wrong numbers, as all day.
Okay.
So I don't know.
It was 261,952.
So it was, this is what the department and the commissioners.
Right. Bob, don't worry about it. It's budget cuts, man.
Oh, you're all
It's all
wrong.
good.
So the budget committee. Bottom number is 249,902.
I make a recommendation that we,
Motion.
a motion, I'm sorry, a motion to approve Department Registry of Deeds 1065 for 249,902.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded, budget of $249,902 for the registry of deeds. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, passage unanimously.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you.
And Tom, 0.5%, 0.50%. And if you hold on, I will print off the updated registry
Fabulous.
so that you have it before you leave.
Fabulous.
Now, don't you guys get used to this, because remember, next week when she's not here, you only have me
Oh, I
scratching it
thought you were
down.
doing it then.
I like
We
to-
thought you'd have it for us before we got here.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn until next week.
And we-
Could I ask the meeting time for next?
Yeah,
week,
really.
just Clarified.
You can stick to it.
That'd be in discussion anyways.
No,
So,
non-negotiable. 8 o'clock,
Guys, I don't
can't
mind
wait.
8 o'clock is if we can get out.
Robin's gotta get up early.
Yeah, that's okay. I figure next to these
Linda has
two, I
to-
live in
Linda
close,
has to-
you know, it's like,
Linda has
I
to leave at noon, so.
I cannot do 8. 9 is my earliest. I have to take care of somebody in the morning.
I think we could do it at 9,
Then,
if you want to, and make it. We got easier
I'm
ones
okay
to
with
do the
9.
next time.
well, the first thing we're gonna do is have Chris here for
Yeah.
9 AM, so we will wait.
Chris
I'll
and
be
the
here
phone center,
5 to 9.
and
but I
then it should be
have to take care of
fairly
somebody in
easy.
the morning.
Just keep in mind, we are done before 3.
9 o'clock, okay.
Yeah, I think we could be done. You'll have some that you, that we didn't approve, if you want to approve them, they can, but
So is there gonna be a vote on that adjourning the meeting, or?
Yeah.
We're just gonna, right. Hate to be that guy, but
So the motion's been made and seconded that we adjourn. No discussion. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
so instead of 9 o'clock, Tom,
Say that again?
instead of 9 o'clock,
9 o'clock.
Okay, just don't.
and we'll have Chris and the phone center and go from there.
Correct.
Don't be like
We'll be done at 3.
Are we gonna talk about setting a date for the public hearing?
We do need to.
Yes,
because-
because of advertising,
Yes, and now that we're into the holiday season, advertising is even,
earlier dates.
yes.
We had already discussed, what was it, the 16th, but have I got them wrong?
It was very tentative a while back.
We made good progress today, even though we had a couple of slow points.
We did talk about the 16th at 10 AM.
16th at 10 AM,
For what?
hearing.
Public hearing.
I can't get enough notice in.
No, you have to have
because-
10 days.
Yes. Well, right, and there's deadline normally on a Friday.
Thank you.
They don't need.
So the public hearing doesn't have to be on Saturday.
That's true.
Tom. Doesn't have to be on Saturday.
Oh, thank you.
I'm completely open for myself. I don't know about anybody else.
well,
What-
so what would the 10
What would
day?
the date by the calendar be that we could do it?
So I
Christmas
would
Day.
put the notice in for this Friday,
Correct.
and then you need to have, it
And
wouldn't
then-
come out until the 14th. So 10 days from that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
We can
8,
do it
9,
Christmas Eve.
10. So we're looking at this week.
so the
So
30th.
like 27th or something,
Oh,
26th,
Not the
27th.
30th. Holiday is here.
I will not do the.
I can't make
27th,
out the
because it's my
date.
birthday.
Busy Christmas,
What?
okay?
No, you can come into work.
You're right.
You farm.
Yeah, that's right. There is no day off.
How about the 22nd at 6 o'clock?
No, it has to be the week of the 26th or 7th,
Yes, because the paper won't come out until
14th.
the 14th.
I've yet to see somebody in the world try to sue us
And that's
because
1, 2,
they
3,
didn't know
4,
that
5,
public
6,
hearing.
7, 8, right,
You know.
10. So you're talking
I
right,
post that.
What are those
I
numbers,
gotta
Barbara? I
remember
can't read them.
25th,
Well,
26th,
it's the week
27th,
of
28th,
Christmas.
29th, 30.
It's sometime
New
after
Year's Eve.
Christmas.
Yeah.
What's that? New Year's.
Oh, no, good. New Year's Eve is the 31st, so we could do it on a Saturday.
So it wouldn't come out until this, and that's 10 days is ends up being a request.
Fine.
No, you're fine.
So the earliest we could schedule would be the 27th of December.
I think we're starting to look a lot better.
Or the
And
26th.
the thing is,
It's a
we haven't
holiday.
even talked to Chris
Well,
yet.
the 25th is a holiday.
Yeah.
Well,
We talked to
many
Chris
people,
around soon.
26th is
Saturday.
a holiday.
Thank you, Karen.
What is the 27th? What day of the week?
It's a Wednesday.
I can't do it.
Wednesday's not particularly good for me. Thursday?
Wednesday's my birthday, so I'm not coming.
Okay, Thursday, the 28th.
What time?
What do you
6
think?
o'clock they usually do.
Thursday, the 28th is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Isn't that a normal meeting date for you? all?
We're meeting in the morning.
First.
They meet
We meet the first and the
Uh,
third.
it's soon
It's
as
an
possible.
alternate.
There's the week before. So that's open as far as I can see.
We don't have to do it at midnight.
No,
Are we,
Well,
does this
Some
inconvenience
of us
anyone?
work during the day.
Well, I was gonna say,
Monday through
yeah, hello,
Friday.
Tom.
I got a selectmen's meeting on the 28th.
The only thing I will say out loud is because we've done this is not our first rodeo. And I'm looking around just to try to see if, I think the oldest member might be you and Linda, and I mean that in a good way, but anyway. I will tell you, the closer you get to that holiday, be it Christmas or New Year's, we have storms that will come into
That's
play.
right.
So be very careful on your dates. I mean, Barb is a stickler for a certain amount of time, but I'm not trying to be a rebel, but I'm just saying, I've yet to see somebody stop me with a lawsuit because I failed to post something for X number of days.
What day is Saturday?
30th.
That's the day before New Year's. Why don't we
Yep.
do it Saturday?
We could do
That's
30th.
up to you guys.
Daytime would be better.
What time?
8 a.m.
8 AM.
Think I get it, Robin.
10 o'clock.
10
8
o'clock.
a.m. and then we'll get it done.
What, that's right. I mean, seriously, guys,
We can get it done.
this is a big deal, because you understand that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, this is 4 of your Saturdays in the month of December. This is
Yeah.
unheard of.
Saturday, the 30th,
The 30th at
So-
10 o'clock,
10 o'clock.
10?
Saturday.
10 a.m.?
I thought we
Are you
said 8.
kidding?
We'll
All
have
my
8
people go to
now.
work at 6.
We'll have
I can't do
8
8. I have
Oh,
to take
you
care of
can't do
somebody
8.
in the family.
Can't do it.
How about
So
9?
9 is fine.
It's fine.
Let's do 9. I know
Nine?
over half. my-
9
9
o'clock,
9 o'clock.
December 30th.
9 o'clock on the
Saturday.
30th.
How long does this actually take? Because nobody shows up, right?
Truthfully,
So
that's-
half an hour.
That's why we should start at 6:30 in the morning.
I'm
Just
okay
so
with
we can
that.
do it
Okay.
before.
There's been virtually nobody here.
Nobody's gonna show up on the 30th.
Nope, nobody, we'd never, I mean, when we go to the
I hope it
30th,
snows.
it's what, a 20-minute meeting? You come in, everything's already been decided.
Yeah.
And how many do we need for quorum? For that meeting?
There's supposed to
5?
be, there's technically 8 of you.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
We only have an 8 member, so.
We need 4.
8 Christmas
Oh, I
cookies.
see. So you're
Cookies,
not going by the
absolutely
usual
good cookies.
order. Okay.
Spiked egg.
What do you want?
Good cookies.
Oh, well.
Cookies.
it's a-
That wasn't me. I didn't say that.
You're making
I
them
did
then.
not